Okay, we now move to questions to the Minister for Economy, and I call Paula Bradshaw.
Question 1, please.
My department, along with partner organisations, offers a wide range of supports to help hospitality businesses become more sustainable. This includes promoting energy efficiency, encouraging innovation, developing skills and helping them explore new markets. Invest NI provides advice, guidance, innovation grants and access to finance for small and medium-sized businesses. Tourism NI has launched a business resilience programme to support tourism businesses by offering expert financial guidance and a bespoke action plan. Earlier this year, I met with Hospitality Ulster and the NI Food to Go Association about a VAT reduction pilot scheme to address differences between the North and South. Following that meeting, the Minister of Finance and I wrote to the Chief Secretary to the Treasury seeking a meeting on this issue. Members may also be aware that I have recently published research into the nighttime economy, which was undertaken in partnership with Tourism NI, Belfast Business Improvement and Belfast Businesses Improvement District. This has already led to funding for a late-night transport pilot in Belfast, supporting a safe and vibrant nighttime economy. My department will continue monitoring business sentiment and engaging with stakeholders to support a sustainable and thriving hospitality sector in line with our 4 economic priorities.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. Last week, Minister, my office is based on the Ormer Road. Last week, I walked up it just after the disturbances, the riots, and the only businesses that were shut were those businesses, those restaurants and cafes that were run by ethnic minority communities, and obviously they lost out on income that they can get over, but also the staff will have lost tips and wages and stuff, and it was just really disappointing that they weren't feeling safe enough to open. There was obviously an information vacuum because other restaurants and cafes, etc., were open. Other businesses felt safe enough. What plans can you put in place for any of these eventualities in the future so that there's better communication with those business owners so that they don't lose out on the income and business that they deserve? Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member for the question, and I think it's important to put on record my condemnation, my unequivocal condemnation of that recent disorder. It has caused significant damage and disruption, not just to public services but to our local economy, and many businesses have been impacted, and obviously that comes at a time, as you said, when they can ill afford it, when our businesses are already under considerable pressure, both from rising costs of doing business but also the increased cost of living that impacts their customers. And as you have outlined, many of those business owners are from minority ethnic backgrounds, but so too are their staff. And it is important that people feel safe going to their places of work and feel that they can open their businesses safely. I did have an opportunity last week to have a meeting with Steve Lazar from EMAN, and had the opportunity to hear directly the experiences of some of our minority ethnic businesses, and we'll be following up on that next week also, just to get a greater insight, because I think it's important to understand the direct experience as well as trying to respond to it, which obviously we will seek to do. And I do think it is important that we look at the experiences of the last week, look at the response in general. I know I raised some of the issues with the Chief Constable when he attended the Executive last week around the messaging, and I do think it is important we reflect on all of that.
And I want to thank the Minister firstly for her leadership on this issue when leadership has been lacking by so many others within our society. Minister, in your substantive answer you mentioned the research that has been undertaken into the nighttime economy. Can you elaborate on that and what that means in terms of supporting our businesses?
Yeah, and I thank the member for that question. The department published what is first of its kind research into our nighttime economy, as I said, in collaboration with Tourism NI and the 3 business improvement districts of Belfast, being Belfast 1, Destination Cathedral Quarter and the Linen Quarter. The research was conducted by Ipsos and Nordicity and has already been instrumental in securing that funding for the late night transport pilot scheme in Belfast, the research shows that our nighttime economy contributed between £2.8 billion and £3.7 billion in GVA in 2024 and supports over 100,000 full-time equivalent jobs. The research will further the development of a safe, thriving and diverse nighttime economy that works for both the hospitality and tourism sectors, but also for our communities. To support that ambition, the Department has already taken a number of steps, including working with Tourism NI to explore tourism's potential within the nighttime economy.
Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, would you agree with me that those operating within the sector outside of the Greater Belfast area face significantly greater challenges and require enhanced support to ensure their sustainability? Thank you.
And I thank the member for his question, and I think there is merit in what he is saying. Obviously, if you have a city centre and attractions, you have the ability to attract more people for the nighttime economy as well. The cost, or the piece of research that I referred to, also looked at Derry and Enniskillen, and I think that gives important insights. Also, I think that the work that our councils are doing through the local economic partnerships also gives us an opportunity to look at how the nighttime economy can contribute and be supported across our different council areas, where there will obviously be different contexts that they are working in, and it is important that that is reflected in the plans that are being brought forward, so that they are responsive to the actual needs of the local areas. And I would certainly encourage the conversations to be pursued with local councils in that regard. And obviously your council area and my own council area are both areas where there are significant tourism attractions, and there are opportunities from for the nighttime economy directly linked to that as well. And I think again there are opportunities to work with Tourism NI about how we can better support our nighttime economy across the board.
Dan Armstrong.
Minister, thank you for your answers so far. And Minister, as we move towards July and the lowering further of the VAT rate for food and hospitality in the Republic of Ireland, the hospitality sector is looking at changing their operating models to address what they see as a situation that is almost perilous for them in their business operation. Can you tell me, Minister, how you will monitor the impact this will have on businesses in the short, medium and long term, and what steps the Department can provide to assist those businesses? Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member for that question, and it is something that certainly that is of significant concern to me, and I know is of significant concern to many of our tourism and hospitality businesses and also those who represent them. I mentioned that we have previously met with Hospitality Ulster and the Food to Go Association. We have obviously corresponded with Treasury. We have yet to have a response from Treasury, which I think is outrageous, given the impact that we are seeing on our local businesses, and the further impact that we are going to see in the near future as the differential widens further. So the Finance Minister and I are going to follow up on that correspondence, and we will be continue to engage with the sector. I do think it is important that we monitor the situation as that differential widens further, and certainly I will be asking the Department to look at how we can do that in a quantitative way as well as a qualitative way from hearing from the sector directly.
Brett.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I would like to group questions 2, 3 and 8. Appointments to the Board of Invest NI are made in accordance with the Code of Practice issued by the Commissioner for Public Appointments. The Code provides a clear and robust framework for managing conflicts of interest at all stages of the appointments process. Applicants are required to declare any relevant interests, which are fully assessed by the selection panel as part of their evaluation of suitability. In addition, appointees are required to declare and manage interests on an ongoing basis once appointed. The selection panel itself is also required to declare any potential conflicts which must be managed by the panel chair to ensure the integrity of the process. My role is also clearly defined within the Code. I make appointments only from those candidates deemed suitable by the selection panel based on the evidence provided and assessed against the selection criteria agreed at the outset of the process. Those criteria were determined by me, informed by consultation with the Chair of the Invest NI Board and the Chair of the selection panel. The process therefore ensures that conflicts are identified, considered and appropriately managed before any appointment decision is taken. The Nolan principles are reflected throughout the process. Appointments are made through fair and open competition, with independent assessment, appropriate declarations of interest and proper record keeping to support accountability, openness and public confidence.
One of the party colleagues that you appointed to the board of Invest Northern Ireland, Mr Peter Lynch, was convicted of terrorist activity in 1993 for conspiracy to commit murder. Is there any crime that someone could carry out which in your view would disbar them from being appointed to public office, or is the sole qualification for appointment by you, Minister, just that they need to be a party colleague?
I completely reject the final line of his question. Clearly, that is absolutely not the case. As I have outlined in detail, the appointments were made in line with the Code of Practice issued by the Commissioner for Public Appointments. The process was followed robustly, and at all stages was the proper process and record keeping taken to ensure the transparency and accountability of the process.
Michelle McElveen.
Nolan principles govern acting solely in the public interest, and these include avoiding obligations to outside individuals or organisations that might influence official duties, making decisions based on merit, being accountable to the public for actions and decisions, declaring private interests and resolving conflict to protect the public interest. How can the public be assured of compliance with these principles when the Minister appoints a former IRA prisoner and a former Sinn Féin minister to the same board?
Sure.
Well, as I have set out very clearly, the process that was followed was fully in line with the SAPANI guidance and Code of Practice. And as the member will be well aware, as she was previously a minister herself, the Nolan principles guide everything that we do as ministers, and they were fully upheld within this process. In relation to the people who were appointed, I believe that the people who were appointed will add value to the Invest NI board. Every single one of them obviously came through the process, were deemed appointable by the panel that selected them and put them forward for appointment to myself. So I believe that we have a good, strong board, and I believe the people who are appointed to it, as I said, will add value.
David Brooks.
And the Minister said that the candidate was presented to her for selection. Can I ask if the candidates were presented to her in rank order, and if so, which specific skills, expertise and experience Peter Lynch displayed that made him particularly appointable?
As I have set out very clearly, the selection process was followed. The skill set that was asked for was set out as part of the application process, and all of the candidates who passed the selection process clearly had the skill set that deemed them to be appointable. So they all fulfilled that particular criteria. So.
Declan Kearney.
Thank the Minister for her answers to date.
Minister, would you agree with me that the discrimination in employment and political vetting practised in this state for so long and actively supported by members of this Assembly has no place in today's society, and that appointment to government boards should be open to all sections of our society, and that extends to citizens such as Peter Lynch?
And I thank the member for his question, and absolutely there is no place in modern society for discrimination of any kind. I think it's important that all of our public boards are reflective of our society, that the appointment process is open and inclusive and accessible to all sections of our society. That is clearly the case with this appointment process, where the guidance and code of practice were very clearly followed. I think ensuring that our appointment processes are open and transparent, strengthens governance, it enhances our decision making and supports the delivery of high quality public services. That's what people expect of us. I also think that regardless of people's political background or experiences, the processes have to be followed, and that is clearly what has happened in this case. And as I have already outlined to other members around the Chamber, I believe the 5 people who were appointed as part of this process add significant value to the board. They have different and diverse experiences across different sections of our economy, and I think that is exactly what we need in all of our public boards. I take the appointments to our public boards incredibly seriously. They do a really important job. Certainly in my own department, arm's length bodies spend a significant part of my budget, and it is important that the boards that for each of those ALBs hold those ALBs to account, and it is important therefore that the people that are appointed to them have the necessary skills and experience, and appointing on the basis of merit ensures that.
Steve Egan.
So far, the Minister will be aware under the Public Appointments Guide published by the Executive Office. It's very clear that she's supposed to take independent advice before appointing any board members. Could you tell us what the independent advice she had and who and reflect it was given to her, particularly about the board members who have been selected?
Minister.
So the process is that there is an application process, there is an interview process, and at that point, candidates that have passed the interview process, according to the selection panel, are presented to me by my officials for appointment. 19 candidates passed the application or the interview process and were put forward. They are all deemed to be appointable on the basis of the fact that they were presented to me. As I have set out very clearly to other members in the Chamber, I believe the 5 people that were appointed add value to the Invest NI board and bring different experiences to it, and the 14 others remain on a list for potential appointment for up to a year. So the process has been followed very robustly, and I fully stand over it.
Galston.
Mr. Speaker, given that the IRA bombed the heart out of Belfast and my hometown of Ballymena, which resulted in the murder of Yvonne Dunlop, Minister, can you outline exactly what is the skill set that former IRA man Peter Lynch brings to economic development that justifies him sitting on the board of Invest NI apart from being one of the boyos?
Minister.
I don't think that I will take lectures from any member in this Chamber whose party continues to share platforms with those who speak on behalf of active paramilitaries. Hear, hear. So in terms of the skill set, as I've already set out very clearly, there was a skill set, an application process set out what that skill set would be required, and the people who were deemed appointable to the board of Invest NI have passed that process. Otherwise they would not have been presented to me for appointment. So that, as I said, shows that the process has been followed in a robust manner, and I believe the people who have been appointed add value to that board.
John Stewart's not in his place. Call Deirdre Hargay.
So I am profoundly disappointed that I have been prevented from bringing this bill forward to the Assembly at this time, that MLAs have not yet had the fullest opportunity to consider it in detail, and it's my view that workers and their families are being let down by that delay. This bill has been designed to support good jobs and fair workplaces while recognising the needs of business, and I intend to continue to seek its introduction to the Assembly as soon as possible. I have listened to businesses, and the bill has been drafted to be a carefully balanced package. In spite of this, I am firmly of the view that there is still time in this mandate to progress this bill and deliver progressive reforms for our economy. I encourage my Executive and Assembly colleagues to support that aim.
Thanks very much, Minister. And it appears some don't like working class people, and indeed they don't appear to like trade unions either. Trade unions play an integral part of our social and economic fabric here, and have done for well over 100 years on our streets. Do you agree with me that they still play in 2026 a vital role in informing workers of their rights and, importantly, exercising those rights?
I completely agree that trade unions play a positive role in helping workers understand and exercise their rights. Where they are present, trade unions provide workers with access to information, advice and representation, which can make it easier to raise concerns and seek improvements in the workplace. Trade unions also perform a recognised role in negotiating pay and conditions on behalf of their members and in providing a structured channel for dialogue between employers and employees. Evidence shows that effective worker voice and representation, including through trade unions, is associated with better job quality, stronger workplace relationships and, in some contexts, improved organisational performance. Extending access to independent representation is particularly important in parts of our economy where worker voice is currently limited, as it will help ensure that workers are aware of their rights and able to exercise them in practice.
Deborah Erskine.
Minister, your party shamefully use vulnerable people for your own party political aims around the Employment Rights Bill. You and your colleagues wrongly stated that the DUP blocked neonatal parental leave, despite you taking 2 years to bring your legislation to the executive table. Will you apologise to neonatal parents like me for disgracefully using children and carers for party campaigning around this issue? Take my party leader and my Deputy First Minister up on their offer to split the bill and get those aims around parental leave progressed in this mandate.
I completely reject the member's assertions. We have developed a bill that I believe is balanced in its aims and objectives. It will provide workers with additional rights and also the ability to exercise them. Your party is blocking the bill in the executive. It has not allowed it on the executive for decision, therefore it is blocking it. The bill as a whole is sitted, drafted and ready to go, and where it should be debated and scrutinised is in this Assembly chamber. Every MLA around this chamber should have the opportunity to take a view on that bill and to allow it to progress into committee for scrutiny. If people want to bring amendments to the bill at that stage, they are absolutely free to do that. So that is the democratic process that should be followed.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her response. I know that the Minister agrees with me that it is in the chamber where we create a bill that will work for the trade unions and for business, for everyone. It's in this chamber we should make the right legislation. What is the last date that it can be brought to this Assembly for us to be able to scrutinise it to the level that is required before the end of the mandate?
And I thank the member for her question. And I have repeatedly said it was my preference that the bill would be with the committee for summer recess to give the longest possible time for scrutiny. Members around this chamber have talked about how the bill needs scrutiny and people need to have their say on it, and I fully support that, which was why I would have liked that longest possible time. As I have also said, I believe there is plenty of time for the bill to be scrutinised. The equivalent legislation in Westminster took 7 weeks at committee stage. So that gives you, I guess, a guide as to the type of time frame that we are talking about in terms of allowing scrutiny of it. The committee can take the time that it wants, so I want it in there at the earliest possible opportunity, so I'd like to see it passed. I see absolutely no reason why it can't be passed at the next executive or over the summer months and be able to be introduced into the Assembly at the earliest possible time in September. And I will continue to work. I will continue to work with my colleagues in the executive. I have had constructive conversations with all of my ministerial colleagues. The vast majority of my ministerial colleagues are on record supporting it, and I want to ensure that that work continues so that everybody in this chamber gets to see the content of the bill, and everybody who has and who wants to give a view on the bill has the ability to do it by actually seeing it as it is drafted.
Minister.
I have ongoing engagement with the Minister for Infrastructure on issues relating to the North West. I am aware that DFI is considering the strategic vision of the All-Island Strategic Rail Review, and its focus is currently on prioritisation and appraisal, with no decisions yet taken on the progression of specific projects, including those affecting the North West. My department will of course provide support to DFI as necessary to ensure the economy in the North West is underpinned by strong transport links. My department's aviation policy consultation, which has recently closed, set out a number of proposals to support our airports and air connectivity. Responses are currently being considered. My department will of course continue to work closely with DFI, including on any proposals for airport expansion that are brought forward, given the importance of air connectivity to our local economy.
Ms Middleton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. Minister, tourism and ANI funded events in the North West are projected to pull in £21 million for the local economy in 26-27. How are you working with the airport and other key stakeholders to ensure we have the capacity to accommodate the massive tourist influxes for some of our most significant events?
Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for that question. And I have ongoing engagement with both Tourism NI and Derry and Strabane District Council. I'm delighted that we're able to support the events in the North West. I do think there will be significant value obviously added to the local economy, but I'm particularly excited about the 40th anniversary of Derry Halloween, which is coming up in October, and I think the success of that in particular, which sees people coming from all over the world to enjoy it, shows how well we can do tourism locally and how we can support local events. And we will be continuing to work in partnership, as I said, both through Tourism NI, Tourism Ireland and alongside the Council to support anything that is necessary to deliver on the events that are forthcoming this year, to ensure that they are a success and that we can build on them for the future.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Minister, particularly for your commitment to the North West and addressing regional balance. Minister, how are you supporting the viability of the City of Derry Airport?
So, as the member will be aware, I had previously announced my department had assumed responsibility for providing operating funding up to £3 million per annum for the City of Derry Airport until the 31st of March 2029. This has demonstrated my commitment to the long-term future of the airport and to protecting what is an important element of the North West economic infrastructure. The support provides greater certainty for the airport itself as it continues to maintain connectivity and support trade, tourism and, of course, inward investment across the North West. It will also help facilitate the proposed Derry to Dublin PSO by underpinning the airport's operational sustainability and strengthening its ability to support additional socially and economically important services, including that commuter route from the North West to Dublin.
Honey Ford.
Mr Speaker, and thank the Minister for her answer so far. Minister, if we're serious about growing aviation and regional connectivity, we need the widest possible pool of talent, including pilots and engineers and the rest. Your department has identified the problem that exists, but what concrete action is the department taking with the Irish Government to improve mutual recognition of qualification and skills right across this island?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and he will be aware of the Airlandia report into aviation on the island, and that is something that I have discussed with colleagues in the South. I have had ongoing engagements with my counterpart, Minister James Lawless in DeFerris, around how we better join up both the skills programmes but also qualification recognition across the island. Actually, just on Friday past, I had a meeting around the potential for an all-island apprenticeship. Obviously, we have seen the accountant technician one, which I think was a really good first step, but there are significant opportunities where we can do things jointly for our mutual benefit, where there are skill sets that we need to develop right across the island. He will be aware also of the work around offshore energy that we again have significant potential. So to support the development of all of those things, we have to make sure we have the skilled people coming through, and I'll continue to work with my colleagues across the island to make that happen.
Alistair. Sure.
In establishing the £45 million Regional Balance Fund, I have empowered councils working with businesses and community partners on the local economic partnerships to identify their own priorities and bring forward locally led projects to increase productivity. Decisions on what to deliver and where are taken by the Belfast Local Economic Partnership itself, and I'm pleased to report that the Belfast LEP has agreed an action plan for 2026 to 28, and note that the plan includes flexibility to target support by location, for example through enhanced business support that can be directed to specific parts of the city. Importantly, the plan is not yet fully allocated, with around £938,000 still to be committed, giving the partnership further scope to bring forward additional targeted interventions as priorities are refined. And taken together, that local decision making, the built-in flexibility and the remaining funding, that gives the Belfast LEP lots of opportunities to target actions to the groups that it deems most appropriate.
Moving on to topicals, Coulson Laughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, last Monday my Regional Balance Bill hit the floor of the Assembly for the first stage, and I was delighted. It was a long time coming. But I have long argued that if regional balance is good policy, then it should be good legislation as well. Will you support the bill, and will you work with me to ensure that regional balance is embedded across all government departments?
Thank the member for her question and congratulate her on her bill being introduced at first stage. I haven't yet got the full readout of the bill and all of its proposals, so officials are working through that. The member knows my views in relation to the bill, and that I am open to legislation if that is necessary and if the proposals are appropriate and workable. So I will absolutely consider all of that. I completely agree, and she knows this. Of course, regional balance is one of my priorities under the economic vision. And it is reflected in the programme for government, and I think every department does have a responsibility to make sure that regional balance happens and that we are driving prosperity and opportunity right across the whole of the North.
Ms McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer, and it sounds positive. But despite regional balance being a stated executive priority, no legislation has been brought forward by your department, nor indeed by the executive, and the gaps between the regions are actually getting bigger. So my bill actually seeks to strengthen the executive's response and to put it on a statutory footing. Look, I want to work with you on this. It's really important that the Department for the Economy is working effectively on this bill. Will you agree to meet me as soon as you get your feedback from your officials so that we can move together collectively? And I will be working with my colleagues in the Economy Committee in the coming weeks.
Minister.
And I thank the member for her question. And while there isn't legislation from the Department for the Economy in terms of regional balance, it is through every single thing that we do, both through the department itself and also now through all of its arm's length bodies. Invest NI has reflected it in its own business plan, but I am of course happy to meet the member and discuss the principles and proposals set out in her bill, as I met obviously before you had got to the point of introducing it. I think it's really important that we do work together to further the shared aims that we do have.
Thanks very much. I'd like to ask the Minister for an update on the energy strategy, particularly around grid connections policy and the scheme to promote the use of biomethane. Thank you.
And I thank the member for her question, and I'm pleased to say that we are making sustained and measurable progress in delivering against the energy strategy. A clear focus on removing barriers, enabling the investment to come in and accelerating that transition to cleaner, more secure energy. My department has been driving forward a whole programme of delivery across electricity, heat and energy efficiency also, and one of the examples is our fairer grid connections policy. which delivers fundamental reform of how electricity connection charging actually operates. So by removing the unfair upfront reinforcement costs, we're making it easier and more affordable for homes and businesses to connect to the grid, particularly in rural areas and parts of the network where there's more limited capacity. Those new arrangements are due to come into effect from the 1st of July. And then alongside that, we are determined to see progress on other measures, including in relation to low carbon heat. In relation to biomethane, we have a plan to redeploy any of the residual RHI AMI funding following the closure of the scheme in support of a biomethane support scheme, and that has now been agreed in principle with the Treasury, subject to obviously the detailed development and approval of business case. I want to see the development of a biomethane sector that works towards delivering decarbonisation, but is also environmentally sustainable and crucially works for our local energy consumers. We have a strong indigenous biomethane potential, opportunities to support decarbonisation, energy security and of course our rural economy, and we are working closely with DERA on the development of a coordinated biomethane policy framework, which will be going out for consultation later in the year. So together, all of those actions alongside others within
Minister, we'll have a second bite at this here, so we'll Ms. Hargreaves.
Thanks very much, Minister. And I know the grid connections policy is welcome because it will put money back into people's pockets again. If you could provide a further update on the renewable targets, and particularly the renewable energy price guarantee scheme, which will help achieve those targets.
Sure.
Thank the member for her question. The executive on the 26th of March, we agreed the Renewable Electricity Price Guarantee Scheme policy intent, and that work would progress on the primary bill required to implement the scheme. Officials have now concluded the work with the Office of Legislative Counsel. The draft primary bill is complete, and the newly titled Renewable Electricity Generation Bill was sent to the Executive for consideration for the last executive meeting. So subject to executive approval, the bill will then be introduced into the Assembly, and once the primary bill is in place, obviously we'll bring forward the subordinate regulations to set out the operational arrangements. Members will have heard me say at different times that our statutory targets are ambitious, and of course we need to have the schemes in place to help us to meet those, and the REPG scheme in particular is key to delivery of our 80% renewable electricity by 2030 and of course our net zero target.
Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I very much welcome your ongoing investment into tourism in Derry. Can you comment on our recent tourism performance? Thank you.
And I thank the member for her question. The NISBA tourism statistics for 2025 have only recently been published. It shows that tourism is flourishing in the North West, with overnight stays increasing in both Derry City and Strabane District Council and Causeway Coast and Glens Council. The latest figures indicated that the two areas together welcomed over 1.5 million overnight trips during 2025, generating total visitor spend of 278 million. And it's particularly encouraging to see the growth in Derry City and Strabane, where all the key metrics increased compared to 2024. Overnight trips by 35%, the number of visitors overnight by 28%, and visitor expenditure by 13.5%. The figures are hugely encouraging and reflect the growing appeal of the city and district and the work that is going on there to develop the tourism offering. And as I have already mentioned in previous questions, we have obviously announced the funding for a number of events across the North West, including the 40th anniversary of Derry's Halloween Festival.
Ms. Ferguson.
Minister, for update, and it's really positive news, and it is due to the ongoing investment by the Department and the fantastic tourism industry that we have in the city. Does the Minister agree with me that the imagery of the racial violence portrayed throughout the world does not represent who we are, that we are in fact a welcoming place for tourists?
Minister.
Yeah, I completely agree with the member, and I had mentioned to Paula Bradshaw earlier, I think that what we've seen on our streets last week was absolutely disgraceful, and it has to be unequivocally condemned by everybody. It caused significant damage and disruption to public services and to businesses and our local economy, and it does come at a time when businesses are already under pressure. My department has reached out to business representatives to better understand how they have been impacted, and the sector is keen to get back to business as usual as quickly as possible, and to demonstrate that we remain open for business, because we are a welcoming people. We have a lot to offer, and that is what we want to be presenting to the world. And of course, we will be continuing to support both our businesses from minority ethnic backgrounds and the workforce, who are hugely important to our local economy and society.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, our higher education sector is in an extremely challenging financial position, with job cuts from Ulster University following on from redundancies at Queen's. It's damaging morale and leaving staff and students in uncertain positions. Can you please outline when the review will be completed and you'll present its findings and options for moving forward?
And I thank the member for her question, and I think her question reflects the difficult position that we are in with our budget, that we have not yet as an executive been able to agree. And I note the Fiscal Council's annual review that was published today, which supports the executive in the case that it has been making in respect of the fact that we are not being funded in the same way that Scotland and Wales are, and I hope that that is taken on board by the Treasury, because we need to see a sustainable budget that's going to allow us to invest in our public services and allow me as Economy Minister to invest in our universities in the way that we need to be developing our local economy. In relation to the higher education funding review, the first piece of the work, the financial needs assessment, has been completed and published, and the next phase of that work is ongoing in terms of we are developing the terms of reference. We anticipate the piece of work will take about 18 months to complete. It is important that that work is undertaken and that we do get that proper insight into the needs of our higher education sector. But to be able to invest in it in the way we need to, we need a budget that the executive can actually work with, and I need as Economy Minister to have my fair share of it.
Ms Egan.
Thank you, Minister. The review does not seem to command support that is required to deliver meaningful change and transformation. Can I ask what engagement you've had with universities in recent weeks in designing a review process that will have support and buy-in from those who will be most affected by its outcomes?
Thank the member for her question. And as I mentioned, the first stage of it was the financial needs assessment, which was undertaken by Higher Futures, which so it was independent analysis, and we will be continuing to work with independent experts as we take forward the review. It is important that we get the buy-in from our higher education institutions, and I will be continuing to work with them, but we also need to make sure that the review goes forward. So it's important that we try and get consensus, but it's important also that we have to move this on. And so I have had engagement, considerable engagement, as you would expect of me, with all of our higher education institutions, but I will be continuing to work with them to try and get this moving.
Mr Burrows is in his place. I call Morris Spotlight.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thank the Minister so far. Can I ask the Minister for Economy what level of match funding, if any, her department has set aside to support the development and expansion of the world-leading research capabilities at Ulster University in Coleraine, and whether she will outline how that compares with the significant investment and support that has been directed towards the development of the Magee campus in recent years?
And I thank the member for his question, and he will be aware, as I am, of the significant positive work that's been undertaken through the Causeway Coast and Glens growth deal that will support the already fantastic capabilities at Ulster University's Coleraine campus. He will also, I hope, be aware of the uplift in student numbers that we have seen at the Coleraine campus since the executive returned, a 12% increase in student numbers at the Coleraine campus, alongside the increase that we have seen at the Magee campus. Of course, the investment in Magee is an executive agreed priority. It is a programme for government commitment, and that is why that investment is being focused in the way it is, because it is important that we ensure the development of the economy in the North West and deliver on the potential. But clearly, from a constituency perspective, I want to see a strong and thriving campus in Coleraine also. I believe that we can effectively see 3 campuses of Ulster University thriving, and that is why the work that I was speaking previously to Connie Egan about is so important. We need to have a budget that allows us to effectively invest in our universities and the significant potential that they have, and the world-class research and innovation that is being undertaken at them.
Mr. Broadley.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer, but she would appreciate my concern when anybody in this House talks about the North West. They actually mean Londonderry and Strabane. I believe that the North and North East, which is from Greysteel to Cushendun and Cushendall, and the hinterlands of Clare and Garba, are quite often forgotten about and overlooked in this chamber. Hence my question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Well, they're certainly not overlooked and forgotten by me, who represents them, so I can assure you of that. And I don't accept the member's assertion about that the North West means Derry and Strabane. The North West is much wider than Derry and Strabane, and certainly I believe that we should be looking at the significant potential of the whole of the North West of the economy, because we do have really significant institutions there doing really good work, both through our universities and our colleges, really cutting-edge, world-class research and innovation, and that's why it's important that we continue to support that. We are doing so through our growth deals, both in Causeway, Coast and Glens and Derry City and Strabane, and that's why, as I have said already, that we need to see a sustainable budget for the Executive so that we can continue to support the investment that is required to deliver on the potential we have.
Thank you. That brings an end to questions to the Minister for the Economy. We move to the Dilapidation Bill once again, and I call Daniel McCrossan to resume his speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have not got much more to say. We've addressed quite a bit of the issues so far, but the SDLP is asking for the support of the House in terms of the amendments that we have put down. They're designed to strengthen transparency, accountability and public confidence in the operation of this legislation, and we believe that it would make it more effective. Transparency is particularly important because there will rightly be an expectation, as I've said earlier, that action follows once these powers become available, and we need to manage those expectations and where the public see this going. Communities should be able to see what action is being taken to address dilapidation in these areas, and that is the reason for some of the amendments that we have laid down. Our amendments seek to establish a clear baseline for measuring success and to improve public access to information about how these powers are being used and where, and to ensure that they're being used proportionately across council areas. If notices are being issued, interventions are taking place and public money is being spent, there should be a clear and accessible public record of that activity to ensure openness and transparency and good use of resources as well. I will, yeah.
Will the member accept that there have been a number of concerns raised? He touched upon public monies as to where those public monies are going to come from, the expenditure, and indeed the expenditure on legal costs that may be incurred as a consequence.
Yeah, this is something that has been well rehearsed at the committee. Indeed, all members, I would say, have similar concerns in relation to how we can ensure that this bill, which is well intended, has some teeth and can actually deliver for people on the ground without burdening the ratepayer any further from an already very heavy rates burden across council areas. As I've said earlier, this is something that's raised with me continually. The councils do not have an endless pot of money at their disposal. In fact, they would argue very strongly that they're less funded today than they were in previous years, but their money is expected to go much, much further. There is a concern that I've picked up from councillors throughout my own party as well, that this is an attempt by the Executive to simply pass the buck on to local councils, as opposed to taking a more joined-up approach, which I've indicated earlier would be much more satisfactory, where the Department of Finance ERA and communities would be able to. Yes, I'll give way to the Minister.
I recognise that you're relating back what you've been told, but the reality is very much different in regards to this. It was previously consulted upon, and district councils, for example, welcomed the move in relation to those notices that would be able to be served. The maintenance notices, I set that out in terms of my response. This is a discretionary power for councils to use, and in terms of district councils, would the member recognise with me that getting dilapidated buildings back into use would also benefit the rate space of those district councils?
Absolutely. I thank the Minister for that intervention and indeed the clarification, and I think it is healthy and important to thrash some of these issues out. And certainly when it comes to the local authority, and as someone that represents Strabane and Noma and the surrounding towns and villages, I see how much dereliction is a blight on the entire area, and it's something that absolutely needs to be resolved, and resolved quickly. We need to probably be a wee bit more imaginative about the government's role in that, and how do we repurpose some of these structures that are within town centres, for instance, could be brought in to better use again. They may not ever satisfy, for instance, if they're formerly retail, maybe housing in town centres, which is where the Department for Communities would play a role, because it would help alleviate the pressures in terms of housing that they face. So I think if we were a bit more, if the executive were a bit more creative and imaginative about how this bill could play out, in working alongside councils and with the various departments that have listed, your own department, Minister, the Department for Finance, the Department for Economy, and of course the Department for Communities. I think that this bill could have the potential to do good things, but leaving it simply at the door of councils in itself, I think raises questions and concerns, which I know we will thrash out as we go forward in this process. I will.
The member for taking an intervention, because he highlights very important points that this bill is important, and we all agree that we have to, and we support the fact of dealing with dilapidation. But the Minister highlights there in his intervention about a consultation that happened. That consultation was 10 years ago. Would the member agree with me that that is too long ago, and that more communication with the sector was more important before bringing this bill?
Yes, I think that is a legitimate concern, and certainly things change quite quickly. The place where our towns and villages are in terms of dereliction are much worse today than they were 10 years ago, and there's a number of factors well beyond the control of any minister in this House that has led to that, and certainly I think it would be helpful if a more up-to-date consultation was indeed carried out to provide us with the most open view as to where things currently sit. Good policy. Well, Minister, yeah.
The member accept that whilst that consultation was undertaken in 2016, the committee, as part of its deliberations, had that call for evidence and was able to engage with people around this. And we do need to strike a balance, because I hear often from members in this House in terms of the amount of consultations we undertake rather than actual also delivery. So it's trying to strike a balance, engage with people, getting evidence, but also delivering action on the ground, and doing that in cooperation with local government, which is what we sought to do.
And I thank the Minister for that, and he's right to challenge me on that, because I'm often the person criticising him for all of these consultations. But in relation to how we can be more imaginative and how we can do something that is actually going to be beneficial and show a direct outcome and result, I think this bill potentially could be a strong starting point, particularly, as I've said, when you tie in all those other departments and working together as an executive collective. Yes, I'll give way, Mr.
Just on that, and thank the member for giving away again. He makes a very, very valid point. With many of those town centres, that some aspects and small buildings here and there, and some not so small, have fallen into dereliction. And I get where the Minister is coming from, bringing those back into use and ratepayer use. But many of our town centres have changed quite a bit, especially since lockdown. The retail centres have changed a bit. What I would like to know, maybe from yourself, Minister, what consultation was done with the likes of the Department for Communities around schemes such as there have been in the past, living over the shop schemes, where with a bit of seed funding, the centre of those towns can be changed very significantly, and could in fact help address many of the waiting lists that those of us that are in our constituencies see growing steadily.
I thank my colleague for that intervention, and it is indeed very helpful. It's something that I and other members have raised in the past in terms of living above the shop, if you like. In terms of dereliction, as an example, the street which my office is on in Strabane, all of the buildings, with the exception of mine and the solicitors across the road, are derelict. They could be very quickly repurposed and put into housing, but actually force footfall into our town centres. All of us are guilty of jumping in a car and nearly parking on the shoes of the person at the till to get into a shop. And for convenience, I say that as a rural person because we have to be forced that way. But the repurposing of our town centres, this bill will play a key part in, but it has to be done in conjunction with the other departments, and we need to be creative in relation to how we could put this bill to task. Certainly, as I've said, good policy, and I do believe this bill is well intended. I have no question of that. All of us want to see these issues tackled, but I do have fear that, particularly with the Minister's clarification around these are discretionary powers, just how this will be rolled out. Will it be rolled out more strongly in some council areas compared to others? Will ratepayers be hit harder in some places compared to others? Are councils further behind than other councils because they have been starved from investment for generations, where there's a lot of catching up to do, and there will be a huge amount of work to be done by the council in order to enforce or carry out the enforcement powers that they're now going to be given. So there is a wide net here that needs to be looked at proportionately. This bill, I have no doubt, can play, as I've said, a role in addressing dilapidation, but its success will depend on councils having support. I think that has been well said, and I'll continue to advocate on behalf of the councils, as I'm sure others will. They also will need resources and partnership with the wider executive, particularly the various departments that I've said. We're keen to support the amendments put in by the Minister, because very clearly he has been listening to the concerns raised by the committee and the robust process that we have followed, and I do appreciate that. I do believe there's a Minister here that has an opening ear on this issue, and I would encourage him and his officials to explore further how you could strengthen your role as a department in ensuring that councils are not left in a cliff edge situation where they have a massive enforcement to take in terms of, depending on the state of these buildings, because we don't know, there's no register, how you could play a stronger role with your executive colleagues. I do believe that this is a priority issue. Many are saying that our town centres, and I mean specific with town centres, dereliction covers more than town centres. I see it in housing estates, etc. as well. But we have a more concentrated element of it in our town centres, and it's something that does need to be dealt with. In terms of research that was carried out previously, there was work carried out by the Ulster University some years ago, Minister, in terms of a survey, which is in line with what we were asking in the amendment. I had it on a thing earlier, but I've misplaced it. But I think it is important that we do have some record and closely monitor the level of dereliction and dilapidation that exists in order to know the scale of the problem that we face. Happy to engage and continue engaging on this. I think this is something that could be positive, but I think that at the minute it's just falling short, and more needs to be done. But I'm happy to support the amendments from the Minister, and I'd ask other members of the House to consider the amendments from the SDLP. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Daniel. And I call on Aoife Finnegan. Aoife.
Look, at the outset, I want to be very clear that I think no one in this chamber disputes the impact that dangerous, neglected and dilapidation buildings have on our community. Every member in this chamber has dealt with residents who are frustrated by buildings that have been allowed to deteriorate, that attract antisocial behaviour, damage appearance of our towns and villages, and in some cases present genuine risk to the public safety. We've heard stories already from different members around the House about that already. So our communities have waited for far too long for meaningful action in this area. The objective behind this bill is therefore one that Sinn Féin absolutely supports. In fact, one of the greatest frustrations in this debate is that there was a genuine opportunity to bring forward legislation that would finally provide councils with the tools that they have been seeking for many years to tackle dangerous and neglected buildings. The Minister had The benefit of a consultation process that began in 2016, as we have already alluded to, almost a decade ago, extensive albeit late engagement with the local government sector and the expertise of those who will ultimately have the responsibility for implementing these powers. At committee stage, Sinn Féin supported the progression of this bill because we recognise that the current legislative framework is outdated and councils need stronger powers to address dangerous, neglected and dilapidated properties. However, our support at this stage was not the end of the conversation. As the bill progressed and detailed engagement took place with the local government sector, significant concerns emerged around legal uncertainty, financial liability, operational capacity and practical implementation. So it is important to recognise that the local government sector did not enter this process seeking to oppose the bill. They engaged constructively with the department and sought to improve the legislation through amendments. And their objective was to take a bill with its significant shortcomings and make it workable enough to deliver the policy intention. However, despite that engagement, many of the fundamental concerns remain unresolved. I do want to acknowledge that the Minister has brought forward a number of amendments in response to concerns raised during scrutiny, and we will support those amendments where they improve the workable provisions of the bill. However, where amendments relate to areas where significant concerns remain around legal certainty, financial exposure, operational capacity and the absence of dedicated funding, we are not satisfied that the underlying issues have been addressed, and we will be abstaining on those. So, having considered the bill in its entirety, Sinn Féin has sought to take a balanced and evidence-based approach. We will support those provisions that provide councils with stronger and workable powers to tackle dangerous and neglected properties. There are particular amendments before the House that relate to the most significant intervention powers available to councils, including requirements for substantial remedial works and, in certain circumstances, demolition. And while we support the objective of improving councils with stronger powers to address severely neglected and derelict buildings, these are complex decisions involving private property rights, significant enforcement action and potential for lengthy legal challenges. The local government sector has raised concerns that councils do not currently have the level of legal certainty, protection and operational support required to exercise these powers with confidence. And for that reason, while we support the objective behind these powers, we are not convinced that the amendments before us today provide the necessary safeguards, legal certainty and practical framework required for councils to exercise them with confidence. I will, of course, yes.
Would the member understand my disappointment in terms of the contribution around this? This is an executive bill which I got agreement from the executive to progress, and the first time I'm hearing about these concerns being outlined to me as a partner in government with yourselves is today in the chamber, and I would like to have been able to engage to try to resolve some of these issues to you, and also in relation to the committee report which was agreed by the committee in terms of its satisfaction around that, and so for this to occur today is a concern for me in terms of the future of these institutions.
I appreciate your input, and I will, of course, go ahead. Right.
Yes, the member for taking an intervention. Would the member agree with me that the very point of this process, and whilst I accept it as an executive bill, I think the member has been very clear that she wants to work with the Minister and try to address the issues that have been raised, that the very point of bringing legislation to the floor of this Assembly is so that we can debate it, so that we can look at it, so that we can fix things that may be wrong with it, so that people can raise their issues. No executive bill can come to this floor and expect to have no scrutiny because it's went through the executive. That just cannot be allowed to happen. That is what would put these institutions at risk.
Thank you for your intervention as well, and I couldn't agree with you more. And I welcome the fact that you are trying to tackle this issue. However, there are issues, and that's what the scrutiny process is about, as you know, Minister. So although you have made your amendments are technical in nature, and they do cover some of the gaps, but there's fundamental flaws within this bill that we have to scrutinise, and that is my job to do so. So, the most significant remaining concerns relate to the amendments before us, which I have already said, around cost recovery, liability, enforcement responsibilities and practical operation of new framework. The Department's position has been that councils will be able to recover costs from property owners. However, the practical reality is more complicated. There will be cases involving unknown ownership, complex ownership arrangements, disputes around responsibility or circumstances where owners simply do not have the financial means to repay the costs incurred. And having legal power to recover costs does not mean that those costs will always be recovered in practice. Where councils are unable to recover those costs, the financial burden does not simply disappear. It ultimately falls on the council and therefore the ratepayer. As elected representatives, it is our responsibility that, to not only improve our communities but also to protect the public purse and stand up for the pockets of the people, of working people and families. Well, of course, yes.
Deputy Speaker, I really do appreciate the member giving way, and I'm asking this question in a way to be constructive and in a way that we can look at the issues on the whole. And I have to ask that, noting all of the issues regarding cost recovery and practical difficulties that the member listed, will she also accept that there is a cost to those already who live beside or trade beside dilapidated premises in terms of a loss to the value of their property? And therefore, if more become dilapidated, there will be a knock-on effect loss to local councils in terms of loss of rates revenue. So we also have to look at those issues in terms of recovering costs to the council and rates, and also prevention of further dilapidation regarding sometimes immediate neighbours, sometimes entire neighbourhoods, and also high streets.
I absolutely appreciate that, and I do, and that's why we agree with this in principle. And look, I have in my own area of Newry and Armagh, I see it every single day, I see it every week. I see people coming into the constituency office with frustrations, but we need to make this workable, and I don't think that that's a huge ask, that the Minister listens to the implementers of this bill and makes those changes, and we have the opportunity to do that. So, the Minister has brought forward amendments in this area, and we recognise that they are an attempt to address some of the concerns raised during scrutiny. However, acknowledging a problem is not the same as resolving it. The amendments do not fully address the wider concerns around cost recovery. And for that reason, while we recognise the intention behind the amendments and the objective of creating a stronger enforcement framework, we remain concerned with the necessary protections and resources that are not in place. Therefore, we will be abstaining to some of the amendments. The Independent Assembly Research and Information Service report prepared by Dr Ryan Key is particularly relevant in this debate. It is important to state that the report does not recommend supporting or opposing the bill. However, it provides independent evidence that reinforces many of the concerns raised by the local government sector. It challenges the assumption that this legislation will be cost neutral. It highlights evidence from building control professionals who have questioned whether councils will always be able to recover their costs in practice, and have warned that councils could ultimately face significant financial liabilities. The report also identifies the potential scale of the challenge, with approximately 34,500 vacant properties across the north. Of course, a vacant property does not automatically mean dangerous or dilapidated properties. However, if even a small proportion require intervention, councils could potentially be dealing with thousands of additional enforcement cases. That raises serious questions around staffing, expertise and capacity. The report also raises concerns around whether the proposed fixed penalties would provide sufficient deterrent. Evidence from building control professionals suggests that remediation works can cost approximately £80,000 to £90,000 in standard cases, and can rise approximately to £2 million in more complex cases. So against that backdrop, a £500 fixed penalty may simply become a cost that some owners are prepared to absorb, rather than meaningful incentive to carry out necessary works. I will, yes.
I thank the member for giving way. There's some points of interest that she has raised. Aside from the bill at hand, Currently, the Department of Finance collect rates from property owners across Northern Ireland. It's very difficult, and I found it in my own constituency, where properties that have been laying vacant for a significant period of time, 2 actually were left to 2 family members. And the houses are left to a terrible state. They're very valuable pieces of property. And the rates hasn't been collected in either property for the last 10 years. Surely a mechanism to incentivise action would be that there was more action, heavier action taken by the Department of Finance in terms of getting people to look after these properties. Otherwise, the property would be repossessed effectively as well. Would it be something of consideration to your party that for properties that lie vacant deliberately, that maybe the rates burden maybe should increase specific to those people?
Yeah, and I thank you for your intervention. It's certainly conversations that it needs to be had, and I appreciate your point in that. So the concerns also extend to the wider operational framework, as I have said, including information gathering powers, entry powers, fixed penalties and departmental guidance. These provisions will require significant officer time, specialist expertise and increased administrative capacity. They will also inevitably create greater public expectation that councils will intervene. So yes, despite placing these additional responsibilities on councils, this remains no commitment from DAERA to provide dedicated core funding to allow councils to deliver these functions effectively. This is where the bill falls short, unfortunately. In other jurisdictions where comparative powers are in place, local authorities are provided with dedicated resources and funding to ensure these powers can be exercised effectively and consistently. If we are serious about tackling dereliction, we cannot simply transfer responsibility from central government to local government and assume that uncertain cost recovery mechanisms will make the systems pay for itself. A successful model requires investment, proper resourcing and a realistic understanding of the challenges council face on the ground. Without that support, the financial and operational pressure will ultimately fall on councils and ultimately on the ratepayer. Yes, go ahead.
Deputy Speaker, I really do appreciate the member giving me again and again. I'm not saying this to be mischievous. I'm saying this so that all of us are clear. Would the member accept from this intervention that the central government per se does not have responsibility for dilapidation, that the responsibility lies with the owner, and therefore it is not representative to infer that this is transferring responsibility from central government to local government, because central government is not responsible and local government will not become responsible for the property. The responsibility of the dilapidation will sit with the owner, as it does currently.
Fair enough. I think I've made my point very clear within the notes. But anyway, I also want to address the amendments brought forward by other members. Sinn Féin has considered each amendment carefully, and our position throughout this process has been guided by one simple question. Does this amendment make the legislation more workable, more effective and more capable of being delivered by councils in practice? While we recognise the intention behind the amendments brought forward by the SDLP, we do not believe they address the fundamental concerns identified by the local government sector around funding, legal certainty, operational capacity and deliverability. In some cases, the risk creating further administrative responsibilities for council without addressing the underlying issue of resources. For that reason, Sinn Féin will not be supporting the SDLP amendments before the House, although we do get the rationale behind it. I also want to return to the Minister's overall approach. After almost a decade since the original consultation, council should have been presented with legislation that was not only ambitious in its intentions but also properly funded, legally robust and capable of being delivered in practice. I've given way many times, so unfortunately at this stage, Minister, I won't be. The Minister had the opportunity to bring forward a framework that genuinely empowered councils to transform neglected areas and tackle long-standard dereliction. While the ambition behind the bill is one that we share, we absolutely do, the practical foundations required to make that ambition a reality have not been fully put in place. The Minister has recognised some of the concerns raised by local government sector and has brought forward amendments in response. However, recognising concern is not the same as resolving them. The central question remains: when councils are required to intervene, incur significant costs, and those costs cannot be recovered, who ultimately carries the burden? And the answer is clear: councils and ultimately the ratepayer. As elected representatives, our responsibility does not end by passing legislation that sounds good on paper. Our responsibility is to ensure that legislation works in practice and that working people and families are not left picking up the bill for responsibilities that should be properly funded by central government. Deputy Speaker, the responsibility of this amendment is not simply to pass amendments, it is to ensure that those amendments deliver legislation that actually works, legislation that is properly funded, legislation that gives councils not just the powers to act, but the resources, legal certainty and practical support to use those powers effectively. That approach is reflected in our voting position today, and we will support the amendments and provisions that provide councils with effective and workable powers. However, where the amendments before us do not adequately address concerns around legal certainty, financial exposure, operational capacity and the absence of dedicated funding, we will abstain. Gurmila Mayagov.
Thank you, Aoife. I call on Tom Buchanan. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the outset, I want to welcome the importance of this legislation that is before the House today. And while it is a step in the right direction for our towns and villages, it is not maybe the silver bullet to just cover all of the areas that will be brought into focus. And I want to acknowledge the amount of scrutiny that this bill already has been subject to at committee level since its first reading in this House. We heard from quite a few witnesses, and the bill was back and forth between the department officials and committee on numerous occasions, seeking to iron out concerns raised with the witnesses. And there's no doubt there are still some concerns, as we've heard in the House today already, some concerns with regards to issues that have been brought forward. And while there has been 36 amendments tabled to the bill, 32 are from the Minister, and most of them are technical in nature. They tidy up the drafting, they improve the clarity, they help correct the terminology in the bill, and there were no dissenting voices to any of the amendments that were brought forward at committee. They were fully scrutinised at committee, and whenever it came to pass them in committee, we had no dissenting voices whatsoever. However, there are some amendments which go beyond the tidying of the wording of the bill and go to the very heart of how the bill will operate on the ground and what extra burdens it does place on already overstretched councils. And I just want to look at some of those briefly today. Amendment 19 focuses on cost recovery for fencing and watching dangerous buildings, but it fails to provide like a financial framework for councils in their delivery of it. It clarifies that councils may recover the cost of fencing off or watching a dangerous building which poses a danger to the public, but clarity is not the same as practicality, and the fact is that councils can only recover the cost if the owner is willing to pay, and councils are likely to find that in a number of cases the owner is absent, is insolvent, or simply unwilling to pay. So while the amendment improves the wording, it doesn't really address the underlying problem of new duties created by the bill without the resources to deliver them, placing the onus again on council to recuperate the cost or ultimately allow the ratepayer to carry the financial burden. And surely in considering this, there should be, perhaps the Minister should look again at some way of assisting councils in this area moving forward. And moving to Amendment 22, this expands the ability of council to require information from individuals while giving the department power to restrict what can be asked for. However, in reality, every notice and every new form and every new administrative step is another cost to councils. and we simply cannot keep relying on councils to pick this up. Councils, we can't really pretend that councils have a budget, that their budgets are elastic with plenty of stretch left in them, when, like many other sectors, they too come under pressure. And there is concern from councils across across Northern Ireland with regards to these issues. Amendment 26 tightens the conditions under which a lay inspector may obtain a warrant to enter premises, and while this is a safeguard for property rights, it increases the administrative load on councils. Inspectors will now need to demonstrate refusal or anticipate refusal, and that no alternative route exists. And while this is legally sound, it is operational heavy for councils to enforce. Amendment 28 clarifies that paying a fixed penalty discharges liability only up to date of payment, and if the person continues to ignore the maintenance notice, they remain liable. And while no one will argue against that, it nevertheless again increases the enforcement work for councils and monitoring, revisiting a notice and potentially prosecuting. But again, this creates another issue that council seems to have a concern with. And in dealing with the amendments from the SDLP, I know one of my colleagues will be dealing with that, so I leave that to the side at this moment in time. But in closing, Mr. Speaker, the bill has good intentions, and I hope that the bill going forward, that it works for our areas, for our towns and for our villages, that it delivers. But I do have some concerns with regards to the delivery of it, and I would ask the Minister that he continues to work and to liaise with councils on this particular bill, to ensure that whenever the bill does come forward and is passed through this House and passed on, the responsibilities are passed on to the council for delivery, that they are in a position where they will be able to deliver on it, and that the people in the areas, in the towns and villages, and as elected representatives, we will be able to see the benefit of the delivery of the bill whenever it passes through the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. I call on John Blair. John.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. I rise as Alliance spokesperson for DAERA and as a member of the DAERA Committee. At the outset, I want to again express the Alliance Party's support for this bill. This is a long-awaited and crucial piece of legislation that aims to empower our district councils with the necessary tools to address the pressing issue of dilapidated and dangerous buildings in our town centres and in our villages and in our wider communities. These properties are not only eyesores for the local community, they decrease property values, they pose health and safety risks, and they have a harmful impact on the wider environment. I also wish to take a moment, if I can, Deputy Speaker, to acknowledge the work of the Minister and his officials in bringing forward this bill. It is my belief that the legislation has been improved through the committee scrutiny process. We've heard some mention of that already, and that included input from a number of key stakeholders. I hope they feel their views have been heard up until this point, and where possible that those views have been addressed. To reflect the improvement and refinement of the bill as it works its way through the Assembly's legislative process, a number of amendments have been tabled by my Alliance colleague and the Minister for Agriculture, Environment, Rural Affairs, and Alliance supports those amendments also. They are technical in nature and therefore sensible, constructive and consistent with the purpose of the bill as outlined when I started. There are also a number of amendments tabled by Mr McCrossan, and I want to be clear about the stance that the Alliance will take in relation to them. The first of Mr McCrossan's amendment seeks to place a statutory duty on the Department to appoint a person or body to carry out periodic reviews of dilapidated buildings and related matters. Whilst I can fully appreciate the logic behind that amendment, Alliance believes that the most appropriate body to assess the level of dilapidation in any area is the District Council itself. It would also come, in the way it's framed in the amendment in this regard, at a significant cost to the public purse and would not therefore represent good value for money. Furthermore, Deputy Speaker, if Amendment 34 if passed, would require district councils to establish, maintain and publish in a manner that is accessible to the public a register of action taken under this piece of legislation. Departmental officials have been clear from the outset that the bill should not impose additional statutory duties on district councils. And this amendment, and indeed the previous amendment, would do just that. The Minister spoke only yesterday, for example, at question time, and he's mentioned it here as well today, about the discretionary nature of the bill to assist local councils in dealing with dilapidation and dereliction. The amendment adds additional burden and commitment. Ultimately, the legislation is intended to give councils more effective powers, not to burden them with additional layers of reporting that may have limited practical value. If councils wish to keep their own records, that should be a matter for local judgment rather than a statutory requirement. The remaining two amendments tabled by Mr McCrossan are consequential to the two amendments that I've already addressed. If they are dependent on the earlier proposals, the same concerns apply, and therefore Alliance do not intend to support them at this stage. To conclude, Deputy Speaker, with a few points, I want to say that the underlying aim of the bill is to give councils practical powers to deal with dilapidation in a way that is proportionate and also flexible. We should be careful not to undermine that objective by layering new statutory duties upon our district councils that would add complexity, cost and potentially create duplication without adding any significant benefit to tackling the issues caused by derelict buildings. So, I'll close with this. Despite the last-minute reservations expressed from Sinn Féin today, I think our focus is on the right issues, and I think we must continue to focus on the fact that this is an executive bill coming through with cross-party support at that stage. Focus on the fact that there was no dissension at the DAERA Committee, which examined this in detail for a considerable period of time. And we should focus on, and keep our focus on, the overwhelming need to address dilapidation and dereliction in our high streets and also in our hamlets. And for those reasons, I look forward to the bill's continued progress through this House and look forward to working with others in delivering it. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, John. I call on Declan McAleer. Declan.
Thank you. I'd like to, first of all, take this opportunity to speak today and to sort of follow on from the key points made by my colleague, Aoife Finnegan MLA. I should also add that I place on record our appreciation of the work of the committee and Janice and Linda and all in the committee and the assistants in the Bill's office as well in terms of our scrutiny of this legislation. I think we've had over 22 sessions scrutinised, so we have looked at it and given it its due consideration. So, like many people here, I'm frustrated by the long-standing dereliction in our constituencies, our towns and villages right across the district, and that was reflected on by Daniel McCrossan as well, who's a constituency colleague of mine in West Tyrone. And people do want to see action, and they have a right to expect that we as legislators provide Council with effective tools to address these issues. And we support the ambition of the bill. We made that clear at the first stage and today here as well, and indeed in the committee as well, and to give councils stronger powers to intervene. But we feel that the stronger powers must also be accompanied by a framework that is properly resourced, legally robust and workable. And we've taken a very considered view on all of the amendments here today, and Aoife has outlined what our positions will be on these. Basically, we will be supporting amendments that we feel strengthen the workable provisions of the bill and improve its practical implementation. And I suppose from a resource point of view, that's a key debate too, and the practicalities of it. We can't create a situation where councils are expected to take on significant new responsibilities, incur substantial costs and manage increased workloads without the necessary resources required to do so. And just when I was looking over at the committee report, that was some of the issues that kept recurring from the council's point of view. they were, and indeed even from many stakeholders, about the support, the resourcing, the review. I'm very appreciative that a review clause is put in, and the fact that it's discretionary. Also, what was said during the committee as well is that there's 11 councils in the north, and each of them has their own local development plan. And if we're looking for consistency across the north, it's going to be a challenge to achieve that. And even in West Tyrone, we have 3 different councils in our one constituency. So basically, we've heard, I suppose, a lot from Nilga and correspondence and Solace as well about the issue of costs and the fear that costs cannot be recovered. Indeed, if legal challenges were brought to councils about, say, notices that were made, that this would be very costly to the ratepayer. And we know that in other jurisdictions where other similar comparable powers are put in place, local authorities are provided with the resources to ensure these powers can be exercised effectively, and that's the standard we should be aiming for here. So we feel that our position is a balanced one. We support the parts of the bill that will give councils meaningful powers to tackle dangerous and neglected properties. However, where significant concerns remain around legal uncertainty, financial exposure, operational capacity and the absence of dedicated council funding, those are provisions that we would be not supporting. So, thank you.
Thank you, Declan. I call on Michelle McIlvaine. Michelle.
I'm pleased to contribute to the consideration stage of the Dilapidation Bill, and as you noted earlier when you chastised me, Deputy Speaker, I have been here a long time. So reflecting back, I first raised the issue of the need for powers to be given to councils to address dilapidation way back in February 2012 with the then Minister Atwood on a motion I brought to the Assembly on behalf of the DUP. And during that debate I highlighted the enforcement difficulties being faced by local councils, highlighting many of these issues along with the problems which were brought to me by environmental health officials in the then Ardsborough Council. I went through some of the prevailing legislation at that time and suggested that this was something perhaps that the Minister needed to address. And I was delighted to find that there was a willing Minister, which isn't always the case, so credit to Alex Atwood. But it is perhaps disappointing that it has taken a further 14 years for us to get to this stage. After all this time, I do remain an advocate for the creation of these powers and therefore welcome this bill. At its heart, this is a practical piece of legislation which seeks to address a problem that communities right across Northern Ireland know only too well, and that's certainly been mentioned in the chamber here today. We all have seen buildings and sites that have been left neglected for years, creating eyesores, damaging local confidence, undermining regeneration efforts, and also in some cases presenting genuine risks to public safety. And we will all have had complaints from constituents asking us what's being done about the problem. The evidence which was presented to the ERA Committee has demonstrated a broad consensus that the current legislative framework is no longer fit for purpose. Much of the law in this area is outdated, it's fragmented across a range of statutes, and it's often difficult for councils to use it effectively. As the Minister has stated, the bill does represent an opportunity for us to modernise these powers, consolidate enforcement mechanisms and provide local councils with a clearer and more effective framework for tackling dilapidated buildings and neglected land. A problem that has worsened, not improved, in the intervening 14 years. I do appreciate that there is some discomfort among councils around the application of some of these powers, and we've heard that throughout the committee stage. The fundamental objective of the bill, however, is a good one. It's important, however, that the Department is supportive of local councils in delivering clear statutory guidance on the subjective terms within the legislation, as well as the discretionary nature of the powers being conferred and also around enforcement. The committee heard that the bill would bring Northern Ireland more closely in line with powers that already exist elsewhere in the United Kingdom. It will provide councils with a coherent set of tools to intervene where buildings and sites have fallen into disrepair, and strengthen the ability of councils to recover costs where they're required to take action themselves. Those are important reforms if we're to be serious about tackling blight in our streets. Dereliction does not just affect the appearance of an area, it discourages investment, it adversely impacts on neighbouring property owners, it contributes to antisocial behaviour and creates a sense among communities that they've also been forgotten. So in giving councils a more effective means of addressing these problems, the bill has the potential to support regeneration, improve local environments and increase civic pride in our towns, villages and urban neighbourhoods right across Northern Ireland. But the bill alone, as others have mentioned, can't achieve that. In my own constituency of Strangford, Ards and North Down Borough Council's Empty to Energised is a vehicle by which the council wants to bring vacant commercial properties back into use in Newtonards town centre. However, it's finding that closed catchment in NI water assets means that new connections can't be made in properties vacant over 5 years. So there needs to be steps taken by other executive departments to ensure that the causes of dereliction and dilapidation are addressed as well. However, our support for the bill and amendments tabled by the Minister does not mean ignoring the concerns raised during scrutiny. The committee examined carefully the balance between public interest and private property rights. The powers contained in the bill are significant, and as with any enforcement legislation, they need to be exercised fairly, proportionately and transparently. Property owners should have clear rights of appeal and access to due process. Enforcement should always be targeted at genuine cases of dilapidation and neglect, rather than becoming an unnecessary burden on responsible owners facing temporary difficulties. There's a real onus on the Department to ensure that the passing of the bill is not the end of their role in this. And I've said clearly that statutory guidance must go hand in hand with these powers, and there must be clarity around that. The committee also heard concerns from local government stakeholders regarding resources and implementation, and we heard that from previous speakers. Granting councils additional powers is one thing, and ensuring that councils have the capacity, the expertise and funding to use those powers effectively is another. So if this legislation is to succeed, it must be accompanied by appropriate guidance, training and support. Otherwise, there is a risk that expectations will be raised without councils having the practical ability to deliver the outcomes that communities expect. So it very much is about managing those expectations going forward, at least in the short term. Another important issue raised during scrutiny relates to historic and heritage buildings. Northern Ireland's built heritage is an asset that must be protected. In some cases, buildings may appear neglected but possess significant historical or architectural value. So it's therefore essential that the new powers operate in a way that complements existing heritage protections and encourages restoration where possible, rather than simply focusing on enforcement for its own sake. I also believe that prevention should remain an important principle. While councils need effective powers to address the most serious cases, we should encourage engagement with owners at a very early stage and seek voluntary compliance wherever possible. The best outcome is often one achieved through cooperation rather than enforcement. I do believe that the case for reform is compelling. The bill provides a long overdue opportunity to replace outdated legislation with a modern framework that better serves communities, supports regeneration and helps councils address persistent problems that have too often gone unresolved. No legislation is perfect, and the committee's scrutiny has highlighted areas where safeguards, guidance and implementation arrangements will require careful attention. Those concerns should continue to inform the Assembly's consideration of the bill. However, the principle underpinning the legislation is sound. Communities deserve protection from the blight caused by long-term dereliction and neglect. Councils deserve effective powers that are clear, workable and proportionate. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I don't wish to repeat too much more of what has been said by previous speakers. So, in summary, turning to the amendments as tabled, we are content to support Amendments 1 through to 32 and Amendments 34 and 36. I believe that Amendment 33 is bureaucratic and unwieldy and potentially costly. What's being proposed under the bill are discretionary powers being given to local councils to take the most appropriate action in the given circumstances. Amendment 33, I believe, sits at odds with this. How a departmental appointed body or person is going to gather the necessary evidence to meet this obligation isn't clear. The number of buildings, structures and sites will be huge, but access issues are not clear. Establishing a structure is dangerous without the need for a comprehensive survey is not clear, and the reasons for having such an audit and review are also not clear. So I'm afraid I can't support this, and as a result, Amendment 35 does not have my support. We are content for the need for individual registers to be kept, as set out in Amendment 34, as this is in keeping with other environmental legislation and can be open for inspection if needs be, and therefore I believe it also ties in with the review which forms part of Amendment 32. In conclusion, can I thank departmental officials, witnesses and in particular the committee clerk and team in the ERA Committee and of course the Bill Office for their work and support during the committee stage of the bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Michelle, and I call on Gareth Wilson. Gareth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been an interesting process, and it must be made clear at the outset that this is legislation that will be passed from this House to our 11 local councils to operate. That isn't an action without significant impact, as we've heard from other members in the House today. With that being the case, I do have concerns that no extra resourcing will be coming from DAERA to our local councils to assist them with the exercise of these functions. And personally,
for a single moment dispute the points that you made. I think it's a good point and it's a well-made point. But in reality, when we look at this bill, we have to look at the second sentences and the second paragraphs of the first three clauses where it says a council may exercise its powers. This bill does not mean that the council must act. A council may act, and if the council doesn't have the fiscal provision to do that, well then they're unlikely to do so. That's not to take away from the ambition of us to work with the Minister and the Executive to find that additional money that may be required. But in reality, some of this, I think, has been misrepresented. The legislation says a council may.
I thank the member for his intervention, and he will, I suppose, appreciate that I come from council quite recently, within the last 6 months. So I do, I suppose, have an affinity with my colleagues in ABC, and I know one of them was on the committee, and when they're telling them that they would very much like resources, and it's quite fresh in my mind, the pressures that are on council resources, that is why I feel that I can't not say that within this House, because I do feel at times that there's a chasm that exists between this House and councils that I feel we should be working harder to bridge, and it's part of that process with this bill. But the process is now at this point and will soon become hopefully another tool in the shed of our local councils across Northern Ireland, and it is clear that around Northern Ireland there are a high number of dilapidated buildings and structures, and that almost goes without saying, and this is an attempt to enable councils to have more powers to deal with these types of structures. The process involved in the DAERA committee, it was considerable. It was a new experience for me as a new member. It was interesting to scrutinise this legislation, taking it line by line and working right through all the various clauses and proposed amendments. That, for me, has been an enlightening and enjoyable process. I have raised concerns on the potential for duplication in terms of legislation, and I do point to the existing powers within the Department for Infrastructure, and I did raise this with the Minister recently, and he responded to me stating, with particular reference to the Clause 51 of the Roads Northern Ireland Order 1993, the Minister did reply to me as part of an AQW that as part of ongoing engagement with other departmental officials during the development of the Dilapidation Bill, no specific discussion took place between my officials and those from the Department for Infrastructure in relation to DFI's powers under Article 51 of the Roads Northern Ireland Order 1993. Article 51 will continue to be available to DFI when the Dilapidation Bill is enacted, and references to similar powers available to other departments and bodies will be highlighted in the forthcoming statutory guidance, and I recognise that, Minister. But just to go on that point, and I think it is important just to give some citing of that particular order, and it does relate to dangerous land adjoining roads. In clause 51, the department, in this case DFI, is of the opinion that a building, wall or structure is in such a condition as to be dangerous to persons using the road. The department may serve a notice on the owner of the structure or the owner-occupier of the land, requiring him to carry out such works of repair, protection, removal, alteration or enclosure as will obviate the danger. And this is slightly concerning, given that in my own public representation of the road over the last 20 years, I've seen many occasions whereby there has been this ping-pong approach between DFI and local councils in terms of who should be dealing with the dangers that are present on the edge of a public footpath or road. And that is the main and clear domain of this bill in terms of attempting to refresh and update laws that haven't been changed in many years. And I do feel, even with this legislation, that there will still be this ping-pong approach between local councils and DFI in these circumstances. And when looking at the roads order, there very much remains a responsibility, I feel, for action by DFI. And I'm not in a favour, as the Minister has said himself, of a system that provides escape routes for one section of government. And I do feel that the Minister should have conversations, and I mean the DAERA Minister, with his DFI counterparts in this regard, and that responsibility is reasonably shared. And I would, if possible, like the Minister to respond on that matter, either in the House or to me in writing. Given that there are 11 local councils, it is quite possible and most likely that there will be 11 different responses to this legislation and 11 different methods of applying this law. I know that NILGA has taken a very keen interest in this legislation, and rightly so, and I feel their involvement in front of the committee was very useful, and the fact that extra sessions were organised with the Bill Office and officials was important and, in my view, necessary. And I did make the point at committee that when this type of legislation is being developed, and the fact that it is being administered by our local councils must be fully heard. They are a tier of governance that can't be detached from this legislature. When legislation has the greatest buy-in and is worked up with the widest possible slate of opinions, then, in my view, that legislation has the greatest chance of success. And with that being said, and coming, as I've said, from my local government experience, I know that councils still have concerns about this legislation. I recognise that. And that is why I'm not in favour of Amendment 33 or 35, as I feel that this places an even greater burden on the already stretched resource requirements of our local councils. And I do speak, of course, as I've said, with affinity to ABC Council, and I know acutely the issues that exist in my town and village centres in terms of dilapidation in my own constituency. The other amendments tabled do seek to streamline the legislation, and I understand their inclusion. It will be important that Clause 32 as tabled is progressed, as not having a review of this significant piece of legislation would be highly regrettable and would miss important points raised by local councils, as they will have, by that stage of the review, built up a considerable weight of experience. I would urge the Minister to resource such a review properly in order to ensure that the review is wide-ranging and encompasses fully the experiences of all 11 local councils. Indeed, I would hope that should councils agree with one voice that a particular section of the legislation has proven in practice to be ineffective, inefficient, too costly, or has not had the impact that the legislation promised, then the Minister must present with an attitude to adjust the legislation and ensure that the best possible legal outcomes are obtained for our local councils. I do want to take this opportunity to thank everyone who played their part in creating and contributing to this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much indeed. And I call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to Wine. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I would say happy birthday to you because others did, and I don't want to make sure that I omit that. Did you forget?
I forget, yeah.
John shares that as well. First of all, I just want to thank members for the debate and for the issues raised. I think it's important to also put on record again my thanks to the committee for the deliberations around this. I know this was an extended committee session, and there was good work done in terms of witnesses and evidence around that. I'm just going to pick up a couple of the issues that were raised during the debate here at consideration stage. The chair of the committee raised a number of issues just in terms of how will a council recover its costs if an owner cannot be traced. And Clause 12 provides that in court proceedings to recover costs, the court may consider whether a person other than the defendant ought to be liable for whole or part of the costs, and the court may make an order accordingly. As is the case for serving a notice under the bill, the Department was keen to ensure that the range of persons for whom costs may be recovered is broad. Before deciding to recover costs from a particular person, it would be in order for a council to satisfy itself that it is appropriate to pursue the person for the costs. The provision of robust and effective measures to ensure that the appropriate person or organisation pays for the necessary remedial actions is key to minimising costs to the public purse and preventing unscrupulous property owners from deriving financial benefit from letting buildings fall into disrepair. Under the current draft of the bill, the Council will have to use its judgment on a case-by-case basis as to whether to begin enforcement proceedings if the likelihood of recovering costs would be minimal, and is considered reasonable to assume that it would adopt an approach which doesn't put its finances at risk and ensures that it maximises its success in the interest of the ratepayer. In terms of whether the inability to trace an owner would inhibit a council from carrying out the works itself, this should not prevent councils from carrying out works. Owners or other persons of interest should and will be actively pursued. I'm conscious of the desire for this legislation to work in an effort to improve and regenerate their areas using a variety of methods. And those can include the Land and Property Services Search, Companies House Search, also in relation to Section 16 information notices. So there is means to explore in regards to this. In relation to the issues raised by Patsy McGlone during the debate, and it was in terms of the engagement with the Department for Communities, I can confirm, and this has previously been set out, that the Department for Communities is working in partnership with the Department of Infrastructure and also my own department in terms of the Shaping Sustainable Places programme. And the recently published responses to the publication on this are useful to consider. The Shaping Sustainable Places programme is a long-term £150 million physical regeneration programme which aims to support the transformation of villages, towns and city centres across Northern Ireland, helping deliver long-term benefits for places and the people who use them. The Shaping Sustainable Places programme articulates a vision for maximising the limited budgets available for regeneration through focused, strategically aligned projects. The proposed programme would seek to deliver place-based regeneration and infrastructure interventions, which will be delivered by district councils, and is intended that a final set of proposals will be brought forward for ministerial and executive consideration in the coming months. In the contribution from Daniel McCrossan, and I understand the contribution from Patsy was part of an intervention, you referenced the Ulster University report of 2018, and it was commissioned for my department to establish the scale of the problem across all property types. While it attempted to place cost estimates under different scenarios on remediation costs, the fact is that the costs should first and foremost fall to those with financial interest in a property. The bill seeks to do this by including robust cost recovery provisions, including a charge on land, the power of sale and also financial penalties. And hopefully that sets that out. In relation to the contributions from Anya and the perspective from Sinn Féin in regards to this, I recognise the broad support for the principles. Sorry. I recognise and I'm grateful for the support of the broad principles of the bill, and hopefully this can pass in terms of consideration stage and we can move forward towards the passage of it. I did state that I was disappointed and rather taken aback to the approach that's been outlined today. I first heard of where Sinn Féin were likely to vote on this in the canteen yesterday, and I hope the Government of Northern Ireland can be better than that we can try to work through this. And the reason I was disappointed at that was that I'm very conscious of the report that came from the committee, which you understood was agreed unanimously by the committee. So I was taking that as an express position from all members on the committee. And I have tried, and I've set it out yesterday in question time and also again today, to be very conscious of the concerns of local government, and we've done significant engagement in regards to this. And we're very clear. Yeah, Rob, sorry.
I think it's fair to say that we are supportive with the principle of the bill, but if you in future would like to get feedback from Sinn Féin, canteens is probably not the feedback you need. Come to me directly and we can outline that. In terms of the committee, the agreements were made in terms of in the committee, but further discussion was had, and we certainly had further discussion, and yourself had further discussion. We were hoping that those changes could have been made to make the bill workable. So I hope you will appreciate that.
Look, I appreciate that, but what happened is I heard that what your position was likely to be in this. I reached out to the Chief Whip of your party to understand the position, and it's now been articulated today in the Chamber. And what I try to do is try to work with people and try to address people's concerns in regards to this. It is an executive bill, and I'm trying to understand that the issue is that when there are executive legislation, there is a trust that we need to have in terms of progression of legislation within this place. And in terms of the concerns of local government, we have sought diligently to try to address those, and there will be statutory guidance published which hopefully will give that clarity that is required. I am also conscious that the ERA Committee wrote back to Solace in response to recommendations made on the 22nd of May, and it detailed that the Committee then gave detailed consideration and due diligence to all proposals submitted by NILGA alongside the Department's responses as set out in the Committee's report on the bill. Whilst members note that not all of NILGA's proposed amendments have been taken forward by the Minister, the Committee was content with the rationale provided by the Department for not proceeding with those amendments. And it concludes in stating, in conclusion, the Committee considers that it made extensive efforts, and I really do value that, to facilitate and respond to stakeholder input, including accommodating late-stage evidence from NILGA and also Building Control Northern Ireland. This included the organisation of dedicated roundtable sessions involving both departmental and Assembly bill officials, representing a significant and, in the Committee's view, a proportionate response to the issues raised. So I understand the concerns, but what I'm thinking is that if there's the Committee have done their work, and I'm grateful for that, we have done significant engagement to that, and we come here to consideration stage. I don't know what more I can do in relation to this in terms of the concerns that have now been articulated at a late stage in this place, but hopefully we can move forward to this. We'll have a further consideration stage and also a final stage. I don't agree with the member in terms... Sorry.
Moving forward to further consideration stage, would you commit to further engagement with NILGA?
I'm happy to engage, but what I need to understand is what is particularly the request, and I've set out earlier as well in relation to the role of the statutory guidance, and that will be important that we do that. To hardwire definitions into primary legislation could potentially make the bill inoperable, and we have to be very conscious of the impact of that. So what we're trying to do is trying to reflect practice in the rest of the UK and Ireland in terms of how we do this legislation, and also be attuned to the fact this is a discretionary power, and it's for councils to make their decision in terms of whether they intervene in regards to that. And there's a benefit of bringing dilapidated buildings back into use in terms of the rate space for councils. So, we have done an engagement, and I'm very keen to work with councils because ultimately they're the coalface in terms of delivering around this. Tom, in his contribution, said that whether we will continue to engage with local government, and we will, most particularly in relation to the statutory guidance. That's something we want to do is in partnership with local government so that their needs are reflected as part of that. And to me, that's the best way forward, rather than putting definitions in terms of terminology on the face of the bill. Gareth also mentioned in relation to the Department of Infrastructure and in terms of the engagement with them as part of their roads legislation. I'm happy to write to you about that and engage with you around this. But this legislation seeks to provide us that flexible opportunity for implementation of legislation which then the councils can choose to use, whether it's discretionary for their utilisation. Also, in relation to the contributions from Michelle, I do value that. I do understand that this has been a long time in gestation. I think it's very clear that in terms of passage of this legislation, it will then be for councils to use. I know that there's a difference of opinion in relation to the amendments that Daniel has put, and hopefully the House can decide in relation to this. But I think this has been a useful debate. I want to particularly thank the committee for a lot of work that was put in regards to this, and hopefully we can move through this consideration stage and further passage of the bill.
Thank you, Minister. Just before we commence, I wish to remind members that Amendment 27 is a paving amendment to Amendment 28, and Amendment 31 is a paving amendment to Amendment 34. Therefore, if members are minded to support Amendments 28 and/or 34, they should consider supporting Amendments 27 and 31, as they are amendments intended as two packages. Did I get that right? Excellent. Good. Right. Okay, let's move on. Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 2. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 2. The question is that Clause 2 is amended to stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 3 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 3. The question is that Clause 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 2.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 2, line 41. Insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is the Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 4 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 5 stand part of the bill. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 5. The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 6 stand part. No amendments will be tabled to Clause 6. The question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 is already debated. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 3.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 7, line 4, line 28. Insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 7 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 8. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 8. The question is that Clause 8 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 9. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 9. The question is that Clause 9 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 10 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 10. The question is that Clause 10 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 4.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 4. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Give me one pause. Very pleasant. Right. Amendment 5 already debated. Amendment 5 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 5.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 5. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 already debated. Amendment 6 is I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 6.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 10. Leave out words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 7 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 7.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 12. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 already debated. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 8. Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 13. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is Amendment 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 9 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 9.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 15. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 10 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 10.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 16. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 11 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 11.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 18. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 12 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 12.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 21, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 12 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 has already been debated. I call the Minister to formally move Amendment 13.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 22, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 14 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move.
Moved.
Amendment proposed at Clause 11, page 17, line 24, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 14 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 15 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 15. Amendment proposed at Clause 11, page 7, line 26, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 15 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 16 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 16.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 34, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 15 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 17 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 17. Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 38, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 17 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 18 already debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 18.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 11, page 7, line 40, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 18 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 11 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 19 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 19.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 12, page 8, line 18, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 19 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 20 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Agriculture. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 20.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 12, page 8, line 30, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 20 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 21 already debated. I call the Minister to formally move Amendment 21.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 12, page 8, line 35, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is Amendment 21 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is Clause 12 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 13. The question is that Clause 13 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 14. The question is that Clause 14 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 15. The question is that Clause 15 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 22 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 22.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 16, page 9, line 19, leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 22 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 16 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 23 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 23.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 17, page 11, line 12, insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 23 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 24 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 24. Amendment proposed to Clause 17, page 11, line 23, insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 24 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 17 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 25 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 25.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 18, page 12, line 3. Leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is Amendment 25 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 26 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 26. Amendment proposed to Clause 18, page 12, line 11. Insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 26 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 18 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 27 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 27.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 19, page 12, line 34. Insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 27 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 28 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 28. Amendment proposed to Clause 19, page 12, line 36. Insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 28 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 19 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 20. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 20. The question is Clause 20 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 29 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 29.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 21, page 13, line 29. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 29 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is Clause 21 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 22. The question is Clause 22 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 23. The question is that Clause 23 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 24. The question is Clause 24 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 30 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 30. Amendment proposed to Clause 25, page 15, line 25. Leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 30 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 31 has already been debated. I call Mr Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 31.
Moved.
Okay. Amendment proposed to Clause 25, page 15, line 31. Insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 31 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? Right. Okay, let's go. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Persistence. Order. Order. The question is that Amendment 31 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those contrary? Well, do we have all those in favour? Just make sure you're understanding what you're doing for. The question is that Amendment 31 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Oh, there we go. Order. The question is Clause 25 as amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments to be tabled to Clause 26. The question is Clause 26, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 27. No amendments to be tabled to Clause 27. The question that Clause 27, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments to be tabled to Clause 28. The question is Clause 28, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 32 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to move formally Amendment 32. Amendment proposed after Clause 28, insert new clause, review of Act. The question is that Amendment 32 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 33 has already been debated. I call Mr Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 33.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after Clause 28, insert new clause, periodic review of dilapidated buildings, dangerous structures and neglected sites. The question is Amendment 33 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? No. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Maybe the Order. The question is that Amendment 33 be made and to the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? No. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Patsy McClone and Justin McNulty. Tellers for the noes are David Hunniford and Andrew McMurray. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clear the doors. Order. Members will resume their seats. Clerk, could you please read the result?
76 members voted, 8 members voted aye, 68 members voted no. The amendment is negatived.
Amendment 33 has been negatised. Unfasten the doors. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to Amendment 34, has already been debated. I call Mr Daniel McCrossan to move formally Amendment 34.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after Clause 28, insert new clause, accessible register of action taken under this Act. The question is that Amendment 34 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 29. The question is Clause 29 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Option B. I will not call Amendment 35 as it is consequential to Amendment 33, which has not been made. The question is Clause 30 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments will be tabled to Clause 31. The question is Clause 31 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 36 has already been debated. I call the Minister to move formally Amendment 36.
Move.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 1, page 19, line 4, insert lines as printed on the Marshall list. The question is that Amendment 36 be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Schedule 1 as amended stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments has been tabled to Schedule 2. The question is that Schedule 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stages of the Dilapidation Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just dwell a pause of 1 moment. Members, the Business Committee has agreed at its meeting today that the sitting on Monday the 22nd of June should start at 11 a.m. To facilitate this, it is necessary to consider a motion to suspend Standing Orders 10.2 to 10.4 for the 22nd of June. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That Standing Orders 10.2 to 10.4 be suspended for the 22nd of June 2026.
I call on Paula Bradshaw to move the motion. Before we move into the question, I would remind members that it requires cross-community support. The question is the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? The ayes have it. As there are ayes from all parts of the chamber and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. The motion is agreed and the Assembly can sit from 11 a.m. on Monday to after 7 p.m. I would also like to inform members that the Speaker has been notified by Nominating Officer of the DUP that Pam Cameron has replaced Diane Forsyth as Deputy Chairman of the Audit Committee with immediate effect. Thank you very much indeed. Take your pause while we change over the seats. Thank you. Thank you, top desk. Thank you, Les. Thank you very much.
Order, members. If you can leave quietly, please, and we'll get on with the business. And just before we do that, I said yesterday that the debate on the Justice Bill had been an example of good scrutiny and was constructive. It's fair to say last night that the wheels sort of came off, didn't they? So I did not intend to return to all of the point of orders made last night, as it would probably take my office about 2 weeks to do it. Members may not like some of the amendments in front of them, or might not like the use of petitions of concerns in these circumstances, but they are all valid, they are procedurally in order, and are here for the House to deal with. In relation to the closure of the debate motion, while the debate had been going on for a few hours, only the fourth Speaker had been called. The Deputy Speaker made the right and proper decision based on procedural advice, which is based on the rules of this Assembly and the standing orders that we work to. There had not been a reasonable opportunity for all parties to contribute. It is important for me as Speaker to say that includes the smaller parties and independents who also have a right to be heard. The Business Committee had intended that the Justice Bill should conclude today, but clearly that's not possible. The Business Committee met today and agreed a way forward to complete the Justice Bill alongside other pieces of work over the next few sittings. I wish to thank all of the party whips for their constructive cooperation to achieve that. From the perspective of the Chair, regardless of the petition of concern, nothing can be assumed in 2 weeks' time, and therefore proper debate and scrutiny on the bill, including amendments in Group 6, is still required. Therefore, I ask our members to return to constructive debate today to assist the Assembly to get this business done. So let us return to the debate. Well, I hope it is a point of order.
It is a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I raised the previous week the issue of appropriate language in the Chamber, and I drew attention to the 2009 ruling of your predecessor, William Hay, where he said that not only the content of speech, but the context of speech would be considered in deciding whether or not speech was appropriate. I raised a further point of order last night in relation to the use of language of saying out loud that members in the House spoke mistruths, which, as you will be aware, is contrary to the rulings of Erskine May, which have formed the basis of the rules of this House. I would like to receive some assurance that whilst you may not answer those points of order today, they will, as valid points of order, nevertheless be addressed at some point.
The point of order that you first raised was dealt with yesterday morning, and I spent some time on that before we commenced proceedings. With regards to last night, I think that a lot of people said a lot of things, and that's the report that I've got back from my staff. And I think that members would do well to reflect right across the House on the behaviour of last night. It was somewhat unseemly, and I know that members may not have liked certain things that have happened, but nonetheless it didn't need to break down in the way that it did. Let's return to this bill. Let's get on with the work that lies ahead, and I'm not taking any further point of orders on. Consideration stage of the Justice Bill is resumed. Valid petitions of concern have been presented yesterday in relation to Amendments 79, 80, 81, 82, 85 and 86. The debate on the amendments can still proceed. That includes debate on the amendments in Group 7, 8 and 9 at the appropriate points. However, the vote on the amendments will not be taken after the debate on Group 6 is concluded, as Section 42 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998 requires there now be a 14-day consideration period. The consideration period ends on the 28th of June 2026. Following that, on the 29th of June 2026, only the petitions may be confirmed. If a petition is confirmed by 30 members on the 29th of June, the vote on the amendment to which it relates will require cross-community support. If a petition is not confirmed by 30 members, the vote on the amendment to which it relates will require simple majority support. In either case, the votes on amendments will not take place until a debate after the 29th of June. As amendments are moved and voted in order in which they are listed on the Marshall list, the Assembly cannot vote on any other amendments or remaining clauses until the Assembly has voted on the amendments which have been petitioned. On Amendment 87 and the other amendments in the group. So, if that's clear, we will move on. Sorry, there's a bit more here. Yes. Now I call. Sorry, it's Nuala McAllister, isn't it? I now call Nuala McAllister. Nuala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had contemplating withdrawing my name from the debate today because of the petition of concern and the fact that any point that we make in this chamber is essentially moot, given the validity of the numbers that have signed the petition of concern. However, I still think that it is important that we do continue with the debate today, and in particular as an Alliance MLA, it is deeply frustrating
that my vote will now not count in the vote that will take place following the 14 days. And so I did think, and I think it is important, that whilst the DUP and some members of the UUP can take away my vote, they certainly won't take away my voice. The evidence is clear. Criminalising children does not work. It criminalises vulnerability, entrenches inequality, fails children and victims and communities alike. I stand here today to put forth my arguments in support of an evidence-based, empathetic and child-centred proposal. However, members of this chamber have ensured that Northern Ireland will yet again be left behind through their use of the petition of concern. Petition of concern that was created to protect minority rights as a safeguard for communities in Northern Ireland. We shouldn't be surprised that it has been abused. And to those who say that they legitimately use it just because something exists doesn't mean it's right. I am frankly disgusted about much of the misinformation that is being peddled by those who are not even confident enough in their own arguments to put it to a democratic vote in the chamber. It's an example of why people in Northern Ireland are frustrated with politics. Anytime we get close to change, to even moderate progress, MLAs abuse the system when they have a different opinion. Alliance has always called for reform, that the Good Friday Agreement is not cemented in stone. We all know why the DUP rely on the petition of concern. It's about control, and it's about losing that control over the past number of years. The unionist votes splintering.
Ms McAllister, if you take your seat a moment. I know you're maybe vexed about the issue on the use of the petition of concern. We're here to debate the bill, not to debate the values, merits or demerits of petition of concern. You've had an opportunity to express your view there, but if you'd like to move back to the bill, we'd appreciate it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was the end of it. I just, at the end, was going to say that I didn't understand what the UUP were doing because I don't even know which section of the party to speak to about it. But the mere suggestion that anyone in this chamber is the only person, the only individual MLA to actually understand the issue that we're talking about today is the height of ignorance. And that's something that we heard time and again yesterday during this debate. Do you know what? I won't. I'm not going to because you've had enough to say, and I think it's really important that we do get on with the debate. It doesn't take just one person to get the issue right. I deal with young people, I speak to social workers who are concerned about the future of the children in their care. I deal with family members too, and I also talk to victims. But it's not just about me and what I've experienced as an MLA, and I'm certainly not in the business of making it all about me or being a one-man show. Instead, what I do is I engage with experts, stakeholders, children and young people, teachers, social workers, police, and the list can go on. But moving on to the crux of the issue, why do we think that so many other countries around the world have already done this? Why do the minority in this chamber believe that those countries have gotten it wrong? It is about protecting young people from exploitation, ensuring they get the necessary intervention at a young age, which ultimately reduces the risk of reoffending in the future, rather than throwing kids into the criminal justice system when it is so difficult to escape it going forward. And I ask, what does less reoffending actually mean? It means reduced crime. It means fewer victims. It's about giving these kids a chance in life. It's about protecting the entire community that we represent, not using hyperbole, misleading statements or misinformation to scaremonger. I want to touch now on some of the completely inaccurate comments that were made by some in the chamber around this issue. First and foremost, you cannot make something up and claim it to be a fact. You are entitled, every member in this chamber, to an opinion. You are also entitled to use the facts that suit your agenda. but facts that are based in evidence is very important. And if you don't engage with that evidence, if you don't engage with the stakeholders, then I say that every MLA needs to take a hard look at the job that they're doing. And I also want to talk about some of the most disparaging and misinformed comments that were actually said in this chamber to legalise rape. The very fact that this issue would be trivialised is not only a disservice to victims, but also completely ignores the reality of who perpetrators are when it comes to rape and sexual violence. It is also an insult to the public's intelligence that anyone would believe that any MLA in this chamber is supporting the legalisation of rape. If any member actually cares about tackling sexual crime and the crisis that we have when it comes to violence against women and girls, then they would not engage in such trivialisation of a serious issue.
Will the member give way?
Yes.
I don't think anyone in this House could accuse me of not caring about violence against women and girls. It's something that is one of the most important things for me to raise in this chamber. But do you think it's interesting and notable that when the consultation was actually done on the minimum age criminal responsibility, Women's Aid responded to say they think it is appropriate to raise the minimum age?
I thank the member for that intervention, and I think it's an important point to actually acknowledge that there are many organisations like Women's Aid, like Victim Support as well, who have said that the age needs raised. We have also heard DUP and UUP members make the argument in comments that we are unable to tell you what a system will look like. But contrary to that, I'd actually ask you to listen. Just because we have not answered the question in the way that you wanted or that you liked doesn't mean that the question hasn't been answered, but it also doesn't mean that it is finished either. The Justice Minister has already outlined that the amendment was not going to be commenced until the framework was in place. And quite often in this chamber and in committees, we talk about learning best practice from other jurisdictions all around the world. And we use that knowledge, we use that information and the evidence, and we can apply it here. We don't have to go far across the world, though. We can look to Scotland. They introduced the model of children's hearings, by which a child is brought before a children's hearing when harm is committed that is not actually a criminal offence, i.e. when someone is under the age of criminal responsibility. But also, we need to actually look at countries around the world who look at the social justice system. There are many countries, whether it's Denmark, there's Germany, Norway, Greece, where much research has been done about the interventions from the social justice system. Some of those have even said that methods of social intervention have actually been harsher at times than the criminal justice system. All of these issues are important. They will establish part of the framework whenever the minimum age of criminal responsibility is raised. But we also need to remember that we're discussing children and young people here. And whilst a child may not be able to be arrested, they can still be detained, even if the issue is quite serious, even if it isn't, and there will be interventions. And I also want to reflect on the comments that were made about social work, the action of beanbag chats. It is a degrading comment about an entire profession. And if the member who made these comments had any reality of what life is actually like on the ground, who interface with these minors on a daily basis, not the police, but people who are on the ground and in the schools every single day, then you would not call it beanbag work. It is the work of social workers, and degrading their profession is not becoming of an MLA. For those members who say that they're willing to look at a youth justice bill through the next mandate, and I know that this is something that the UUP in particular, and I note that there's only one member today, albeit a member who did not sign the petition of concern, I think we also need to have a bit of a reality check. Does the Ulster Unionist Party actually believe that raising the age of criminal responsibility will get through an executive under the current way that it operates? That we could even trust the DUP to get it onto the agenda, never mind agreeing it in a bill?
Give way.
Yep.
As further evidence of that, I did a right round as Minister, as I am compelled to do, and asked about two issues. The first was equal protection for children, and the second was minimum age of criminal responsibility. And while I had positive responses from a number of ministers, it is correct to say that in order to allow the bill to progress to this point, those elements were not able to be included as official amendments. And therefore the idea that an executive would be able to take through a youth justice bill is, as I think I quote the member who said it, for the birds.
I thank the Minister for the intervention and for actually clarifying that it has already happened. It didn't go through. And do we honestly believe that the DUP would have a sudden change of heart? We know that the DUP do not support raising the age. I want to move on now to a number of the organisations who have been in contact, not just this year, but over the years, who've been working on this issue for decades. There was many comments from all across the chamber, but mostly to my right, from MLAs suggesting that we're dangerous legislators, that we don't know what we're talking about, that it was wrong, simply wrong, that it was from the United Nations, that because we don't know what the framework will look like, we couldn't possibly do it now. But we're not speaking alone as either Alliance MLAs or anyone else. Many organisations in Northern Ireland have supported the call that recognise that 10 is too young. So why, instead of just saying it to us, say it to them, say it to Action for Children in Northern Ireland, ADDNI, African Caribbean Support Organisation, Amnesty International, Angel Eyes, Ardoyne Youth Enterprises, Assert, Bernardo's, Belfast YMCA, Black and Minority Ethnic Women's Network, Bolster Community, British Association of Social Workers, CAJ, Children in Northern Ireland, Children's Law Centre, Community Restorative Justice Ireland, East African Youth NI, ENAG Youth Forum, Extern, Flourish NI, Fourth Spring Inter-Community Group, Footprints Women's Centre, Forward South Partnership, Holy Trinity Youth Centre, Horn of Africa People's Aid Northern Ireland, Human Rights Consortium, Kaizen Safeguarding, Include Youth, Informing Choices, Invisible Traffic, JJ Rice and Company Solicitors, Law Centre NI, the Law Society of Northern Ireland, Ledley Hall Boys and Girls Club Trust, Londonderry YMCA, MAX Supporting Children and Young People, Mindwise, Mornington Community Project, National Children's Bureau, Nexus NI, Northern Ireland Rural Women's Network, NIACRO, Northern Ireland Alternatives, Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People, and I also hope that Robbie Butler heard that one too. Northern Ireland Youth Forum, Northwest Youth Services, NSPCC Northern Ireland, Office of the Mental Health Champion, Parents for Inclusive Education, Participation in the Practice of Rights, Royal College of Psychiatrists and NI, Reclaim the Agenda, Save the Children, South Tyrone Empowerment Programme, St Malachy's Youth Centre, St Peter's Immaculata Youth Centre, Star Neighbourhood Centre, Start 360, the British Psychological Society, Bites Project, Centre for Children's Rights at Queen's, the Fostering Network, the Rainbow Project, the Secondary Students' Union of NI, Turnaround Project, VOIPIC, Voice of Young People in Care, University and College Union Queen's, West Belfast Partnership Board, Women's Aid Federation NI, Women's Centre Derry, Women's Platform, Women's Resource and Development Agency, Youth Action NI, and Youth Work Alliance. So don't just tell it to us in the chamber today. Tell it to the over 70 organisations who have signed the Coalition's pledge, recognising that 10 is too young. Tell it to the experts who work on the ground every single day, who work with the young people who actually come into contact with the justice system, the people who put their heart and soul into this issue, who have the evidence and who will back it up and come to any MLA with their facts and will take them on with their knowledge. So not just us in this chamber, but those people and organisations out there. Yes.
The member has very powerfully listed all of those organisations that interact with young people here in Northern Ireland, particularly, and many of them interact with the justice system. But those organisations have expressed their opinion very strongly and very vocally in respect of the minimum age of criminal responsibility. Would the member also agree with me that those organisations have to work with other organisations and other government departments in Northern Ireland, including the Department of Education, including the Department of Health, the Department of Communities? They will have an interesting interface with the ministers from those departments moving forward. I would have thought. Would the member agree with me that it's not just the Justice Department that those organisations and agencies have to work with, but that their relationship with other departments, particularly those departments where ministers have decided to deploy a petition of concern against their expert knowledge, will be a difficult ask for them to undertake in the future?
Thank the member for his intervention, and I absolutely agree with him, except I don't think the DUP and UUP would remotely care or have any shame in what they're doing going against policy and evidence. And furthermore, what I'd actually highlight on the issue that you just raised regarding the Department of Health, if the Ulster Unionist Party were so concerned about the actions of what this amendment would do, perhaps the Department of Health would have taken a little bit more interest in getting it right now, because it's not just about justice. And this was an opportunity that was absolutely lost for the Department of Health to actually take a lead. So I would actually ask that the UUP reflect on that and come to us and tell us, what are you doing? What are you doing to actually promote the work of Ray Jones, to implement all of the recommendations? Because it's moving so slowly. And it brings me on to my next point, that one of the recommendations out of Ray Jones' review was about a scoping exercise for the Department of Health and Department of Justice to actually work together. But instead, through scrutiny work that we saw at the committee, it seemed like it was an opportunity for the Department of Health to just lump it onto the Department of Justice, instead of actually moving forward and making the changes that are actually needed. I want to touch on some of the organisations. Include Youth. I've spoken many times in this chamber from the words of young people who are either on the edge of care, in care, or cared for by the state, and using their words. Organisations like Include Youth, VOIPIC and the Youth Justice Agency work with these kids every single day. And Include Youth in particular. Young people in care are disproportionately more likely to come into contact with the justice system than their non-care experienced counterparts. But yet, nobody on the opposing side of the argument seems to put up any sort of fight for these kids. It is our experience that children and young people who have become involved in the criminal justice system have complex needs and experience multiple layers of trauma. And some of the statistics from the Youth Justice Agency, 24 to 25, 60% of admissions to the JJC were from kids in the care system. And see, even when some of those kids are actually able to be released into the community, Department of Health doesn't step in. So if the UUP again were so concerned about this issue, maybe they would actually fix the system on their own side. 45% of those young people were subject to a court order, and almost half, almost 50% of children who were brought into custody, who were in custody, who were under the care of police, were in the care system. Bernardos have said that children living in care homes are more likely to be referred to the police for committing even a minor offence. I've seen this many times in my role as on the policing board and as a member of the Health Committee. I have heard from many stakeholders and young people that the police were being called for issues that no parent would call the police if young people were under their care. And I actually undertook to see this and speak to young people and the people working in the care homes for myself. And I visited them all in my constituency in North Belfast, because we do have quite a number. And there is no doubt that there is invaluable work that is undertaken there by many of the social workers and staff that are contained in these care homes. But it was those staff themselves working with the police, that actually took the initiative to make change. Not the system, not the Department of Health, the staff themselves. The Youth Justice Agency spoke recently about a particular case of one child who had come from a children's home. Multiple offences occurred almost immediately on moving to a children's home, and offending continued that was related directly to this context. I say that because it's so important to highlight the issue of reoffending. In the jurisdictions right across Europe, and we have one of the lowest ages here in Northern Ireland, there is evidence that supports those who are not criminalised reoffend less than those who do.
Would the member agree with me that it would also help if the right supports were in place for vulnerable young people at risk of offending? Because one of the challenges we have is that once a young person gets embroiled in the criminal justice system and in offending, it is very difficult to then extricate them from it. Many of them, as you say, are care experienced. Some of them will also be institutionalised to a degree. The problem is that young people are going absent from school. They're not being, there's no action being taken, and social services are not equipped to be able to deal with much of the pressure that they're under. If we had better teams of people working with vulnerable young people at risk of offending, we could actually reduce the number of victims and keep young people out of the justice system, and that's what this is about.
Thanks, the Minister, for the intervention, and I absolutely would agree the particular point that you made around victims, because we should always come back to victims, because young people are victims too. Child criminal exploitation, those young people are victims, and we need to ensure that what we do is right.
Would the member agree with me that victims were shamefully used last night to score cheap political points?
I thank the member for the intervention, and just to note that the Victims Commissioner herself has actually come out in support of this, and furthermore, evidence in countries where the age of criminal responsibility has actually been raised shows that there are fewer victims because there are greater interventions, especially around education, especially interventions in the family with parents. It shows that where you actually intervene in the best way for the best outcome for that child, the result is fewer victims. And in conclusion, I want to highlight that what we are talking about here today is a very, very small group of people in society who are exploited. They have come through trauma. They are more than likely below the poverty line, living in communities where they can be exploited. They have parents who possibly already have interactions with the social services system. And we should seek to protect those people, to ensure that their rights are protected and that they have a future. I'm standing up not just for them, for those people, but for all of the victims, both the young people, adults, and any other young person that needs a voice, because they too deserve a future. Thank you.
Ciara Ferguson.
Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to speak at this stage of the debate in relation to the minimum age of criminal responsibility. Can I firstly just take a moment to thank the 10 is Too Young coalition, to the 6 leading children's rights and justice organisations and the wider 60+ organisations that Nuala just read out, who supported this huge opportunity to raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility. I want to thank them for their invaluable research, their briefing papers and their engagement and ongoing engagement. Can I also take this opportunity to apologise to those organisations for the situation which played out yesterday. Just reflecting on last night, I felt it was nothing short of disgraceful that the quality of this debate and the democratic rights of the people here to deliver significant legislative change has been left in a futile state. The reality of this, the most vulnerable children will continue to be criminalised, and the most disadvantaged of those vulnerable young children will suffer the most. The 10 is Too Young coalition took evidence from a wide range of European countries who overwhelmingly use welfare responses, diversion, education, family support and child protection-based interventions. Legal thresholds exist for compulsory school attendance, social media bans, medical consent and more. So why? In order to reflect modern research in development psychology and neuroscience, we must reflect a children's capacity. The science is clear. The human brain, especially the parts responsible for impulse control, judgment and understanding consequences, is still developing well into the mid-teens. And I'm sure everyone hopefully here can all remember when they were a 10-year-old, 11-year-old, a 12-year-old and 13-year-old and how they acted. Children under 14 often act impulsively without the ability to fully grasp the long-term impacts of their action. Surely then, where we realise the need to protect young people from premature exposure to adult responsibilities, adult risks, adult consequences, it is difficult to justify a system which continue to be able to hold people criminally liable for primary school age. I want to focus my remarks on the impact of early criminalisation alongside the need for stronger, targeted, welfare-based responses, early intervention and family support. Children's rights organisations have raised the criminalisation of care and the fact that children in care are overrepresented in the criminal justice system here. We should all be pausing here to reflect on the overrepresentation in the youth justice system. Report from 2022, wherein legal professionals acknowledged that disproportionately more children in care appear in court than otherwise. In fact, since the time of writing of that report, the figures have continued to climb, and as of 2024-2025, 48.4% of children in custody were in care. Can I just say that again? 48.4%, meaning nearly half of all our young people detained have complex backgrounds stemming from social care system and clearly evidencing a disproportionate overrepresentation. Unsurprisingly, this is linked to several factors: individual and family backgrounds, placing children and young people at increased risks of offending, extensive trauma which fundamentally alters the nervous system and manifests itself in challenging behaviours, heightened criminal involvement in residential settings compared to how similar issues will be resolved within a steady, family, nurturing home. Yes?
There is also significant evidence, I'm sure the member will agree, that children who are subject not to abuse but simply to neglect will often test boundaries in order to see if somebody will intervene to say no. And in cases of neglect, those boundaries will often be tested to the point where a child ends up getting in trouble with the authorities. Whereas in a regular family where people are invested, the no will come much quicker, the care will come much quicker, and children can be deflected away. So even children who haven't suffered direct trauma but who have suffered neglect can end up being put into this category of offender, when in fact what they need is more attention and investment of time and energy.
I 100% agree, and I think no one would dispute that across this House, because they were young people themselves. They tested boundaries, but if they have the love and the nurturing environment around them that sets boundaries, that does the discipline, that is how they learn and that's how they're educated. So 100%, and I don't think anybody can disagree with that. Maintaining the minimum age of criminal responsibility should be reframed as this: it is actively choosing to keep a system in place which discriminates against children based on their vulnerability and their exposure to abuse, to poverty, to neglect, to family breakdown, to trauma. It is criminalising and detaining with no consideration of the emotional, educational and economic inequalities these young people have faced, or the future impact of stigmatisation or incarceration on their capability to turn their lives around. As members noted yesterday, adverse childhood experiences are significant, and the question we should be asking is, what happened to you? And we do know that there is investment across every single government department in advancing training to ensure that people know what adverse childhood experiences are and how they should be working and supporting our young people. Do we really believe that the best place for these young people, these vulnerable young people, is behind bars? Or do we believe they deserve a chance, an opportunity to grow, to change, and to be more than the worst mistake? Maintaining the minimum age of criminal responsibility should be reframed. It is actively choosing to keep a system in place which discriminates against children based on their vulnerability and their exposure to abuse, neglect, poverty, family breakdowns and trauma. It is criminalising and detaining with no consideration of the emotional, the educational and economic inequalities that they have faced, or the future impact of stigmatisation or incarceration on their capability to turn their life around. Criminalising children does not make any of us safer. It unfairly traps these vulnerable young people, these disadvantaged kids, into a cycle of offending. A criminal record at 10, a criminal record at 11, a criminal record at 12, a criminal record at 13, in my opinion, is a life sentence for these young people in disguise. Absolutely. Instead of pushing these young people deeper into the justice system, we can collectively use welfare-based interventions, counselling, restorative justice to address the root causes of their behaviour, whether it's trauma, whether it's neglect, whether it's poverty, whether it's abuse. The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child supports a minimum age of at least 14, and we wholeheartedly agree, with exceptions only in the most serious of cases: murder, attempted murder, manslaughter, rape and assault by penetration. Public consultation from the Department found overwhelming support, 84%, for raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility. With each passing year, we are increasingly out of step with international standards and a contemporary understanding based on data and research on child development. We are also living in a society where we have around 1 in 4 children growing up in poverty, alongside some of the highest number of children in residential care and experiencing homelessness. Raising the minimum age of child criminal responsibility fundamentally increases public safety. The evidence shows that avoiding criminal justice outcomes and processes is vital to reducing offending and reoffending in children and young people, and restorative responses significantly lower rates of violence and reduce the number of future victims. A renewed focus on community-led, trauma-informed and rehabilitative responses to childhood offending is required. Equally, targeted early interventions with regards to child poverty, housing insecurity and institutional care are critical. If we are to sustainably divert children and young people away from the criminal justice system, we need to focus on meeting their needs and delivering child-friendly justice. Raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility to 14 is not about excusing harmful behaviour. It is, in fact, about preventing it. It is about recognising that children need guidance, not a criminal record. It is about replacing punishment with rehabilitation. It is about substituting fear with opportunity. Criminalising children does not make anyone safer, but it does trap them in a cycle of offending. Countries that have made this change see fewer children reoffend, stronger communities and better futures for our young people. We can protect the public, we can honour victims, and we can support children simultaneously. Through restorative practices, rehabilitation and secure care where needed, we can deliver better without branding vulnerable children for life. Reform does not weaken the ability to intervene in harmful behaviour. It strengthens the interventions that will be used. Interventions that are proven to better rehabilitate, reduce reoffending and improve public safety. Restorative justice can give victims a voice, can give victims an apology, can give victims a real change, not just a sentence on a piece of paper. Let us choose a justice system that heals our young people rather than harms our young people, and give our children, all our young children, the chances they deserve. Let's not punish children into the adults that each and every one of us and in your communities we will fear, but instead let us invest in a system where they can become the type of adults that we need for our community into the future. Expert organisations, practitioners, human rights institutions all support this vital change, a progressive and evidence-based proposal rooted in international human rights standards. The DUP, the Ulster Unionist Party, the TUV, instead, they chose to remove our ability to vote, misusing a mechanism introduced to protect minority rights and to block progressive change. The absolute absurdity of this playing out in practice is that now the co-sponsor of the amendment and the sponsoring minister for this bill can't even vote on their proposals. I believe that those who signed the petition of concern, and particularly those within the UUP who initially refused, should go and explain and meet the range of organisations, the 60+ organisations that all of us have met, have discussed, have read the evidence, and relay to them what their rationale is, what their reasoning is, what their evidence was in relation to minimum age of criminal responsibility. I believe we had a huge opportunity, a real chance for positive change for our children and young people, and opening to follow the evidence, to raise the minimum age and to put human rights at the forefront of our youth justice system. Rather than retaining one of the lowest criminal ages of responsibility across Europe, we have the opportunity to modernise our youth justice laws, put in place stronger evidence-based interventions and enhance our existing youth justice provisions, which are recognised around the world. The petition of concern was introduced as a process to protect minority rights, to enable equality across communities and to ensure human rights compliance. Instead, locally elected representatives have been blocked from exercising our duties to debate and to vote on an important issue, and we have been elected by our communities to do so. It is completely unacceptable, and in my opinion, it is a disgrace that the petition of concern was misused. To those across the chamber who deployed this petition in such a cynical manner, I say this: if you're so confident in your position, go and speak to the 60+ organisations, go and read the evidence and explain to them that they are wrong. Do not block the rest of us from exercising our legislative responsibilities as we have been mandated to by our constituents. Finally, I would make an appeal to those who have signed this petition of concern, and particularly to those who claim to have the best interests of children in heart. It's not too late to change your mind. In 2 weeks' time, you will have the chance to remove your name from this cynical petition and let the democratic process happen. You have the chance to reflect, to rethink, and to listen to the voices of the experts. And I would strongly encourage you to adopt these progressive, evidence-based proposals and raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility. Thank you.
Paul Gibbon. Who really should just sit this one out. I'm not going to be lectured from Sinn Féin about progressive politics and defending the rights of children from a party and a Republican movement that were kneecapping children, breaking their ankles, beating them with baseball bats, depriving them of fathers, mothers, sisters, brothers, and they have the audacity to lecture us about the rights of children. Others have spoken who have absolute sincerity on this, but there is absolutely no credence or no credibility that any word from Sinn Féin will have any influence on me or my party when it comes to children's rights. I'll give way to the member.
We're giving way. Would the member acknowledge that the organisations listed by both my colleague and the previous speaker right now have more faith in Sinn Féin than they do in the Minister for Children?
Well, at least the member has decided to come into the debate. I wasn't sure. 1 minute Sinn Féin are in, then Sinn Féin are out. And I appreciate what the previous speaker said, an apology to the public for the antics of her own colleague last night. She was right to apologise on her behalf. Maybe the member herself could apologise for the behaviour last night. I am speaking from the back benches, and I'm happy to speak in my role, though, as Education Minister, and reflecting that in my role as the back benches. I'm quite happy if the member for Sinn Féin wants to have an interjection. I'll give way rather than speaking from a sedentary position.
I'm disgusted that the Education Minister is standing up, who's supposed to represent children and protect children, and he's doing quite the opposite in his speaking notes today.
Well, again, I'm not going to be lectured by anybody in Sinn Féin. You had a Sinn Féin Education Minister who was a self-confessed commander of the IRA. Let's get real when it talks about lecturing me about anything to do with my integrity and who I speak for. Sinn Féin can sit this one out. Sit it out. You have no integrity when it comes to talking about children's rights, when it comes to what the Republican movement engaged in. Mr. Speaker, I do want to speak from the backbenches today, but I'm also the Minister for Education, and I do have responsibility to protect children and teachers. And my accountability is also to the electorate. Mr. Dixon was concerned about how arm's-length bodies within my department may be able to work with me.
I believe that this is unprecedented, not that a minister would make a contribution as a backbench member to the business of this House, but that a minister would intervene on another minister's bill going through this House in this way. And say that he's speaking as minister. When we bring a bill to this House, I am there to speak on behalf of the executive on this bill, and I would like a ruling on whether it is in order for other ministers now to come to the chamber and argue openly in this chamber about the status when they have other party members that can make the party political points.
Well, I think it's important that the member, and I think he has said it, but makes clear that he's speaking as a backbench, from the backbenches, as a backbench person. I think maybe to add to that he intends to speak to amendments that have been made to the bill and that aren't the Minister's amendments or the Minister's bill. It's amendments that others have made to it. But I'll hand back to the Speaker and perhaps he'll clarify.
Again, I'm happy to clarify. I am speaking from the back benches. That's why I'm not sitting down at the front bench. But I also am the Minister for Education, and I will draw upon my experiences in that role to inform the House. I think it's important that members get the opportunity to be informed, but maybe you don't want to know that last year 598 teachers were assaulted by pupils. Maybe you don't want to know that 1,974 classroom assistants were assaulted by pupils. Maybe that's information that you don't want to have in order to help inform the decision-making processes. I think it is information that you should have. And I'm going to impart the information. I'm going to make some progress. I note that I've literally only been able to speak and people want to give way. I will be generous in giving way in respect of that. But I also say to the Minister for Justice, these amendments were not tabled by the Minister. They are amendments that were brought forward by MLAs. And when the Minister did attempt to bring this into the Executive, she is right. She's already said that the DUP did not support it. I didn't support it, and that's why it's not ministerial amendments. Yes, I'll give way.
And I acknowledge that. My point was a procedural one, that we have not seen this happen in previous debates, where we have seen one minister from the backbench intervene in a debate where another minister is leading the debate. And this is a procedural matter in terms of how we deal with executive business. Now, if the member is coming here to say and try to imply that I'm in some way wishing to silence the issues he wishes to raise, he has members of the Education Committee who could make exactly the points that he wishes to raise very competently, I'm sure. The question here is about a minister engaging in debate with another minister in the chamber, and it does not seem to me procedurally correct. But I would ask the member to have some respect for the fact that I'm not trying to impugn his integrity, and I would ask he doesn't impugn mine.
Nor have I impugned the Minister's integrity. Sorry, with respect, Mr. Speaker, again, the member from that position wants to ascribe commentary that actually wasn't ascribed to her. I says maybe members of the House. I didn't say the Minister. But the Minister is a member of the House. Sorry, this is not unprecedented. It's not unprecedented. Far from it. In fact, I only wish more people actually contributed to these debates. I'm glad in this Assembly there are some. I think there should have been more who spoke a lot last night and they're not here. No, I'm going to make progress with respect, members. I'm going to make some progress. I'm happy to give way on points of clarity. I will give way in due course, but I am going to proceed and make some progress. I was making the comment around Mr Dixon, and he indicated that it may well be difficult for some of the arm's length bodies to be able to engage with their minister in the Department for Health, the Department for Education, because of the position that we're taking. I'm not accountable to the arm's length bodies. The arm's length bodies are accountable to ministers. All right, and my ultimate accountability is actually with the electorate and with the people of Lagan Valley. And as a member of this Assembly, that's where I have my mandate, and that's whom I am accountable to. So I want to make my position clear in terms of some of the amendments, and I believe, whilst they are brought forward by some of the members, and they spoke passionately about it, and they brought them forward with sincerity, and I'm not going to in any way seek to say that they were other than sincere. I do think it is misplaced. That is my view. Hopefully people can disagree with me on that agreeably. But I actually think the amendments were dangerous that were being brought forward. Dangerous for teachers and dangerous for children. Most people will view, I believe, with disbelief the notion that the age of criminal responsibility would be raised potentially to 16, that such a position is advocated not just by Mr Carroll, who brought forward this amendment, but a position that has been advocated by someone appointed as the Children's Commissioner, I believe raises very serious questions. And of one thing I'm certain, it may not be in 12 months' time or 12 years' time, but the day would come when the public would ask if some of those amendments were to have been passed, what on earth were the MLAs who voted in favour of these changes doing? What is the problem that this legislation is actually seeking to address? Why are we seeking to unpick arrangements which in practice result in a very small number of children being subject to criminal sanctions and risk undermining? And I fully recognise the importance of children's rights and the need to support vulnerable young people, but this is not the way to do it. Why would we elevate the rights of those children who are potentially responsible for criminal offences over the children who might be their victims? Why would we make young people immune from prosecution, vulnerable to exploitation from older people? And to say that I'm not persuaded that raising the minimum age of criminal responsibility is the right course of action at this time, I believe is an understatement. It is a fundamental mistake. And this is not an academic issue. From an education perspective, schools across Northern Ireland are increasingly managing complex and serious incidents, including violence, sexualised behaviour, serious bullying and online harm. These behaviours cause significant distress and trauma, not only for victims but for the wider school community, including our education workforce. Schools have a fundamental responsibility to provide a safe and orderly environment for learning, and where serious incidents occur, pupils, staff and parents rightly expect that they will be dealt with in a meaningful and a consistent way. Sorry, I did indicate a word to Ms McAllister.
I thank the member, and you've gone back to the point around these incidences that do take place in schools, and no one is saying that they don't. However, might you be able to shed some light with regards to the 500 figure and the 1,000 figure as to how many of those incidences actually took place in a special needs school or by a young person who had a special educational need or a learning disability? And is the member aware that the Police Service of Northern Ireland have actually been called to schools in Northern Ireland, special schools in Northern Ireland, to use their force on children who have a learning disability, who perhaps have severe autism? And as a member of the Policing Board, I've seen some of the body-worn footage in which the police are actually forced to use the powers that they have. Do you honestly believe that criminal intervention is the right way to be actually dealing with those children? And given you said that it results in a very, very small number in the criminal justice process, you're kind of making the points for us.
Just before you respond, Mr Given, I think you've been asked questions that are almost asked to you as Education Minister, so I'll remind you once again that you're speaking as a backbench MLA.
I asked the member as a member, but if the member got the statistics as the Minister of Education and is using it, well, that's up to the member. But at no point did I ask him as Minister of Education. I asked him as a member. If he's entitled to use the statistics, then I'm entitled to ask him questions about those.
I'm not criticising Ms McAllister. I'm pointing out to Mr Given that he has chosen to speak from the back benches and therefore shouldn't respond as if he was an education minister. Mr Given.
Well, I'm happy to respond. It is that contradiction of, on the one hand, criticised for actually speaking and drawing on my education experience, but then asking me questions about it. But I have no problem. There's some of those statistics I would be happy to provide to the member who has raised them. But she makes the broader point. Do I believe that the most effective way to tackle those behavioural issues in our schools is through the criminal justice system? No, I don't. Do I want to have those young people getting a criminal record? No, I don't. I believe not only should people get 1 chance, 2 chances, 3 chances, we should give young people multiple chances to try and make sure they do not get embroiled with a criminal record, because I think that can be harmful. But what I do believe is that there should be, in cases of extremity and where there are repeat offences, we should have access to the criminal justice system. And the Youth Justice Agency do get engaged with some of those young people in a school setting. And they are very effective at actually helping us. But where there is a case of an offence that is caused, which is so egregious, I believe it is only but right that the victim, in those circumstances, would have recourse to the criminal justice system. But as a norm and as a rule of thumb, I don't want our young people being criminalised, whether that's in schools or whether it's in society. But the broader point in respect of this is that raising the age of criminal responsibility risks reducing the deterrent effect that is associated with the most harmful behaviours. And while most children, I believe, are not motivated by legal consequences, it is important that there is the existence of very clear boundaries and accountability frameworks, and that does matter, particularly for a very small cohort of young people whose behaviour can have a disproportionate impact on others. Yes, I'll give way now.
Given way, and I know that he was here for a considerable part of the debate last night, but perhaps not the bit where I reflected that were this to happen, first of all, this wouldn't be commenced until such times as we have put in place alternative accountability mechanisms for those young people who engaged in worrying or distressing behaviour, harmful behaviours, so that we had the right experts in place to be able to deal with that potential offending behaviour and nip it in the bud while they were still young enough to change course. So the idea that there would be no accountability is one of the areas where I think there has been misinformation around this debate. There is no suggestion that we would simply, if a child at 9-year-old, for example, stabbed a teacher, that there would be no accountability in that case, or a child at 8-year-old stabbed a teacher, and we know that it happens. But we also know that a child at 8 or 9 can't understand the consequences of their actions fully. So the point that I'm making is this is about extending those to a slightly older cohort that we already know are mainly engaged in low-level offending, and I would hope that we would be working together, if this went through, to find those accountability mechanisms and make them work.
And I know that my officials have been engaging with your department on this, as the amendments obviously were being tabled, and they were engaging with DOJ to try and identify what would be the alternative, and that was a point that was relayed to my officials in that department, that they would be working around having some of the frameworks. I think the point that I have made before, and it'll not change my position, the Alliance Party are right, the DUP is clear in our position on this. We've adopted it in the Executive, we'll adopt it next mandate as well, so we're not going to change our position around 10. But it is premature to have moved on amendments, not to have had all of that process developed there and ready to be implemented. And I think that would have been a reason why others would vote against it. It wouldn't have changed my position. I'll give way to the Minister.
I mean, the reason is simple, and again, this was set out in the debate yesterday. The member is well aware in his other role of the constraints within which we operate in the Department of Justice. And I could not afford to send my officials off to come up with a whole, because it would be multi-agency, it would draw in officials from all other departments, particularly health, on the off chance that this actually made it through. So one of the reasons that we had the conversation that we had in preparation for this was in recognition that it would not be commenced. There is no commencement date against the amendments that I am going to suggest should be supported for that very reason. I cannot send my officials off to do work that may prove nugatory. And it's that simple. It's not that there's no intent to do it or that we wouldn't do it before commencement. It's simply that if as has happened, it's been shot down in flames, what would have been the point in me expending money that I don't have doing something that couldn't be delivered?
Well, I do think, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've made that point around the prematurity of taking forward legislation without having alternatives there. I know the Minister has made her point. I understand the point that she's made in terms of not having unnecessary preparation for something that may not materialise. But I think if we were to take this forward, better to have done that through primary legislation, albeit the Minister wasn't going to be able to do that. She rightly highlights that we did not support this at the Executive. But an amendment, I believe, is not something on something as significant as this as the way to do it, because removing what I regard as the backstop in respect of having the age at 10, removing that too early does risk sending an unintended signal that there are limited consequences for serious wrongdoing. And in practical terms, this does have a direct implication as to what happens in our schools, because without access to the existing framework of policing youth justice, schools may be left to manage serious incidents internally, and that unfortunately includes assaults, it includes threats and other harmful behaviour, and that would place a considerable burden on teachers and school leaders who are neither trained nor resourced to operate as a substitute for the justice system. And I do caution members, Mr Deputy Speaker, it's not for us here in the comfort of this assembly room to be able to hand down what many do regard as idealistic policies that will be faced with the consequences of the amendments that are proposed. It's teachers and other children, and it's their rights that are the most important to me. It also limits the range of responses that are available. Suspension or expulsion, while sometimes necessary, do not address the root causes of behaviour, nor do they reliably prevent reoccurrence. Indeed, increased reliance on exclusion risks displacing the problem, placing vulnerable young people outside the protective structure of school and increasing the likelihood of further harm in the community. I'm going to continue making progress. I think the member, I would give way for the member to continue to embarrass in terms of the responses that she's gave, but I think I'm going to save her from that behaviour I don't want the member. I don't want the member to be a repeat offender when it comes to what she has contributed within this debate. There are also important considerations around safety and confidence. And if serious behaviour is not seen to be met with appropriate consequence and intervention, this can erode trust. So victims, they may feel unsupported, staff may feel exposed, parents may question whether their children are safe, and these perceptions matter. They impact on attendance, well-being and educational outcomes. The current system, while I accept is not perfect, it does enable schools to draw on the vital multi-agency support. Engagement with the PSNI and the Youth Justice Agency is not simply about accountability, it provides structured intervention, risk assessment, support for victims and also a means of reducing reoffending. And schools also benefit from wider safeguarding and youth justice partnerships that assist in managing risk and addressing harmful behaviour in a coordinated way. Any proposal to raise the age of criminal responsibility must therefore demonstrate clearly how these important functions would continue to be delivered, and it must show how victims will be protected, how harmful behaviour will be addressed effectively, and how schools will be supported to maintain safe environments. Yes, I'll give way.
I appreciate the member giving way. Well, one of the ways that we could do that is to look at the cohort below the current minimum age of criminal responsibility. Because as I said already, there are multi-agency response teams in place where the offending is serious. Where it is an individual incident, social services will become involved, parents will become engaged, and there will be additional support provided. But it will depend obviously on the scale of the offending. So there are models for this that are actually in operation in Northern Ireland at the moment for younger children. What we would need to ensure is that as you get to older children, there is more accountability, more opportunity for reparations, more opportunity for them to take responsibility for their actions, and also, as I say, to pay back to those that they've hurt. So I think there are models available. We're not talking here in a vacuum. There are also models available right across Europe in terms of how we do this. I mean, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We only need to go as far as Scotland or across the border into the south to see what can happen for those who fall under a raised age of criminal responsibility, as both of them have moved to 12.
Listen, of course, the younger you go down, the less there are in terms of incidences, because the numbers are relatively low. I would say that's not a reason, though, to change the law in terms of the age of criminal responsibility. But up until around the age of 12, it's around 50 per annum of children that are identified in our schools, by way of intervention. That rises to 700 children per annum at the age of 14. And so that is the kind of number. So obviously 9 years of age, 8 years of age will be significantly less. And given how small those numbers are, I wouldn't want to remove, though, the access to the Youth Justice Services, the PSNI, for having them there in terms of supporting resolutions to these particular issues. So in terms of the robust alternative arrangements, if we don't have them, then I do believe raising the age does risk creating uncertainty. Uncertainty for schools, for families, and then for those victims about how serious incidences would be managed. And it risks shifting responsibility without providing those necessary tools and placing additional pressure on an already stretched education system. And I think we also need to be alert to a risk of inconsistency as well, because these organisations do bring their expertise and it is applied in a more uniform fashion. In the absence of that, without a clear and a shared framework, then there could be inconsistency of practice as to how we deal with challenging behaviour in school settings. This is simply not just about whether a child can be held criminally responsible. The focus must be on ensuring that harmful behaviour is identified early, that effective interventions are in place and that victims receive appropriate support, and that schools have confidence in accessing the multi-agency assistance that they need. I fully accept that many young people who display harmful behaviour, they require support, not punishment alone. But support and accountability are not mutually exclusive. They're most effective when delivered together within a clear and a structured system. So early intervention must go hand in hand with mechanisms for accountability, risk management and victim protection. And before any change to the minimum age is even contemplated, there must be confidence that the alternative arrangements that would be put in place are legally robust, properly resourced and capable of responding effectively to serious incidences that affect pupils, school staff and the wider community. This includes access to mental health services, specialist behavioural support and strengthened safeguarding systems. And our priority should be to strengthen prevention, invest in early intervention, enhance safeguarding and ensure that schools are fully supported in managing complex and serious behaviour. So I would urge then the Assembly that we do reflect carefully on the process by which this issue is being considered. This is, in my view, not the right way to make these changes through these amendments to the Justice Bill. And given the significance and complexity of potential impacts, it is essential that any such proposals would have been subject to a fuller and proper level of scrutiny rather than through the amendment process. And later I will... Yes, of course.
The member and I have agreed almost too much this afternoon, so we'll have to address that at another time. But on the issue of the failure to address this in a useful way, would the member agree with me that if instead of having shot down the proposal in flames, we had sat down and discussed, for example, the proposal that Paul Frew put as an amendment to an amendment, as a standalone amendment? There could have been a way forward found on this, but instead the DUP, as always, exercises a veto power as it's intended to do with the petition of concern, rather than engaging on the substance of the issue to provide the reassurance, which we, in fairness, have done, Mr Deputy Speaker, throughout this bill. If this had not been closed at executive, but a pin put in it and said, let's discuss it, we could have potentially got to a point where everyone in this chamber, or at least everyone in this chamber at the moment, might have been able to find a point of agreement.
Well, Mr Frew can speak for himself. I'm not so sure the inference that Mr Frew was trying to be helpful by way of his amendments is actually accurate. They were amendments to amendments that were being tabled. They were designed to actually try and prevent what was being changed. But I'm happy to give way to Mr Frew.
For fear of me being lumped in with the Alliance Party, I would need to clarify that position. Those amendments that were put down on behalf of the party were to try and rescue the situation from the very dangerous position that we would be being in. And of course, this party's position is that we felt this was too dangerous a step to take forward, and that's why the petition of concern was going down. But a point I will make to the members, to the ministers, is that when the Minister talked about her framework, which we didn't really get any detail on yesterday, that work can continue now between all of the departments and all of the ministers to ensure that young people going forward are treated with the most sensitivity that they possibly can be, with the accountability alongside that. And when that is done, when that work is done and completed, then that's when we can come back to this decision around the age of criminal responsibility. Thank you.
Can I thank Mr Frew for the intervention? Let me respond. Let me respond to my colleague. He is right to highlight the issue around the frameworks, and even with the framework, if it was developed, that needs to have confidence within broader society, but certainly within our schools, that it is robust, that it can be effective, and it would be a replacement that actually is a credible alternative. Before you would want to withdraw the Youth Justice Agency or the PSNI from getting involved in serious incidences that regrettably do take place within our schools. So it is one thing to have a framework, it would be another thing to have the confidence of the sector that actually this would be a better approach, and that would be something that would need to be tested long before you would think about removing what I've called the backstop when it comes to dealing with serious offences that occur. And to conclude just my comments, Deputy Speaker, my party will take, first and foremost, a victim-centred approach to this. That will be the default position. Whenever an incident happens, what are the rights of the victim? That takes precedent over any rights of the perpetrator. And that's why, in extremity, we want to retain the age at 10. And that's why we didn't have support for this at the executive, and our ministers were able to use our position. We weren't going to support it, and that's why we sought to use whatever mechanism is available to us to protect from this law being changed. And whenever I look at the Belfast Agreement, Strand 1, it refers to safeguards, and in the safeguards it talks about the petition of concern. It does not prescribe the circumstances by which the petition of concern is constrained. What it does say is, when it comes to safeguards, key decisions can then have a cross-community vote applied to it through the petition of concern. That is the test when it comes to applying the petition of concern. My party put that petition of concern in the business office well over a week ago. It was out there publicly. We said this is what we were doing. We were appealing to other people to join with us. The TUV joined with us. I appreciated that. But we continued to call for others to join with us on that. So that was well known and largely was uncommented on by anybody else in this chamber, in the hope that there wouldn't be sufficient signatures. And then Mr. Chambers and others joined with us, and we got the 30 signatures. And that's whenever we had the response then last night. And I think that response was more indicative of an attitude around how people want to have majority rule and not seek the consensus by which the Belfast Agreement sought to create within the Executive and also within the Assembly. We ought to strive towards getting consensus on a cross-community basis. It may not always be possible for us to achieve that. We have that mandatory coalition, difficult to navigate. We have an Assembly with many different political opinions in it. But we should seek to get consensus. I, at times, have had to water down my ambition in legislation in an attempt to get consensus. I've had to do it. I've had to compromise. And those who know me know that I don't really like to compromise. But there's times we have to do it. And there's times I've had to do it at the Alliance Party's insistence and others. We put down that petition of concern. That, in our view, and I appreciate others disagree, was the right thing to do. And if people are now saying, never more can we ever seek cross-community votes in this Assembly, well then let them bring forward legislation where the default for passing the budget, for example, is an automatic cross-community vote, not one triggered by the petition of concern. The budget affects all of our citizens equally. But that is not the basis of the Belfast Agreement. Consensus politics. But whenever others were not in the ascendancy, did not have that majority, all of those safeguards were core tenets of the Belfast Agreement, never to be given up. But when the shoe's on the other foot, then all of those safeguards ought to be disbanded. That is not the way we're going to make progress in society, by seeking to exclude people, particularly those on these benches, from the unionist community. I'll give way to the Minister.
And I thank the member for giving way, but I mean, you know, the member has been around these institutions for a long time, and he knows full well that in 1999, the late Sean Neeson and Stephen Farry penned a lengthy article about the problems with the Good Friday Agreement and foresaw much of the difficulty that we're facing now. Alliance's consistent position has been that these mutual vetoes, petitions of concern, were open to abuse because it hadn't been properly circumscribed in the legislation as to when. There was an understanding at the beginning between the Ulster Unionists and SDLP when they would be used, but there was actually no limitation on them in legislation, and we said that they needed to be reformed and preferably withdrawn. So the member's own party, up until 2016, in fact further than that, 2022, had reform of the institutions in its manifesto. So let's not play silly games. If we really want to get past this, let's recognise our position hasn't shifted because the shift in balance of power in this Assembly. Our position's been consistent since 1998.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, its application in the context of these amendments that are tabled for the bill is in line with the New Decade, New Approach. So we did support the reform of the petition of concern. Listen, it was the reform that we agreed with, and it may not have been our starting point either. So we had to compromise on that, and we restored the institutions on the basis of New Decade, New Approach. And within that, we know the rules. 2 or more parties had to sign it, not just one. That it couldn't be used to block second stage of legislation. And whenever then it got to it, there were certain conditions, like a 14-day window.
Ms Bradshaw, point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Earlier this evening, my party colleague Nuala McAllister, whenever she was giving her speech, the previous Speaker in the Chair told her that she wasn't to discuss at length the petition of concern, and yet we've just had several minutes of the... well, I think... Excuse me, I haven't finished. I'm saying that I think that there has been enough exchange on this matter. We have had we've had many days discussing these amendments, etc., to the Justice Bill. We in the Alliance Party want to move on. We want to make progress on this, and I think we're certainly going round in circles on this issue. Thank you.
That's a fair point, Ms Bradshaw. As a point of order, it will be looked at in the Speaker's office, of course, but from the Chair, I'm going to say that I know something of the comments made earlier. I think there was clear guidance there, and I'm now going to request from the Chair we move on from this detailed discussion of petition of concern to the substance of the Justice Bill.
Deputy Speaker, and I've addressed those points, and I've sought to facilitate as many members as I possibly could, including the Minister for Justice. So if I have prolonged my contribution to the dissatisfaction of the South Belfast member. I can only apologise for the Minister's interventions and my indulgence of it. But I think I have made the points in respect of our position on this, and I do accept for many it is sincere, but I do think it's sincerely wrong. For others, there is no sincerity in their position when it comes to changing the age of criminal responsibility, and our party will continue to hold this line, not just in this mandate, but in future mandates.
McNulty.
I rise to speak on the amendment regarding the age of criminal responsibility that the SDLP is co-sponsoring. Some members of this Assembly have used the racist riots of the past week to cast this amendment in a bad light, appropriating the experiences of children. Children quite obviously exploited by paramilitary groups, racist extremists and violent rioters to justify criminalising those children. This narrative must be strongly refuted to reassure people of the positive impacts this amendment will bring. Children who come into contact with the justice system at a young age are often among the most vulnerable in society, experiencing poverty, trauma, exploitation and unmet need. Children in these circumstances should not be criminalised. Criminalisation which can bring long-term consequences for them and for their families, such as decreased likelihood of completing school and obtaining educational qualifications, and the downstream implications for future job prospects. Involvement in the criminal justice system has been linked to an increase in the likelihood of offending for children. Why would anyone support that? The proposed amendment would raise the general age of criminal responsibility to 14, which is the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child recommendation, as well as the European and world average. This best practice is shaped by advances in understanding around brain development, and in particular that children's frontal lobes will contribute to the reasoning, problem-solving, prioritisation, consequential thinking and regulation of emotions that are not fully developed. Children also have less ability to adequately and appropriately participate in criminal justice proceedings. They are often more inclined to make false confessions and have limited capacity to understand legal processes and court proceedings, as well as the significance of questions asked and answers given, decreasing the likelihood of determining the truth and achieving justice. The amendment would still retain limited exceptions from the age of 12 for the most serious offences, including murder, manslaughter and rape. This represents balance and an approach which reflects both children's rights and the need for accountability in the gravest cases. Additionally, it is important to highlight that an absence of criminal responsibility is not a complete absence of consequence or intervention. Ensuring children receive the necessary supports, including the expertise of social workers, therapists, educational supports, anti-poverty supports and other interventions is key. Resources must be directed towards the evidence-based methods of early intervention, diversion and support that genuinely reduces further harm, future harm and victimisation and criminalisation. The SDLP stands by this amendment as the right thing to do to support our children. We should surely all endeavour to catch up with the rest of the world through this common sense legislation that recognises the simple matter that children do not have the mental capacity to be held criminally responsible.
Deputy Speaker, in reflecting on what the spectacle we seen last night, of what we all witnessed from the Liberal elite in this chamber, was nothing other than self-combustion. Even going by their own standards, it was a spectacle for all to behold. Time and time again, the mask of the self-righteous MLAs in this House slipped as they struggled to hold it together between their sniping and sneering remarks. As a result of not getting to move Amendment 1982, Sinn Féin were visibly irate. They even walked out of the chamber only to return a short time later as they realised the debate was going on without them. Miss Sheeran accused those who signed the petition of concern of blocking the rights of children. At what point, Miss Sheeran, does your party ever consider the rights of the victim? Although that's not surprising, as Sinn Féin are more akin to victim makers than supporting the rights of a victim. Because the SDLP didn't get to move Amendment 82, well, how did they react? Well, going by their contributions, one could be forgiven for forgetting that the petition of concern was the birth child between themselves and the Ulster Unionists as part of the Good Friday Agreement. Well then, we move on to the Alliance, who were frustrated because of not being able to move Amendments 79, 80 and 82. Well, because they didn't get what they wanted, they tried to lift the ball and walk off the pitch. Apparently tabling a petition of concern amounted, in their words, to a denial of democracy. Yet last night, Alliance were so keen to railroad through their will in this Assembly that their Chief Whip, well, she got up and proposed to close the debate on Group 6 amendments without even hearing from the parties in this corner. Now, I am well used on a Wednesday afternoon to Miss Bradshaw not wanting to give me my fair say, but it's a bit rich coming from the Alliance Party to complain that their mandate is somewhat being disrespected when there are those in this House who they sought to prevent from taking part in this debate and ensured that they wouldn't say anything at all. So there this morning, I done a wee bit more reading to see what the Nationalist and Republican Alliance parties in this House had to say about this issue back in their last manifestos. I discovered that there were two parties, the SDLP and Sinn Féin. Well, they had nothing to say about it at all in their manifestos about raising the age of criminal responsibility. So where is this mandate from the people that they talk about when it wasn't even worth putting in your manifesto? We had Miss Ferguson saying that it disrespected their mandate. Well, it wasn't a big enough issue to include in your manifesto. The truth is that neither party has a mandate from anyone to change the law in such a significant and profound and controversial way as they have sought to do. Happy to give way to Ms Sheeran.
Thank you for eventually giving way to me. And there's a couple of points that I want to make based on what you've just contributed. Are you aware, in terms of victims, that the Victims Commissioner is in support of this change? Secondly, are you aware that there was a recommendation following public consultation in 2011 that showed public support for this change? And thirdly, do you feel it's very important that we have a debate that you're heard on when you have been instrumental in blocking the democratic result of this debate were to be properly heard? What's the point in debating something you've already blocked? You've already been a pawn for the DUP and allowed it to be blocked.
Ms Sheeran, I can certainly assure you I'm no pawn for the DUP. And I signed that out of conviction and principle as soon as I knew the petition of concern was laid. Because you know what? That was the right thing to do. Because I couldn't trust Sinn Féin, the SDLP, or the Alliance, and of course Mr Carroll and People Before Profit, to make a decision that will safeguard my children and their future. So I will take no lectures from Sinn Féin, especially yourself, Ms Sheeran. It's good to see that you have an interest in victims. It's good to see that you've now got an interest in victims. Because for many years your party didn't. They were the victim makers. But that's maybe a part of history that you don't want brought up. That's a part of history that you don't want to talk about. But that's something, while I'm in this chamber, I'll make sure you and the rest of your party will never be allowed to forget. So moving back on to the Alliance Party, and I've got to give the Alliance Party credit, because at least in their manifesto they did mention this. Buried away on page 23 of their 94-page manifesto was the sentence, "Change the age of criminal responsibility from 10, which is one of the lowest in Europe, to 14. So they gave it a lot of thought with one line. One line is what they put in. So following on from that train of thought, I want to cast our minds back to the second stage of this debate on the 1st of October 2024. During my contribution, I cautioned members in this House against any attempt to amend the bill to raise the age of criminal responsibility, when I reminded the House of the horrendous murder of 2-year-old James Bulger by Robert Thompson and John Venables. True to form, an Alliance MLA got to their feet to make a point of order and stated, I'll take an intervention in a minute. On a point of order, Mr Deputy Speaker, I thought that particularly at the second stage of a bill, members should speak to the principles of the bill. So that was the same member that her party has brought forward an amendment who said that it wasn't within the principles of the bill. So we're there, and we can keep up and ensure that everybody is aware of the duplicity from the Alliance Party, because this is what they intended to do all along. Have a bill wide enough, so things that they couldn't get through the executive, they would then farm it out to other MLAs within their party to bring it through to do the minister's bidding. Happy to give way to my Northampton colleague.
I suppose there was a couple of points there, but I think that the most recent one that I'd like to... I do nobody's bidding. I'm not doing the Justice Minister's bidding. I came into this House as a former youth worker with a long-held passion for this, as I'm sure every single one of my colleagues can attest to, and those who served on councils before me. This is not something that I have plucked out of the air because the Justice Minister tells me to, and I do take offence to that, Mr Gaston, because that intimates to me as if this is party political. For me, it's not. This is a moral, this is a way to make society better. You may disagree with me, and that's fine. But I do take offence at being told that I'm just doing somebody's bidding.
I was expecting a prolonged intervention on something else I said, but Shan has taken great exception to that. Happy to give way to Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you. I actually stood at the same time there. So it was more just on the point around this justice bill. So I appreciate that you've only been co-opted in the last couple of years, but I think every mandate, and I would like, even if the Minister can come in, Justice Minister come in, every mandate there will be a miscellaneous provisions bill, that a lot of this tidying up, a lot of these progressions will come forward. I know you have been in for a long time, Mr Gaston, but it's not unusual for this to happen each mandate.
And there we have the condescending, sneering remarks from the Chair of the TEO Committee. Case and point. Happy to give way.
Mr Gaston, I wasn't sneering. You were sneering at the Alliance Party. You were sneering at the procedures in this chamber, and I was simply correcting you.
Well, I will take that on board, so will Chairperson. That is me put in my place. If only it was as easy to do that. You have found over the last 2 years it's not just as simple to disregard what I have to say when I'm given the floor. Happy to give way to Mr Buckley.
Thank the member for giving way. He's very generous in his interventions, in particular to the TEO chair, who has never been that generous in the past to facilitate him. Could I say to the member that perhaps some of the major difficulties in which we're facing today is actually caused by the Minister herself? Because she's bought half a bill. The book of amendments are 10 times that of what the bill is. Is that not one of the primary reasons why this Minister is floundering in front of us today?
On a point of order, the member will be aware that there is an obligation on members to correct the record when they speak in error. He's just said that the amendments to the bill are 10 times the amount of the original bill. That is factually incorrect. You can flick your papers all you want, but it doesn't change the fact that it's not 10 times the amount. It also, in fairness, doesn't reflect the fact that his own colleague brought quite a few of them.
Deputy Speaker, I would just like clarity from the Chair. Was that indeed a point of order from the Justice Minister?
Mr Buckley, Ms Long, there's a pattern developing again where there are points of order that aren't strictly points of order, but there are members who question the validity of points of order, who themselves have availed of opportunity to raise points of order that they know full well are not points of order. So I'm keeping all names out of it at this point. I'm going to say this. As I indicated a relatively short time ago, the Speaker gave some guidance this morning about the tone of debate, the nature of interventions and the necessity to stick to the debate on the Justice Bill. So we've had a review of committee processes, an analysis of manifestos, and a number of other points have been raised to set context, and there be some latitude for that. Now I will be expecting all comments to be on the bill and the amendments, or points of order to be specified as to which standing order they relate to. Otherwise, we will move on.
I don't have my order book in front of me, but I know from experience as a minister that if I misspeak in this House or I provide false information, I am expected to return to this House and correct the record at the first opportunity. I raised my point of order in order to allow the member for Upper Ban to correct the record in a contemporaneous fashion, not to disrupt the debate.
Minister, that point is noted, and you did refer to a specific example. The member involved can reflect on their comment, and if they wish to withdraw the comment. Otherwise, the Speaker's office will look at that as they do with all points of order raised. Point of order.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Justice Minister has just challenged the ruling by the Chair, which was that she was to quote the exact standing order in which she was replying to. She never did so. Is that an order?
Mr Buckley, you haven't given quotation yourself of a... So here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. I have already commented on points of order that may not be points of order. I have clearly referenced earlier guidance. And now Mr Gaston is taking us back to members. Mr Gaston will be heard, and he's taking us back to the debate on the Justice Bill.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Although I'm only in this, as you've already heard, in this chamber a short time, in my 2 years here, I certainly haven't seen a leaf like this coming in front of us. For all those, and indeed that was the point I was going to make, for all those environmentalists who don't like to waste paper, I don't know how many pages that is, but it's a square sheath of paper. Happy to give way to Mr Frew, the Chair of the Justice Committee.
I say that I have took so many of those pages with regards to my amendments.
So we have found something that we can agree on in the chamber here tonight. That there's a lot of this, and the trees that have been harvested is in the name of Paul Frew, the member for Northampton. So just to get back to the points that I was making, and indeed the spoiler alert was the Alliance MLA who tried to shut down this debate at second stage, that criminal responsibility wasn't part of it, was Nuala McAllister. 21 months later, here we are debating an amendment, a number of amendments based on criminal responsibility.
Thank the member for reminding me, because I have no recollection of that, but it was obviously correct. It was second stage, you know, the amendment, it wasn't down, so we weren't talking about it. That's okay. Like, I don't understand the point of what you're getting at here. It doesn't really further the debate. It doesn't really cement your side of the argument. If you want to talk about the minimum age of criminal responsibility, do it now. It's your opportunity.
Absolutely, and that's what I am entitled to do, and will take my time going through the age of criminal responsibility and outlaying that where I firmly stand on that issue. But the reason for bringing that up was back at second stage, I did raise this as a concern. And the member got to her feet, raised the point of order that it wasn't, because it wouldn't be within the parameters of what we had in front of us. But here we are.
Mr. Gaston, okay, I'll rise, but look, I don't want an analysis of all of the procedural stages of the bill. Members know what the debate's for here. This debate is on the bill and amendments to the bill, not previous stages. Mr. Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll get back to my remarks and indeed concentrate on amendments 79 and 80, and they are the ones in the name of Shan Mulholland and the Alliance Party. And on that basis, the Alliance Party, they always like to seek power from the people at the ballot box, but very soon afterwards they get captured by their own ideology, not insisted upon by the public, but cooked up at their own party headquarters. So on this issue, like many others, Mr. Speaker, I believe the Alliance Party aren't listening to what even their own voters want. We all know that during the George Floyd unrest in the United States, we had two Alliance MLAs chose to make personal donations to the American Bail Fund.
This is the last time that I'm going to ask you to refer to the amendments and the bill, and if you don't desist from this deliberate distraction from the request that I have made, then I will stop you. The next time will be to stop you. I hope that's clear.
I will, Mr. Speaker, get back, and I will say that let's look and examine the amendments that we have in front of us and concentrate now solely on Group 6 of the Justice Bill. So what is Group 6 all about? I believe it wasn't about whether children should be treated differently from adults, as they should be. Nor was it about whether vulnerable children deserve support, intervention and rehabilitation, as they do. The question before us in this group of amendments, I believe, was much narrower and much more practical. It was about should Northern Ireland remove the ability of the criminal justice system to deal with the most serious offender committed by children aged between 10 and 12. I believe the answer to that is a resounding no. That is why 30 MLAs signed the petition of concern, as they felt passionately that raising the age before you can commit an offence was indeed reckless. Northern Ireland doesn't operate some harsh and punitive regime for children. Our youth justice system is already built around diversion. It already recognises that children are different. It already seeks rehabilitation rather than punishment. Youth conferences, diversionary disposals, supervision and support are at the heart of the already justice system that exists. The reality is that custody is rare. Prosecution is often the last resort. The current law already provides a balanced framework. What concerns me is that Amendment 82 tried to go further beyond what was there and beyond recognising childhood. It tried to create a situation where a child aged 11 or under couldn't commit an offence, and those aged between 12 and 13 could only be prosecuted for 5 offences: murder, attempted murder, manslaughter, rape and assault by penetration. That is all. Everything else falls outside criminal law. The events of recent days should have caused members to reflect, and I noticed Mr McNulty tried to change the narrative in this, but the events of recent days should have caused members to reflect, but it didn't. We should not pretend that there weren't children aged between 10 and 13 engaged in some very serious offences. If this House was allowed to pass this amendment, it would have positively encouraged children between 10 and 13 to commit crimes when disorder breaks out, with that fear that the law wouldn't apply to them. Take the bus we saw burnt in East Belfast just a few days ago as an example. Can the members who wanted to support this amendment, can they say for certain that there was no child under 13 involved? And let's look at a real-life example which is well documented. Happy to give way to Ms. Sheeran.
For taking an intervention, and you've raised something particularly upsetting, I suppose, given how recent it was. Obviously, it's all speculation because we don't know the ages of anybody involved in that particular incident, and it was upsetting for the intended victims and for everybody that witnessed it. But I would contend that that's a perfect example of why we need this legislation, because that was as a result of racism, and there's no child with racism in their heart. That's learned behaviour. That's coercion. There's no 13-year-old that hates other people whose lives they don't understand. Somebody has made them do that, and it's those people that we need to protect.
Absolutely, and there's no problem going after those people. But at the same time, if a child was engaged in that activity, and indeed I refer to comments that Sam McBride reported on earlier this week in the Nolan Show, where he seen very, very young people out on the streets on Thursday night when he was there. But to turn around and say, well, whatever crimes you've committed, you know, that's okay, we can talk about it after. Whereas, no, there has to be some responsibility for your actions. That has to be core. Like, if there's a victim at the end of this, turning around and making that excuse for somebody is wrong. If something had happened due to them attacks and there was a victim left at the end of it, I'm sorry, but I wouldn't be turning around and saying to them, but that person was too young. They decided to go and engage in that.
Anyway, with that attitude in mind, would he agree that there should be some repercussions for those who should know better, who inflamed the situation and used incendiary language to send people out onto the streets?
So we've got the mask has slipped, and this is the narrative that the Liberal elite are trying to focus on. There is no political comments that sent anybody onto the street, and I want to be very clear about that. No speeches. Mr Dix, if you want an intervention, I'm happy to give you one.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, particularly just in this particular line of thought, that when it comes to putting those thoughts of racism and other behaviour into young children's minds, would the member agree with me that an obscene banner pinned to a children's playground by adults is something that most definitely imprints that in the minds of children and encourages them? The children are to be protected, the adults are to be locked up.
We could play this game all night. The Raymond McCresh Play Park. Does that not mean when you name a play park after a terrorist that the same could apply? So on that basis, and I'm glad to hear your agreement with that.
Not only are we right, but this party made that a cause, that party made that a strong call, that party called on the local authority that refused to change the name. This party has a long, proud record of calling out sectarianism.
We are some way off the amendments to the Justice Bill. Some way off. Now, there was some responding to interventions there, which were also off, but Mr Gaston had not directly contravened what I asked for earlier, that he stuck to the terms of the debate. But the interventions took him there. So what we're going to do now, interventions from around the House took him there. So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a break. Members will know that the Business Committee agreed to have an evening suspension. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 7 p.m. The debate will continue on this group, and the next member to be called will be Timothy Gaston. The sitting is by leave suspended.
As I was getting to the end of my speech, I want to get to a point where I'm really focusing in on the primary reason why I decided to sign a petition of concern based on what passing Amendment 82 would have unhinged and unleashed on Northern Ireland. And I want to look at a real life example, which is indeed well documented. So let's consider what happened in Edlington back in 2009. Two brothers aged 10 and 11 abducted two younger boys. They subjected them to a prolonged ordeal involving beatings, strangulation, burning, humiliation, and threats to kill. One of those younger victims suffered catastrophic injuries, and both were left for dead. Thankfully, they survived. But if Amendment 82 was in place at that stage, and that happened in Northern Ireland, none of them two young boys would face any criminal sanction. And I think that should be a lesson for us all to heed. The amendment that the Liberal elite were all piling in behind and coming together on was indeed dangerous and would have led to more children being exploited due to no risk of prosecution until 14, except for a cherry-picked list of offences based on public perception rather than sound evidence. The 30 MLAs who triggered the petition of concern have done the majority in this chamber a great service. The 30 MLAs have ensured that you won't have to look a mother, a father, a son, a daughter in the eye when a crime has been committed and the guilty party couldn't even be held responsible. My conscience is clear. The decision we took was for the greater good, and what we done was the right course of action. I look forward in the coming days and weeks that when there is young people in our communities that get caught up in trouble, they will see the same urgency, the same compassion, the same willingness to act as the bail bondsmen Tennyson and Donnelly by putting their hand in their pocket when the woke wagon rolls into town. I want to finish in this. I make no bones about it at all. I signed the petition of concern on the basis that I didn't trust Sinn Féin, the SDLP, the Alliance and the People Before Profit to get this right. I couldn't trust them to put victims before their ideology, all under the guise of progressive politics. So I'm glad that 30 MLAs took a stand to ensure that this wouldn't be railroaded through, that victims would be heard instead of the ideology those that signed the amendment were wanting to push.
Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm just going to speak on Amendment 79 and 82. There's been much talk about some of the backgrounds that we have been considering here. Just for declaration purposes, I was a youth worker, like the member for North Antrim, for about 20 years. I've also written a very detailed report on adverse childhood experiences. And I am more than familiar with ACEs and trauma-informed care. I'm also more than aware that children with 6 or more ACEs are more likely to get involved with our criminal justice system. And I suppose as I approach this debate, my view is that actually, and it's been referred to by a number of different parties, actually, to be fair in the course of this debate, that actually what we should be doing is intervening earlier and quicker before these children actually perpetrate a crime, that there should be more support in the early stages so they don't find themselves in the situation at 12 or 13 where they do. It is clear from the debate that the amendments that we're discussing, which are supported by Alliance, Sinn Féin and the SLP, want to raise MACRA to 2014, with 5 exceptions, and these have been discussed throughout the length of the debate. I should say I'm not going to speak for 20 minutes or half an hour. This is probably about 5 minutes, and I want to try and be fairly concise. Those exceptions are murder, attempted murder, manslaughter, rape, and assault by penetration. And also I want to, in the early stages, sort of pick up on the debate that we had late last night, which wasn't very orderly, but a lot of these things were discussed. And one of the things that was discussed was why we were looking at these very specific amendments and the backstory to those. And I've worked with the Bills Office on a number of occasions, and I found them to be really excellent at what they do. But any MLA who's been here a while or worked in the Assembly will know that when an MLA takes an amendment to that office, they usually have some level of what we might call policy intent. They'd like something to be done, and they hand that over to the Bills Office, and the Bills Office will draft an amendment accordingly that is in line with what that policy intent should be. But the Bills Office can only draft based on what they get. So when we look at these 5 exceptions, I also remain confused with that list. And it wasn't even clear in the rather fractious debate that we had last night why these 5 offences were picked. And why, for example, and I'm quite happy to take an amendment from any of the proposers, to an intervention from any of the proposers, why, for example, that one of the crimes listed there, which is murder, and a second crime is attempted murder, that we have something like rape on that list, but not attempted rape. And I remain confused why this list was picked. And I suppose I will indeed.
For the most part, the exemptions are based on the exemptions that are in other regions of these islands. So the Republic of Ireland, Scotland, that is what this was modelled on in terms of what is working, what is in law in the other regions. That is where they came from.
No, I thank the member for North Antrim and the proposer of one of the amendments for answering that. I'm still unsure then why they were picked and why some others didn't make that list. I certainly accept her answer around that. However, when we look at the list and then we look at what's not on the list and how they apply, offences that a 13-year-old could no longer commit, as they would no longer be viewed as crimes, include very serious crimes. And I just have picked 3. Grievous bodily harm with intent, attempted rape, or arson endangering life. And those are crimes that if a 13-year-old perpetrated, and this amendment passed this Assembly, that they could not be actually prosecuted for. But as I considered it more, I thought about the circumstances and the impact this amendment would have. One of the examples that, in doing some research around this, that if a group of 13-year-old boys sexually assaulted, groped, or fondled a 10-year-old girl, that would no longer be a prosecutable crime under this amendment. And whilst I agree with the comments of my colleague behind me, the Education Minister who is speaking as a backbencher this evening, that actually I fully accept that some who brought this amendment believe it's the right thing to do, believe it will improve our criminal justice system, it will support young people, and they have sincerity in those beliefs. I also believe that it won't, and I hope that they will accept the sincerity with which I come to this argument. And we have talked at some length about the perpetrators of these crimes. I will.
I thank the member for giving way. Would the member agree with me that the offence that you've just referred to is a problem throughout society and the root cause of it is misogyny? And on that basis, would the member accept that proper education and consistent RSE training for all of our young people would probably be more effective at reducing those incidents than any proposed criminalisation of the offenders?
I thank the member for her question, and we do have age-appropriate RSE in our schools. It's actually part of a review that the Minister is currently conducting to actually make the RSE provision that we have even better in our schools. I can only speak for myself and my family. We have 2 boys in our family, and we are teaching them, as we bring them up, to of course respect women and respect young female friends that they have in school. And I would hope that every father and mother in Northern Ireland is doing that. We are dealing with misogyny in our society. We have the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy, and we talk about that a lot. But I'll stay on that theme for a second. We have the VAGS strategy. However, in the example that I have just provided to the House, that offence would no longer be prosecuted. And that is a group, and these are very rare. I accept they're very rare occurrences, but I gave the member an example last night, and I fully accept that the age range of the case in Hampshire is above what we're talking about. And I was simply giving an example, but these crimes do happen. And my reasoning around this is that if I was either that 10-year-old girl or the parents of that 10-year-old girl in the example that I just gave, there would be no recourse to justice for her. And so when we look, and she makes a reasonable point, when we look at violence against women and girls, absolutely there needs to be education and better education, but we also need to address what happens when a young girl is subject to something that is completely heinous. With respect, I'll take the member for Northampton first.
And you spoke there about the parents who are seeking justice and the young girl that's seeking justice. When I met with victim support and when I met with other women's organisations particularly, the one thing that came out really, really clearly from them was that not all victims feel the same and that justice does not feel the same. So they were saying they actually had engaged with families who were saying, we really don't want a child to have their life changed irreparably because of this incident. What we would rather know is that no other family will go through what our daughter did. So would you accept that justice does not look the same? So whilst I understand where you're coming from and saying that family wants to seek justice, but what is that justice going to look like for every victim? Because for some it's to get an apology, for others it is to put somebody in a justice centre.
And I will take the member opposite their intervention in a second. I'd like to answer the member for North Antrim first. I absolutely accept that. And I think, and she very kindly took an intervention, I think, from me last night, or certainly there was some chat about this in the chamber. And I completely accept that not all victims will have the same outlook, certainly not within the context that she's sharing or that I'm sharing. So actually, victims will have different views and different opinions about what they see as justice, what they see as recompense, what they see, for example, as rehabilitation, and what they see in terms of how society is made safe. So I do accept that from the member. But I would also say to her that there will also be families who, in the situation that I have just described, will want what they might call justice, will want that to be treated as a prosecutable crime. And they are as entitled to that as another family who say, actually, we want restorative justice for the perpetrator of this crime. And my difficulty with this amendment is that what it actually does is it removes the possibility of the families that I'm talking about to have a recourse to justice, because this will remove the very vehicle that they would take that with. I'll take the member across the way.
Thank the member for giving way. So there's a couple of parts to this. First of all, the Commissioner for the Victims of Crime is supportive of this amendment. and they're obviously somebody that is well versed in the needs and experiences of victims here. Secondly, as a woman, and I would bet, because I think every woman I've ever spoken to in my life has had some experience of some sort of sexual misconduct, assault, or something that shouldn't have happened to them. I can say with absolute clarity that what I would like to see is that that doesn't happen to anyone else. And when a person is criminalised, when a young person who potentially does not fully understand the repercussions of their action is criminalised, the likelihood of them being educated on what they did was wrong and why what they did was wrong is slim. But the alternatives that would have been achieved had we been able to legislate to increase MACR would have included that education piece, which would ultimately lead to fewer victims. So punitive, I struggle, because you've just in your introduction told us that you have worked with young people for 20 years. Why go a punitive route instead of an empathetic one?
Look, I thank the member for her intervention, and I'm happy to address it. In your intervention, you used the phrase that they either do or don't fully understand the course or the implications, perhaps, of their actions. And that then takes me back, and I wasn't going to make this point, but I will make it now. That takes me back to the fact that we have tabled amendments here which have exceptions. And then I start thinking about that, and I think, do the proposers of these amendments, are they making a case that children of a certain age understand that some crimes are wrong and some are not? So are we saying that, for example, they understand, because these are your exceptions, a child of 13 will understand that murder or attempted murder or manslaughter or rape or assault by penetration, they'll understand these are wrong, but somehow the same child of 13 has a different understanding of attempted rape or grievous bodily harm. You see, to be quite honest with you, I would, if these were brought, and I wouldn't support it, to be clear, and I'll let the member back in after the other member, if you make the case that this is about reason or understanding or Gillick, or as you just said there, children fully understanding their actions, then that leaves you in muddy water. The very fact you put in 5 exceptions, because either a child understands it at 13 or they don't. No child is going to go, oh, well, do you know what? I know that manslaughter is bad, so I'm not going to do it. But actually attacking someone with a claw hammer is okay. That does not make any sense. It's certainly not my understanding of childhood development. Anyway, I hope I answered the member's question. The member has waited patiently.
I don't remember what I was wanting to, which point I was wanting to intervene on. But just with regards to actually the points that you just raised, there is a lot of research and evidence, particularly that is done through academics in the field of psychiatry, and how the understanding and child development of the brain isn't as black and white, and it is quite fluid. Yep. So there actually is a possibility that children will understand rights and wrongs on different levels. But with regards to where we are with the amendment, we've had this debate last night. There has been acknowledgement around the chamber that when it came to actually trying to get something passed, that there is an element of political consensus in that too, and we do have to acknowledge that. It was something that was said last night, but with regards to the development of children and the brains of the child, it is acknowledged that actually it isn't just black and white, and that there are complexities to it. But what is the difference whenever you're age 9 compared to if you're 9 and 300 days compared to when you're age 10 and currently carry out one of those crimes?
So look, I thank the member for her intervention, and certainly I agree with her that actually brains develop in different ways. I have some level of sympathy for other arguments I saw around this, where actually some of these things, we actually look at Gillick, because and the other thing, it's so arbitrary in terms of what we're talking about, because children do, and I will accept that point, children do develop at different times and have different levels of understanding. But it brings me back to the initial point. Why are we then making exceptions? Because I get the point that some children might see, for example, stealing an apple or stealing a mobile phone from a shop as different from attempted murder. They might get that. But what we're talking about here is a list where the crimes directly, where the crimes directly below that list are so serious and heinous that actually they are very similar to some of the crimes that are listed on the exemptions list. I will pause and take the Minister for Justice.
I appreciate you giving way. I think the point had already been made that partly it was to do with political consensus in order to be able to get sufficient consensus to make progress on the issue. But I think secondary to that, we've talked all along about this being a balance between wanting to protect younger children who may be drawn into offending behaviour and the rights of victims. And therefore, in those most serious offences, the balance may fall in a different place, and I think it's a recognition of that simple fact. It's not to say that the things that fall immediately below it are trivial. It's not to say that the things that are on the list are the only serious crimes, but they are particularly heinous offences and are recognised as such even in sentencing. And I think for that reason, there was logic in saying that those would be carved out because they would be at the more extreme end of sentencing. For example, for an adult, they could carry a life sentence.
I thank the Minister for her intervention, and I certainly understand the logic behind her arguments. I still remain at a place where I kind of think the difference, and I understand that when we're drafting legislation, there has to be a level of definition in terms of some of these crimes. But I still will not accept the argument that somehow one child of the same age will realise and that attempted murder is wrong and have a different view of grievous bodily harm by intent. But anyway, I want to move on because I honestly didn't want to speak for that long. But look, I'll make a couple of other points. It is right and proper that as we look at this, and I will come on to victims in a minute, that we do look at the perpetrators of these crimes, because we are talking about very serious crimes. And I was very glad to hear my colleague, Mr. Given, actually very clearly state that some of the perpetrators of these crimes do come from incredibly challenging backgrounds. We know, for example, that those, and the member for North Belfast made this case, because I was listening to her upstairs, and I want to apologise I wasn't down here, that those with care experience backgrounds are much more likely to have encounter with the justice system. So, but when they commit these crimes, they do need, obviously, rehabilitation, because at some point we want them to come out the other side of that justice system as reasonable young people who can integrate back into society. And so they will need support, and they will need integration into society, and they will need education. But they will need that in a secure setting. And again, this brings me to really another point. And I think we talk a lot about criminalising these young people, and I suppose that is a term that has been used a lot in this debate. I want to address that, because actually people out there may not understand the nuances of what we're talking about in here. So when a 11-year-old or a 12-year-old, and they are incredibly small in number, commits one of these very serious offences, they don't get sent to Maghaberry, okay? They are not put in a prison, and I will defer to the Minister of Justice if I get this wrong. But my understanding is that in very serious situations where a serious crime has been committed, they are most likely to end up in the Woodlands facility in my constituency. And I looked it up. And that facility offers secure accommodation, education and training, healthcare and mental health support, recreation and sports facilities, and programs aimed at reducing reoffending and helping young people return to the community. That's what happens if one of these young people commits a serious crime that's where they go to. And I will give way to the Minister.
Well, I thank the member for giving way, and he is correct, of course, that Woodlands is an excellent facility, and I'm certainly not going to contradict him on that point. But would he also agree with me that a child of 10 or 11 being taken away from their family, being taken away from their school, being taken away from the environment in which they've grown up, rather than being supported in that environment to deal with their behaviours and potentially also with the family issues that that child might be struggling with, is still a traumatic incident for many of those young people. And therefore there is a concern that a young person in such circumstances, one of two things will happen. They'll either be traumatised by the experience or potentially worse, depending on their home circumstances. If the interventions aren't made there, they may actually prefer to be institutionalised than to live in a normal family. And would that not be a tragedy, that at 10 or 11 we would be institutionalising a child who would prefer to be in an institution than actually be at home with their family because the right supports are not in place when they're not in Woodlands?
Thank the Minister for intervention, and I agree with her. We don't want to traumatise some of these young people any more than their background already has. But I would make this point to her. As she well knows, the young people, and they're very small in number, Woodlands holds about 40 or 48 young people and is never full, and the numbers are very small. But the young people who are in Woodlands have committed some very serious crimes, and some of them very violent crimes. And as such, whilst they are assured of getting that support that I have mentioned in my earlier statement, they are also held in a secure facility. And that is the right place for them. Because not only could they be a danger to themselves, but they could certainly be a danger to society. And that's why we have that facility. Because we have talked about, the victims. And nearly as I listen to some of the speeches in this chamber, I sort of think that when one of these crimes happens, everyone's a victim. The person committing the crime is a victim, and the person to whom the crime is committed is also a victim. And that can't be the case. And so I do believe, and let's go back to the original premise. We're talking about a child of 13 who could be guilty or previously could be found has committed a crime of grievous bodily harm, which is one of the most serious crimes in our statute books, and wouldn't be placed in a secure facility, even though that secure facility was doing all it could to support that young person. But at least they were in that facility in the first place. Because one of the things that we have to do when we look at this is also protect society in the middle of it and make sure that that young person does not recommit that crime because they are free on our streets. And we have talked, and I've listened very carefully to other arguments, we have talked a lot about human rights, about progressiveness, about a rights-based approach. But I do believe that we have to, in the middle of all this, centre ourselves on the victims of very, very serious crime. And I do believe that that should be within a secure facility for the perpetrators like Woodlands. And I don't know how you would start to explain to the parents of a young girl or a young boy who was subject to one of the crimes that is not on the accepted list, that there was no recourse for them. There was no recourse for their child having been subjected to a highly traumatic and extremely damaging event that actually no crime had been committed. That young person is 12 or 13 and they can't commit a crime. And the more I thought about it, I thought about what my approach would be as a father of 3 children if one of them was subject to, for example, grievous bodily harm. by maybe a group of 13-year-old boys. And as a father, I would struggle if a police officer came to my door and told me that one of my children had been subject to a really, really violent attack, that child, my son or daughter, was in hospital, possibly fighting for their life, but no prosecutable crime had been committed because the assailants were 13. So my son or daughter is in the Ulster, perhaps fighting for their life, and I have a policeman on my door telling me no crime has been committed. Those young boys or girls, they'll be free. They may have some level of support, and I'm not going to demean the support. There was a lot of that last night. They're going to get supported. They may get restorative justice. But my son or daughter is in the Ulster, and they haven't committed a crime. And I want the members of this chamber who are here, who proposed this amendment, and I'm happy to give the floor to anyone, to stand up, and I'll take their intervention, and explain to me what they would say to the parents of that child in the Ulster. Whenever that policeman explained to them, no crime's been committed, they can't be prosecuted, but it's my son or daughter who's in the Ulster Hospital. I don't have an answer to it. I'm more than happy to sit down if one of the proposers of this amendment would stand up and explain to me what they would do if they were the policeman at my door, and how they would explain to my son or daughter's parents what had happened and why those 13-year-old boys had committed no crime. I will.
The member, and in fairness to the member, it's not in his normal nature to talk in extremities, and he hasn't been engaging in that. But the whole premise of the argument that you're making is based on extreme cases. And we know that making law on the basis of extreme cases is not good law. And if the law only covers extreme cases but punishes all children and vulnerable children in the process, then it is terrible law. And we have, you're asking there for what we would say to parents. We all deal with parents, with constituents in really horrible circumstances every day of the week. But we have a raft of evidence that tells us that this proposal would lead to less offending. And that means that there are going to be fewer parents standing in the Ulster Hospital or wherever else with injured children. That's the reality. So that's what I would say. We stand over this amendment. You have blocked it. You have cynically blocked it. And you haven't got the courage of conviction in your argument, because if you did, you wouldn't have engaged the POC.
Well, look, I would say to the member on the subject, and I'm not getting into POC because that's not what we're here to debate, but I would say to the member that I stand by my convictions and I stand by signing that POC. And I would also say to the member that if I read out that set of circumstances to constituents of mine, or I would admit that if she took that example to constituents of hers, and these things, I accept that they're not massive numbers. However, the law has to understand that these things do exist. These are not, we're not talking about hypotheticals here. If we change, I will in a second, but if we change the law, what I have just read out could happen. It absolutely could happen. And we'd be in a situation where that would not be a theoretical example that I'm giving in this chamber, but it absolutely could happen in real life. And what I'm saying, what I say to the member's other point, is that pushing macro to 14 is not the solution. The solution is better and I made this point at the start. is better and earlier intervention so the kids don't make these mistakes. They don't make these mistakes. And actually, if you look at the research and you look at, and I'm more than happy to provide the member with some research around this, if you actually intervene earlier when children have multiple ACEs, they end up, because this is about hardwired brain development. Some members have made this case, and I did hear one earlier. A brain needs to be specially wired to be even able to commit some of these crimes, and that happens over a period of time. So what we do is we intervene earlier and faster and younger, so that actually children, when they are well below what even MACRA is now, they're getting help and support and interventions so they don't end up in these situations in the first place. I'm going to take the member over here.
I thank the member for giving way, and I hope he'll indulge me for a minute. So when before I came into full-time politics, I ran a project in the village area of South Belfast, and one of our projects was around disengaged young people, and the Youth Justice Agency would have come to us and said, can you take such and such? And when I said to Graham, a lot of you will know Graham from Tree, he said such and such, I'd say, what's their backstory? Every single one of them had a backstory. Father in prison, mother had died, etc., etc. They all had a backstory. If they had had the better intervention in the education system and not dropped out of school, if they had had better social security support at a younger age, you've made the argument, but yet by the time they got somebody like Graham, who is a saint, like a big father figure in his life, he didn't need to go through the youth justice system and the criminal justice system. He needed proper intervention at a time that was timely. And if it wasn't for organisations like that, then we would see a lot more disengaged young people who would then go on to a life of crime. Thank you.
Look, I thank the member, and it might concern her that I'm about to agree with her, but I mean, look, that is what we need. And I've stood up in this chamber and said earlier, faster, and more effective intervention. And we do know, the cohorts who need this. And I would love to see this Assembly move somewhere towards, and to be fair, I believe the Justice Minister's Department has become trauma informed. If she's going to nod at me to see, yes, she is, okay. Look, so we can identify these youngsters, and the member makes a good point. Actually, especially with boys, 60% of boys who go to prison, 60% of boys who have fathers in prison are infinitely more likely to offend. So they are identifiable cohorts which we could put additional resources in, which we could target with more support and more interventions. And we don't have to move MACRA to do that. Okay? I'm wondering, was there somebody else? Did anyone else want? Because I'm closing down here. Yes, young lady.
I mean, I don't appreciate being patronised, I have to say, and that was the second time. But just for the record, with regards to your comment about providing us with expertise or advice, we are the outlier here. MACRA is lower here than it is in 75% of European states. We have advice going back as far as 2011 to increase the criminal age of responsibility. And we have advice from the UNCRC, who I would dare to say are a better expert on children's rights than any of us in this chamber. And the world hasn't caved in any of those places. So going back again to this emotive argument that you're presenting about one individual hypothetical case or how you would feel as a parent, with all due respect, see the passion that you've put into that argument and the passion that you have all displayed in managing to barter with specific members of the UUP to drive a POC over the line. I would love to see that passion engaged in those early interventions for young people who need support and help, instead of dying in a ditch to make sure they can remain criminalised.
I thank the member for her intervention. I would note, and I am aware of some of the MACRA levels around Europe, although I also looked up that Switzerland was actually one of the most liberal and progressive countries in Europe, and Switzerland has the same MACRA as we have at age 10. On the other aspect that she raised, around prevention and early intervention and ACEs, I can certainly provide her with my report, which is now, I think, a good 8 years old, where I did make a whole raft of policy suggestions around this before Northern Ireland was even talking about trauma-informed care and ACEs, and it was still within the remit of the Scottish Government, who started talking about it in 2007. So I'm more than happy to provide her with that and the policy recommendations that I made quite a long time ago. Members, I'm going to pause and stop there. I've spoken for more than long enough. I am content with the position of MACRA at 10. I've outlined my arguments for that. I accept that there will be members in this chamber who disagree with me, and I'm happy to continue this conversation offline and do it respectfully. But I think, in closing, as I considered this issue, and I considered it very long and hard, I couldn't get past the fact that the victims of some of these crimes, in certainly some of those circumstances, will have no access to justice. And these crimes are being committed, albeit in low numbers, but they are being committed. And someone else said, and I wrote it down from earlier, that we need a victim-centred approach. And I completely concur with that, and that's why I made these arguments, and that's why I would not support these amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, you've been concluding for about 25 minutes. Yeah, it's been great. Look, Group 6 amendments are complex, nuanced issues, and what I've seen from right across the chamber, I've got to say, is some really good knowledge and understanding of this issue, and lived experience, because people have had previous jobs to coming in here, and these are lived experience which they've taken with them. And that's why I think it's such a robust conversation, is because we all have a principled approach to this. And look, I'm going to be honest, I don't think that those principles for anybody here are going to be changed by any of the arguments. I think we just need to put that point across. I believe, just 1 minute if I can, Minister, I believe 10 is too young. I believe that 10 is too young for a long time. Not just when this debate started, but if I go back to when I first became an MLA, I thought 10 was too young. Now, I don't have a degree, I don't have a thesis. I'm standing in this corner here now partly because of my principle on this issue. So therefore, I'm going to approach this for myself and look at it in primary colours, just to get my point across. And I'll give way to the Minister if you still.
I was simply going to make the point that the member has said that nobody's going to change their mind as a result of the debate, but actually that's not true. Because there are elements of this debate that I had today where I actually said that there was potential for compromise had the debate happened at the right time. But unfortunately, as with the petition of concern on this occasion, using the veto in the executive, the matter was taken off the table. So instead of actually trying to find consensus and actually being willing to move, which we would have been, others actually deny us the opportunity to do that, not just in this mandate, but actually it's been said in future mandates, even if all of the circumstances were to be put in place.
Yeah, and look, and in fairness, Minister, what I'm saying is this is what I think. this is what I think. I think that after all the screaming and shouting, very few people are going to change their mind and say, actually, 14 is a bad idea. We're going to stick with 10. That's the point that I was trying to make, probably clumsily, and I apologise. I got to say, I wish we were approaching this substantial subject not through a series of amendments. This matter is so serious. It's so fundamental of how justice is provided in Northern Ireland. I believe it deserved a standalone bill, much the same as they have in Scotland. And you can stick your hands over your face, Minister, and I'll come to you in a minute, if I can, please, because they had the Age of Criminal Responsibility Scotland Bill 2019, which allowed for scrutiny. A standalone bill would have given the Assembly the ability to fully scrutinise the issue of minimum age of criminal responsibility, the intended and the unintended consequences, and would allow the public to have confidence in the decisions we are making regarding this issue. But I absolutely accept what the Minister said earlier on, that she would not have been able to get this out of the Executive. That's the sentence that you just had have waited a minute, you'd have got there, Minister. But because I absolutely accept that. And I think we all accept that. Do I think that means this issue has gone away? No, it hasn't gone away, because the reality is next mandate somebody will probably bring this forward as a standalone bill, as a private member's bill. That's the likelihood of where we're going to go. And that's probably not a bad thing, because that does exactly what I'm saying it needs to do, and that gets the discussions going so that we can look at the intended and the unintended consequences. But I'm going to look at some of the amendments if I can. And be very brief, and I'm going to try and be really brief. And Amendments 79 and 81, I simply can't support these amendments for two reasons. One is where I believe 10 is too young, I don't accept 14. I think it's too old, and I'll go through that in a minute. But Amendments 79 and 81, for me, doesn't really set a marker. I think it actually removes it. Because what it says is a child under 14, Amendment 79, or a child under 16, Amendment 81, cannot be charged with an offence. Charging something's the outcome. Though for a child of any age can be arrested, investigated, go through the whole criminal justice system, but simply cannot be charged. So to me, those two amendments don't set what we want. I know what the policy intent is, without a shadow of a doubt, but I don't think it sets it, because therefore a child of any age can be given an informal warning, a community resolution notice, which will go on their records and be discoverable by the police. So I can't support Amendments 79 and 81, but the substantial reason is, of course, I don't support 14. And that's okay. I don't support 14, I support 12. And we can agree, but we can agree we can disagree, but we can disagree agreeable. Amendment 82 tries to overcome this issue by being explicit in setting marker. No child under the age of 12 can be guilty of an offence. That's Amendment 82. However, it then goes on to say that children aged 12 or 13, you are guilty of an offence, and then gives a closed list. And this is the problem that's being raised time and time again, is that closed list of offences: murder, attempted murder, manslaughter, rape, assault by penetration. But in essence, what it does, it raises the minimum age of criminal responsibility from 10 to 14, apart from this closed list, which I've got to say, and it's been said many times, and I'm not going to repeat it, but that the closed list doesn't make sense to me either. But for some people, raising it to 14 with the closed list meets the UN Committee on the Rights of a Child's minimum call for a marker of 14. However, the UN also says that that minimum age of 14 should be with no restrictions. That's what it says. So we can't say we're trying to match what the UN's telling us to do and have a minimum age of 14 and then disregard what they're saying when they say there should be no exemptions to that 14. What we have in Amendment 82 is trying to ride two horses in some ways, but falling off both. And I do not believe that they have put in that closed list just to stop outrage. I don't believe that. But I do think they are reacting to what the Public Prosecution Service said in their consultation comments in 2021. What they said was, in the event that the minimum age of criminal responsibility is raised in Northern Ireland, it may be prudent to make provisions for dealing with the most serious cases involving younger children, as being the case in other jurisdictions. So I think that's why they're there. So I don't think it's a cynical attempt to dissuade anger. I really don't. But I don't think it meets what we want it to meet. And to be clear, and people have given examples of this, but someone who is 13, who steals a car, drives it recklessly, hits another car, killing the occupants, or hits a child at the side of the road, will not have committed a crime, because it would be death by dangerous driving. And that's not on the list. And that's where the concerns are. Look, we're not talking about children's behaviours here. We're talking about serious crimes. That's the whole premise, I think, of what's being said. And likewise, people have said the same about upskirting or downblousing or a whole range of sexual offences and vehicle offences. None will be viewed as a crime. Of course, 10 and 11-year-olds can also be involved in these offences, but it's less likely, and it can be dealt with through a more flexible youth justice system. Let me give you an example, if I can. The number of files received by the Public Prosecution Service for 11-year-olds involved in sexual offences between 2022 and 2025 sits at 43. The number of files received by the PPS for a 12-year-old involved in the same range of offences is 123. So you can see that there's a real jump from the age of 11 to the age of 12. On driving offences, 10-year-olds, 3, 11-year-olds, 3, 12-year-olds, 13, 13-year-olds, 28. These are files received by the Public Prosecution Service. And if you look at the latest figures for 24-25, we're talking about something in the region of 500 files on children between the age of 10 and 14 received to the Public Prosecution Service. Yes?
Could the member also give us the figures for how many of those were prosecuted in court?
Yes. So, what age would you like?
Lay all of them, if the member has the figures to hand.
But I'll tell you what. I'll pick one. So let's go for a 12-year-old. Indictable prosecution 2, summary prosecution 51, cautions 14, informed warnings 22, youth conferences 34, and 71 no prosecutions. So the information's there, and I'm not trying to get smart in any shape or form. Please don't think I am, but the information's there, because the point I'm trying to make is I think there's a real jump between the age of 11 and 12. And that, to me, is where my concern is. Yes, of course.
When you're saying about the jump and what we've discussed over the last few days in relation to the neuroscience around this in a child, particularly given those that are making a transition from primary school to secondary school, particularly given hormones, and particularly the longer that it's unaddressed in relation to the trauma, the poverty, everything that child's experiencing, of course there's going to be more children, because as time goes on, there's going to continue to be more children.
Yeah, and look, and I know your background as well, and look, I can't disagree in an awful lot of what you've said, but the reality also is that we still need to catch these people reasonably early. The point that I'm making is that 10 and 11-year-olds are less likely to get involved in serious crime, but from 12 going up, as I'll talk about that in a minute, I think there's more of a chance, and I think that's where we need to have an intervention, because if we haven't intervened early, then these people may lose. We may lose these people in the system. But let me just crack on and try and explain the point that I'm making, because the point that I'm making is that I'm concerned about the size of the cohort that may no longer be engaged until possibly it's too late. We already ensure incarceration of children between the ages of 10 and 18 is a last resort. Woodlands facility, for example, and it was raised earlier by Peter Martin, has room for 48 offenders, but it sits with about 10 or 12 on a regular basis. Now, that is a real positive. 10 or 12. That's between the ages of 10 and 18. Now, let me give you another example, because people have said, what about other countries are doing? So let's give you one that's quite close to ours. Latvia, with a similar population size as Northern Ireland, and a MACR set at 14, and their incarceration levels of 14 or 18 sit at 3 times the size of Northern Ireland. 3 times the size. So there is no one solution fits all. Now that's not every year, it's 3 times the size, but regularly it's 3 times the size. And they have a principle of diversion as well. So that brings me on to the amendment which I have tabled, and I have tabled Amendment 85. And this amendment aims to deal with the extremely low age of criminal responsibility, 10, which I've said to you already I think is too young, by setting a new age, and that new age as being 12, while ensuring that there are measures in place to deal with serious offending by 10 and 11-year-olds. And I haven't got a closed list, just serious offences. And my amendment really comes in 4 parts, and the first part is really quite clear. No child under the age of 12 can be guilty of an offence. This raises the minimum age of criminal responsibility from 10 to 12. It's not what some people want. They want it 14. It's not what others want. They wanted to say 10, but I believe 12 would be right. Why 12? Why are we presuming at 12 that a child can't commit a criminal offence? Well, we already know that 10 and 11-year-olds can commit offences, and I genuinely believe there is a jump in the type of offence and the number of offences when people get a bit older. That is, when they get to the age of 12, because some children's behaviour becomes less manageable. They have left primary school. Their friends' groups are less filtered than they were when they were in primary school. They're susceptible more now to external influences from other children and from adults, and may well have their first phone, which allows them to reach into the darkest recesses of the internet. So I think there is a real difference between an 11-year-old and a 12-year-old. On the latter, we already know that many children as young as 12 are already watching extreme pornography, and in some cases are acting it out. One case was of non-fatal strangulation. Now, I don't want to criminalise children. I really don't. And I don't think our system does. But I do want to ensure that while we are mindful and we help the child, we also be mindful of the victim, because we have to help the victim as well. So for me, that sharp edge between 11 and 12 is that cliff edge. And the statistics, and if you look at the statistics, you will see that it really does double and treble at the crime rates between the ages of 11 and 12. Of course, all ages are arbitrary. I know that. 16, 14, 12, 10. Had Jamie Bolger been murdered by 2 9-year-olds, we'd probably be having a discussion about the minimum age of criminal responsibility now at being 9. That's the level of anger in 1998 when that horrendous crime took place. So they are all arbitrary. We just need to deal with that. The second part of my amendment makes it clear that the police must have the ability to arrest and investigate children who are 10 or 11 years of age. And they have to do it for a number of reasons. One, to make sure it was that child that committed that serious offence. If they don't arrest them, or if they don't investigate them, or if they don't take the biometrics that is needed, if they don't do any of that, then they're not able to prove that that child did the crime. Likewise, they can't prove that that child did not do the crime. And we will have adults who will be telling children to take responsibility for their action, knowing that they're below the age of minimum criminal responsibility. So I think there is an important principle here, that the police need the freedom to be able to investigate. And if that means arrest, then they arrest. If that means taking biometrics, then they have to take biometrics. 11-year-old burns down a derelict house. Police investigate for arson, arrest the child as part of that investigation, and through the course of the investigation, it was proven it was not that child. So it's somebody else out there. Or it's proven that it is that child below the minimum age of criminal responsibility, and that goes into a different process. So the investigatory part, I think, is incredibly important. And the third part of my amendment gives the Director of Public Prosecutions the power to look at a crime committed by a child of 10 or 11 years of age and decide if that crime should be prosecuted. And as you can see, I'm not giving a closed list of offences, but I am giving the Director more latitude. The seriousness of the offence, death by dangerous driving as an example, of course.
Would the member accept, though, the criticism that that was offered, that by giving the DPP that latitude, it doesn't give clarity, it doesn't give a concise picture of what to expect? And I think that was a lot of the criticism when we were going through and looking at your amendment, and with respect, that was some of the challenges that were faced with it, that actually it would be very difficult, quite unworkable, it would have expense, and it would be a bit unwieldy for the legal system to manage.
And I kind of accept that in part, but remember what we're talking about here. We're talking about a very few number of cases. We're not talking about raft of cases. We're not talking thousands. We're talking about a very small number of cases. And that could be something as simple as the police doing an investigation and sending a no-file prosecution file to the PPS or to the Director of Public Prosecutions, and he accepts it, and that's where it goes. So we're talking about a very small number, and we're not talking just about bad behaviour. We're talking about the most serious of offences, and that's why I tried to give an example of death by dangerous driving, which would be one of those offences. So the Director of Public Prosecution would look at the seriousness of the offence, death by dangerous driving, risk of harm to the public, serial arson, assault, sexual behaviour, that's a danger to the public. And he would also look at the best interests of the child, because we have not got away from diversionary measures here. Because ultimately, that's what we're looking to do. Because we're not about criminalising more children. This is about ensuring they get support they require, and that we also support the victims of crime. The last part of my amendment simply ensures all interested parties within the youth justice system, including the PSNI, the PPS, Youth Justice Agency, are prepared for the change from 10 till 12. And I set a figure of 2 years. I think you raised it, Shannon, and I think you raised a fair point. And it made me go away and think, but I'm willing to work with anybody at further consideration stage to set something that would work. Yes, Minister.
I mean, the difficulty is, and a number of members have referred to 12 as a potential compromise landing zone, and I know the member opposite will say, well, that wasn't the intention, it was as a kind of a last-ditch attempt to stop us if the petition of concern didn't work. But there was some substance, actually, to the amendment, because it gave clarity in saying that it was going to be for indictable-only offences. The difficulty with your amendment, with respect, the one that you didn't withdraw, the one that you left on the books, is that we have received legal advice, actually, that we can't do this. So what you've suggested is unworkable, and the Assembly wouldn't actually have the varies to be able to impose this on PPS and others without having to go through a whole process with the Attorney General and so on. So had we had a very clear 12 minus indictable offences, that actually may have gained some traction in the chamber. The difficulty is we're having this conversation in a context where the conversation was shut down too soon, and I do think that that's a shame, because we could have made some progress in this mandate.
I thank the Minister, and I'm glad that the Minister didn't go down the road of saying that the amendment was not competent, having yesterday said about not ever saying that what comes out of the Speaker's office would be viewed as not competent, or indeed that the drafters would do something that's not competent. But But I guess where I'm going with this, Minister, and I guess I disagree with you, because I too did my work, and I don't have the resources that you and your department have, and I accept that. But I did sit with the Public Prosecution Service and talk this very thing through, and they said it was workable. I did sit with the PSNI and talk this thing through, and they said it was workable. I did sit with the Youth Justice Agency and talk this through, and they said it was workable. So I think it's not easy. I think it needs development. You're absolutely right. But I do think there is a compromise there that will help us raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility from 10 till 12, while at the same time still supporting the victims. And if I've mischaracterised something you said yesterday, Minister, then I just misheard it, but I'll accept that.
The issue here is that, for example, and the Speaker can correct me if I'm wrong, but the test that the Speaker does at introduction is to make sure that these are competent. But there is a further issue around competency as whether or not we have the ability to legislate on these issues. There have been previous pieces of legislation that have gone here that have then been appealed by the Attorney General on competence and have had to go to the Secretary of State or someone else in order to see if it's competent. So the Speaker, to be fair, my understanding is that's not the checks that they do. What I was saying was unacceptable yesterday, and I'm happy to put it on the record again, is that I think it was insulting to describe the drafting that was done by the Bills Office as incompetent and written on the back of a fag packet. That was what I found offensive yesterday.
And you did, in fairness, that's exactly what you said. But I would say, Minister, and I'm happy to check the Hansard in regards to this, but I also distinctly remember you saying that something that comes out of the Speaker's office, having been agreed as an amendment to be debated on the floor of this chamber, should not be viewed as not being competent. But I'll check Hansard. And I don't want to get stuck on this because actually I think it's been a good debate and I put my point across. Look, here's the thing. Yep, happy enough.
Because this has been a very fascinating debate, this aspect of it, not last night but tonight. But the issue is this: the Minister did say there in her intervention that she would be prepared to compromise on the floor of this Assembly. But my amendments were down for quite a while, as was the petition of concern, to be fair. But at no time did the Minister or her party come to me to discuss the amendments that we had put down. So I don't see any inclination that the Minister or her party or the proposers of the motion were going to move from their joint combined amendment to add or to agree to my amendments that I had put in. So I think it's okay saying this in the after the fact of the petition concern being launched, but I just don't see it was going to happen.
Yeah, thank you for the intervention. And look, what I would say is this, and I said this at the start, that we can disagree agreeably. People will definitely want 14. People will want to stay at 10. I think 10 is too young, and I propose something which is 12. And look, I'm not a person who stands here and says it doesn't need work. When it needs work, and I'm happy to do that. But the principle of it is absolutely there, and I think the principle of it is absolutely sound. The reality is, we were always going to be in this space. We were always going to be in this space because of confidence. And the reality is, whether we like it or not, and whether we're in a closed bubble in this chamber and not living out there and seeing what people are thinking, there is a lack of confidence. And having done this through amendments, and I understand the reasons why we're doing it through amendments, but having done it through amendments does not bring confidence. And having such a big jump from the age of 10 to the age of 14 was always going to result in a kickback. I always seen this coming. And that is one of the reasons why I tried to soften it. I didn't want to have this conversation in the manner that it is through amendments. I didn't, but that's where we find ourselves. But I tried to soften that. Just to try and get something across the line, because what I don't want to do is have this same debate next year or the year after or at a later stage, or something that's going to corrupt our politics, which I think it already is. Give way to the Minister.
I mean, I understand what the member's saying, but is he aware that earlier in the chamber it was made clear by the DUP, first of all, that 12 wouldn't have been acceptable, and secondly, that your amendment is also under the petition of concern as things stand? So, I mean, it softened nothing, it changed nothing, Doug. The truth is that we're in a situation here where it's the DUP's way or the highway. That's the space we're in, and unfortunately your former colleagues facilitated that.
Well, I said this at the very start, Minister, I wouldn't have signed a petition of concern, and I stand in this corner here because of the principle that I have in regards to this particular issue, along with other issues, of course. You know, so look, I take on board exactly what you're saying, but I've got to be honest. This was always going to end up like this, because it is such a change from 10 to 14, and the Ulster Unionist Party signing is up to the Ulster Unionist Party.
Sort of point their finger at me.
I would say there's been a considerable amount of finger pointing verbally, and the Minister's taken it to a new level. And I think if members would refrain from from making hand gestures at others, it might be helpful. Mr. Beattie, would you like to carry on?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look, I think we could all have a bit of a laugh as well at this. It's a serious issue. But one of the points you raised, Minister, and look, I have not given up on 12. I certainly haven't. Do you know what? We've got 14 days. I've got 14 days to persuade. I intend to use 14 days to persuade. You know, and I may fail, but I'm going to try. You know, and that means trying to persuade my former colleagues. That means trying to persuade the DUP's Justice spokesperson and chair of the Justice Committee. So we can accept that we have failed at the minute to increase the minimum age of criminal responsibility, for me 12, but that doesn't mean it's stopped, it doesn't mean it's gone. It just means we have to realign ourselves and try something. Yes, of course.
Would the member agree that even with the petition of concern in place, that your amendment could still actually be passed and go through in the legislation if there was a cross-community vote on it? So it's not, the petition's concern hasn't scuppered or put your amendment into the dustbin.
I thank the member for his intervention and raising my morale a little bit there. So, but it is a real fair point that there are people who may well see that the merits are there, and if those merits mean that we can raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility, but still hold those serious crimes to account, then there's something to work on there, and that's what I will intend to do. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll thank.
Raise a valid point. Because the petition of concern is down, it doesn't mean something or nothing can pass. It basically means you need a majority on one side of the House and the other side of the House. The petition of concern is a blunt instrument, but it's a tool that we had at our disposal. But when I also say that what was very blunt last night was the attitude of the other parties, and there has been no effort to try and reach out to anyone with regards to any sort of negotiation or even trying to focus minds.
Thanks for the intervention, and I don't want to get into the game of saying I'm finishing and not finished, but I am finishing. Last night became a blood sport in this place, I've got to be honest, and I've got to say and be honest with everybody, it was a two-way blood sport, three-way blood sport, four-way, but it was all over the place. You know, but I don't think we need to see that again. I think it's a really important issue that we're talking about here. I think it's an important issue that we're debating. I think there is an outcome, and I'm willing to work to try and get people to agree on my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We move on to Claire Sugden, last but not least, Claire.
I'm sure you're all delighted to see me stand and give my contribution. Well, we'll see. Look, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise, maybe I hope to give a different perspective to other members in this House. I also rise not being able to support any of the amendments, and I'm going to explain in my contribution why. Mr. Speaker, if children as young as 10 are coming into the contact with the criminal justice system, then we have a serious problem, and it's something that should concern all of us. It should force us to ask difficult questions about what has happened in that child's life long before they ever reach that point, and I appreciate others have acknowledged that in their contributions. Most of us, I think, instinctively recognise that children are different from adults. They are still developing emotionally, psychologically, socially. They're susceptible to trauma, adverse childhood experiences and negative influences. And sadly, many children today, not least in Northern Ireland, are exposed to more of those influences than previous generations. They are less able to assess that risk, understand consequences and regulate their behaviour. So for that reason, I believe that there is a legitimate conversation that needs to be had about whether the current age of criminal responsibility remains appropriate. And indeed, this is not a new conversation. It crossed my desk 10 years ago when I was Minister of Justice, and it was a difficult issue then, and it remains a difficult issue now, with very little movement in those 10 years. Look, I don't dismiss the arguments that have been made for change. Indeed, there is much within those arguments that I agree with, in theory. Because while I see I agree with the argument for change in principle, I remain unconvinced that we've actually done the work necessary to make that change successful in practice. Too often, the justice system is asked to deal with children whose difficulties began long before they ever came into contact with the police or became known even to social services, because many of them have experienced trauma, neglect, family breakdown, mental health difficulties, educational disadvantage, involvement with criminal influences or coercive control from paramilitary organisations. Many have been manipulated and many are being exploited. By the time they arrive in the justice system, there have been multiple opportunities for intervention that have been missed. And in truth, this is not a justice issue. It's a health issue. It's an education issue. It's a communities issue. It becomes only a justice issue after all of those systems have already failed. It's the cost of failure within our society. And if we're serious about reducing offending amongst children, then we need to understand why children offend in the first place. We need evidence, we need intervention, we need properly funded support services, and we need to identify that vulnerability earlier and respond to it more effectively. One of my concerns in this debate that has been stalled for many years is those who support change are seeking to use the Justice Bill as a vehicle to move that conversation forward, and I understand why. There's a belief that if the law changes now, the support systems that enable this change will follow. There's a belief that this amendment may be the only opportunity available at this moment in time to make progress. And I'm sympathetic with that, because progress hasn't been made within the executive. Progress hasn't been made through a private member's bill introduced by someone else. And my difficulty is that I do not share the confidence that the support systems will follow. Because throughout this mandate, we have repeatedly heard from ministers, departments, public bodies explain why existing statutory responsibilities cannot be fully delivered, because funding is unavailable or resources are stretched beyond capacity. So against that backdrop, I really struggle to understand why we should assume that creating new obligations will automatically produce the services that are currently missing. Yes, please, Minister.
As a result of Ray Jones' report, there has been considerable work done with the children's social services and with youth justice in terms of developing new mechanisms to deal with young people at risk of offending. And so a lot of the groundwork has been laid. The member will, of course, appreciate that given what has been said in the chamber today, it would be foolish of me as Minister to drive forward further change until such times as there's the legislative certainty. So some people want to put the cart before the horse, but until we know there's going to be change, it would be foolhardy for us to invest further in this particular aspect of that work. However, the purpose of not having a commencement date in the legislation was to ensure that this would not take place until such measures were delivered. So there is no risk of us moving ahead at a pace that the system cannot deal with.
I appreciate that, and I've reviewed the Ray Jones report and I see the work that was placed. But my difficulty is that was a health and social care report. Minister, with respect, if we were going to get the support from an executive that has to follow through on what this legislation would do, it would have been agreed at the executive table. So I suppose what I'm kind of battling with a little bit is that if you as Minister of Justice cannot convince your executive colleagues who ultimately have to implement this change to agree to that, where's the commitment coming from that the services that we need to put in place? And look, I appreciate what you're saying, we're trying to put the cart before the horse, but I think this is such a serious issue, and it's not from my experience as Justice Minister. I was in the job for merely 9 months. It's my experience of an MLA of 12 years and seeing the failures on the ground where we're not supporting children. And I'll go through it in my contribution, but this comes from a genuine place of fear that there's an expectation that yes, there's research and data across the world, but is it in the context of Northern Ireland? Is it in the context of a siloed government? Is it in the context of public services that are at capacity where there's no money? I'm not sure it is. So we have to be very careful to assume that the outcomes that research and evidence has given us across the world is actually in the Northern Ireland context and assumes that we have all the things in place that they have in place, and I don't think we do. Now, I will happily be challenged, but even listening to this debate, I hear the kind of punitive arguments, and that's why I believe I'm maybe putting forward a different argument. I'm not disagreeing with what people are trying to achieve here, because I agree, 10 is too young. But what's the alternative? What's the replacement to that? Please go ahead.
It's not about additionality, additional money, additional services. It's how people treat young people. Having a punitive approach, whether it's a community playgroup, whether it's primary school, whether it's secondary school, it's how you support children. So it's not about additional resources. It's having a trauma-informed lens when you're working with vulnerable children and you're working with disadvantaged children. That's the answer.
Respect, how we treat people will depend on finances, and it will depend on the public service response. And quite frankly, that just doesn't exist. If I can finish my point, Minister. My difficulty is that I don't disagree with the principle of what we're trying to achieve here. I entirely agree that we need to be approaching this in a different way, not in a punitive way, but we need to do that with the appropriate support services in place. But when I have daily conversations with social workers in my own constituency who struggle in a different capacity, I don't think we've thought this through and how this will work out in practice, and it really, really concerns me. I'm going to take it from the Minister because she asked.
Well, the member will recall that the most expensive interventions are late-stage interventions. That's the first thing. The cheapest interventions and the most successful, so the best value for money, are early-stage interventions. Taking young people through court, taking young people and criminalising them. Even the disposals, out-of-court disposals, still require that a young person has to go through the charge system. So all of that costs money that could be better deflected, along with the young person, away from giving them that kind of justice into systems that would actually give them the support they need to desist from offending. And to me, that's the point. This is not just about heart, it's also about head. This would be a better value for money solution, and in the long run, if those young people go on to live more productive lives, even more so.
Minister, I agree with you, but I think what is being proposed is the end point of that rather than actually looking to how we get there. So I suppose what I'm saying, and I'll continue with this first and interject if it's appropriate, but had this proposal come before the Assembly as part of a fully developed executive strategy supported by the Department of Health, the Department of Education, the Department of Communities, Justice, so not a justice proposal as such, but an executive-wide, and we're capable of doing that because we've seen that with ending violence against women and girls. So clear plans, clear responsibilities and clear funding attached. I would be supporting what we're asking for. But what we're seeing is the end action, if you like, to something that hasn't been fully thought through. And yes, I appreciate that there have been reports, I think Ray Jones was 2023, but it doesn't have the commitment of the executive, it doesn't have the commitment of public services across Northern Ireland, and people are genuinely fearful about what we're doing too soon. Now, I say that reluctantly because I said in my contribution that this has been a conversation we've had for 10 plus years. But what have we been doing in those 10 plus years? And it's not a criticism of the Justice Minister. This place was down, and we couldn't pursue that. And unfortunately, we're too distracted by other things that really don't impact people's lives as much as issues like this do. Please go ahead. Yeah.
So, first of all, I wasn't here 15 years ago. I was elsewhere, but over the last 5 years, during her time in office and during my predecessor, David Ford's time in office, what we have been doing is within the constraints of Macker at 10, we have been deflecting people away from the justice system. We have been providing a more trauma-informed approach. We have been engaging with young people at risk of offending as opposed to waiting until they've offended. We've been moving upstream to provide CAM services in conjunction with the Department of Education, but paid for by the Department of Justice in certain circumstances for young people who are suffering from trauma and who may offend as a result. So the idea that nothing has changed in the 15 years since the report on this first recommended 14 as the age is not true. To say that nothing has changed since the report recommended since David Ford proposed we move to 12 is not true. And to say that nothing is continuing to change and will continue to change irrespective of what happens to these amendments would also be untrue. Progress is being made. The problem is that progress is limited by the fact that the children ultimately will be criminalised, and that is either something you're in favour of or you're against.
Yeah, go ahead.
Someone from back in 2009, there's been loads of progress, not working in here but working in the heart of communities and working with the most vulnerable kids. Back in 2009, family support hubs were set up with 29 family support hubs. We've just seen a recent announcement of £60 million. We've got Sure Start programmes, we've got joined up services. Our organisations at a local neighbourhood level are way ahead of this assembly because they're collaborating, they are working together, they're using whatever resources they can to target the most vulnerable. Look at all the programmes, look at the executive programmes under TAC and paramilitaries. I ran a series of programmes under the TAC and paramilitary programme in the communities, taking those kids most at risk, those that weren't attending school, those that were in low-level crime, pulling them out of school, educating them, supporting them, giving them basically a granny that's going to look after them, going to nurture them, going to care for them. And some of them young people now are employed in jobs and some of the best employees that companies have in the community. That work has been doing over the last 15, 16 years across all departments. I'll give them their dues. And that's someone that's worked in the heart of the community, supporting children and young people that are our most vulnerable, who, if not supported, will end up in the criminal justice system for the rest of their days.
Look, I didn't say progress wasn't happening outside of this building. My point is that progress hasn't happened inside of it, because otherwise this would be a standalone bill brought forward by the Minister of Justice, not by one of her party colleagues in the backbenches. And the reason that it's brought forward by one of her party colleagues in the backbenches is because she couldn't get that executive agreement around the executive table. And the point that I'm trying to make in relation to that is that I want to finish my point. I'll come in a minute. My point around that is that if we can't get that commitment around the executive table, how can we genuinely ensure that what we're trying to do here is going to be fully implemented? And to me, that's a risk. And it's a risk to the Northern Ireland Executive. The Northern Ireland. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it's the siloed approach to our government. It's the fact that these departments are not working together. That's the failure. That's where the progress hasn't happened. And look, I appreciate what the Minister's saying about a trauma-informed approach. Prior to her being announced as Justice Minister, I met with her Permanent Secretary and I ensured that we put a trauma-informed approach, had I been given the role. So I recognise the work that goes on in the Department of Justice, and I commend that, and I commend the communities for doing it too. The biggest problem for me is that the people who make the decisions, the people who are going to drive forward this change and fully implement it, are not on board. And they're not, because otherwise the Minister would have brought this as her own piece of legislation, it would have been signed off by her executive colleagues, and we would be debating this not as a backbench amendment to a justice bill. And that's what worries me. And I will make a recommendation to the Minister, because we are where we are in relation to the petition of concern in that. What I would really like to see is a review of why children commit crime, a review that looks at all of those things you've talked about. It builds on the Ray Jones, but it also looks at what health's not doing. It looks at what communities is not doing. It looks at what... Yes, go ahead.
There have literally been thousands of reports on why children are engaged in offending. The department, through the EPOC programme, produced a list of ACEs and why children with high levels of ACEs, and indeed adults, are more likely to offend, what you can do to prevent that. The last thing young people need is another report like the one in 2011 that nobody wants to do anything about and would rather leave them dangling until they're the adults sitting in the chamber making the decisions.
And Minister, with respect, how many recommendations from those various reports have actually been implemented? And does that include the reducing the age of criminal responsibility? Because if that's the case, why is this a backbench amendment to a justice bill? Yeah, please go ahead.
I wanted to address that point, and thank you for letting me in. So we came into this mandate with our election manifesto, and as Mr Gaston has already pointed out, it was one of our policy areas that we did want to work on. Okay, so whereas other political parties have not prioritised it, and so the executive is never going to have duplicate manifesto pledges and stuff that they're going to work on, and they can only take forward the things where they can have common agreement. So should we let those young people down and not try to advance policies and legislative change in this chamber just because other members of the executive are not on board with what our policy pursuits are?
By all means, pursue that, but what you're asking me to do is to vote on a policy change that does require that input and that commitment. And sadly, I don't see it. Yes, go ahead.
If we in this chamber made a legislative change, then there would be a statutory duty on that department to deliver on the elements that pertain under the varies of that department. So we have an education minister from the DUP this time, for example. Next time might be Sinn Féin, might be Ulster Unionist Party, etc. These are not wee fiefdoms for a particular political party's minister. These are government departments to deliver on statutory services for all the people of Northern Ireland, not just the people who support the DUP, for example.
I agree with that, but unfortunately, when ministers are not supporting that and you don't have collective responsibility at the executive table, that's what it ends up being. So maybe that's a criticism of our government and how we take issues forward. And I just look, the point that I'm trying to make is that I don't disagree with the principle of what we're trying to do here. For me, this should be about recognising as to why children commit crime. And, you know, I get it, the point you make in relation to reports and all of that. But what has followed? Because there hasn't been a recommendation that's been fulfilled from an executive report. It's a backbench amendment to a justice bill. You know, so, and I've seen other people over recent days and in commentary in relation to this that says that we need to have this conversation more widely in the public domain. And I think that's fair. You know, because quite frankly, most people are only hearing about this because of this debate today. And in fairness, I commend the proponents of the amendments for doing that, because we are finally having this conversation. And sadly, the reality is we're still not going to go anywhere with it. So I genuinely would recommend that the Minister takes forward something on her own initiative. She actually calls the bluff, if you like, of those people who said that this is something that we need, and say, OK, well then, executive colleagues, if this isn't fully worked out from an executive perspective, let's do that as a cross-departmental approach. But if you're not going to do that, well then, where do we move next? Sorry? Yes?
Member sat in the executive for 9 months. She's been sitting in this chamber all day today. I mean, on what planet can I go forward and do this without the agreement of the DUP? And on this occasion, they have said clearly, whether in this mandate or the next mandate, they will not agree to any change. Now, I accept that the member thinks that I have great powers of persuasion. I agree with her on that. But the truth is, I don't expect that I will shift the DUP from their clear position, as stated tonight, back with a petition of concern to one where they're going to work on this. What I can do, and what I said I will do, and what I have been doing, is working within the law to remove young people from the justice system by having a more progressive youth justice system. But that can only take us so far. We can do the trauma-informed practice. We can look at ACEs and how to intervene on them. I can agree with Paul Given and with Mike Nesbitt on how we deal with child criminal exploitation and launch joint reports. What we cannot agree on is this one issue. And there's an opportunity for members in this chamber to nail their colours to the mast as to whether they're for the change or against. And with respect, the member is making excuses for taking no decision.
No, Minister, I'm not making decisions for taking no decision. I've stood up and says that I can't accept the premise of this on the basis of amendments because I'm not convinced that this is the right way to do that. I've seen others say that. And with respect, Minister, if you can't do it as a Minister within the Northern Ireland Executive, why are you in the Executive? You know, if we're recognising that. Go ahead.
This is a backbench amendment to a bill which has many clauses which will benefit the people of Northern Ireland. I make no apology for wanting to progress my agenda insofar as I can. There isn't a single party in the Executive that will get every single thing that they want through that Executive. That's the reality. And if it wasn't the reality that you experienced in your 9 months, I can assure you it's been the reality that I've experienced in my almost 5 years. No party gets everything they want. All parties become frustrated. This is a point of frustration, clearly, for me. But if we all took the view that we'll just take our toys and go home, we wouldn't have an Executive. And then you, along with everyone else, would be saying that we were failing to govern.
Wow, Minister. I think you are failing to govern, which is why this is being introduced as a backbench amendment by your political party. And what I'm suggesting to you is... No, I'm going to make progress because I expect it's going to be much of the same. What I'm suggesting to you is that if you want to move forward on this issue that you're clearly so passionate about, and colleagues are, and as I said, I am not unsympathetic to what you're trying to do. You need to convince us as members to do that. My job as a backbench MLA in this Assembly is to hold to account the Northern Ireland Executive of which you are part of. And if you're telling me that you're unable to convince your colleagues in that Executive, what confidence do I have as a backbench member that scrutinises that Executive that we're going to... Well, Minister, that's the reality of the Executive that you're part of. I'm taking a decision that I won't support these amendments because I actually see the difficulty that it has on the ground. And it isn't to do with my time in justice. I've already said that. It was to do with my 12 years' experience as working on the ground, chatting to the statutory agencies, seeing the pressure that they're under, seeing the failures that happen. When you have police officers aware of what we're trying to do, coming to you and saying, don't do it, because we will be worse off, that gives me pause for thought. And I think it should certainly give you, as the Minister of Justice, that pause for thought. Yes, I will.
If you're standing up here to say don't do it, it's dangerous. Fine, take that position. Say you agree with the DUP, or you agree with Doug, or you agree with the UUP or the TUV that you think we shouldn't raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility because the police are telling you it's dangerous. That's fine. Say that. Don't make some pretence that it's a failing on my part to be able to convince people who are unconvincible about the issue. I mean, that is not a fair... that is not fair criticism or accountability in terms of the Chamber. If you don't think it will work, and that's essentially what you've just said, which is a new tack, you said they're telling you not to do it. That's fine, but own the decision. What you want to do is ride two horses. You want to say you're in favour of it, but not vote in favour of it. That's fine. We know that now.
Minister, you're misrepresenting me. I didn't say that. And I said that I am sympathetic to what you're trying to do. I'm just not sympathetic with how you're trying to do it. And I don't think a backbench amendment is the appropriate vehicle on which to do it. I would much rather see a collective executive response to this. And again, I will reiterate that because the support and the implementation that's required doesn't come from your department. It comes from health, it comes from communities, it comes from education. And we're not saying that. So I do think it's dangerous. It's not me trying to ride two horses. Again, if we were in a similar circumstance to where this has been implemented across the world, I'd be more sympathetic. Minister, there's context to everything, and the context, in my opinion, doesn't exist for this to be an appropriate or safe amendment moving forward. But why stop the conversation there? Why not commit in your final months as Justice Minister to put that review into place, to have that conversation, to open up the conversation? Because, as I said, I commend the proponents of these amendments for bringing this conversation forward and into the public domain. That's important. But let's do it in a way that actually convinces not just me, I don't stand here on my own. I stand here a representative of my constituents. And it's many of those that are saying this to me. So to disregard that, to be quite indignant about that, is disappointing. And I think, how we move forward in this debate isn't to call names in relation to sitting on the fence. It's to be responsible in terms of the job that we need to do here in this assembly. It's a difficult and serious issue when I'm not supporting it, because I like to think that I take a reasoned position on this, and I do hear it from all different perspectives on the House. So if I'm not supporting it, maybe understand why, rather than criticising the reasons just because I disagree with you. I do think these are fundamental questions, and I will go on and say it. I am not comfortable that we're criminalising 10-year-olds, but nor am I comfortable that we're removing a framework that, without being satisfied that something better is ready to take its place. And we do have to be uncomfortable that for some of the most vulnerable children in our society, sadly, and I regret saying this, but contact with the justice system may be one of the first points in which they receive consistent intervention, structured support or sustained engagement from public services. Sadly, that's my experience on the ground. And I appreciate what's happening in Foyle, I appreciate what's happening in Belfast. It's not necessarily happening in East Londonderry, it's not necessarily happening in other constituencies across Northern Ireland. And unless we have that consistent approach, and we won't, because a lot of it's community and voluntary intervention, and we know how unstable the funding is in those areas, I don't think we are going to have the ideal that you're describing. So again, I come back to our executive and why I don't see that commitment there in terms of what we're trying to do. And it's across the board, it's cross-cutting, it's a holistic approach to this, and I'm just not convinced. And again, this is not an argument for criminalising children, despite what others would accuse me of. It's an indictment of failures that occurred long before they ever reached the point. It's an indictment of opportunities that were missed. It's an indictment of interventions that never happened. And it's an indictment of the wider system that often waits too long until a child is in crisis before responding. And if we're going to remove a framework, then we have a responsibility to demonstrate that there's something better to replace it. And I don't think it's good enough to say that the statutory obligation will require that, because the point I made earlier in my contribution, there's so many statutory obligations that we're not upholding. So why would I be convinced that this one would too? Go ahead, please.
The Minister has already outlined, as has my colleague, who is one of the co-signatories to the amendment, that it wouldn't actually be commenced until the frameworks were in place. We've already had some of the work done with regards to the Ray Jones review and the recommendations that he made with the interaction between youth justice and social services. We can also look as to what happened in Scotland, in the Republic of Ireland and many other jurisdictions. There is best practice. We don't need to reinvent the wheel, but we can take best practice, and that is what's important here. But ultimately, it wouldn't be commenced until those are in place.
I appreciate that. But as the member, are you convinced that those things will be put in place prior to that commencement? Are you convinced that the Minister of Health, the Minister of Communities, the Minister of Education, if that's what's required, is going to commit to that, despite the fact that they haven't supported this at the executive? Yes, go ahead.
It won't be commenced until they do have them put in place. And yes, we do have slow progress here when it comes to certain issues within the executive and within the health department. But as someone who sits on the health committee, and some of the other members have made the points in this debate, when we do see implementation of the Ray Jones, for example, it is up to us as legislators and MLAs who scrutinise to actually hold them to account in that, but it would not be commenced until it happens. But yes, ultimately, I do believe it would happen.
And my point isn't about the commencement, my point is about what happens prior to the commencement. And you may be convinced of that, but the point on why I'm not supporting is that I am not. And it's because, again, of 12 years of experience in my constituency office, seeing the failures that happen to our children on the ground day in and day out. And that's my biggest worry. Because I think if we get this wrong, everybody loses. The child who has offended loses. They don't get the intervention they need. The child who's at risk of offending does not get necessarily the support early enough to prevent that. The victim may not receive the accountability they expect. And so, yes.
I mean, we did cover these issues yesterday, but the early intervention would not be affected. When I listened to what Paul Given said today, the engagement at school level, I sought confirmation, would not be affected. The role, for example, of the children's panels and the work done there would not be affected. And the accountability for victims may actually be increased on the basis that they may actually get restorative practice in place, which would be more beneficial. So, I mean, we have said what the alternatives might look like. We have said what can be done. So I do feel that the member is now searching for reasons not to support, as opposed to genuinely scrutinising what's in front. And that's fine. I'm not actually indignant if you don't support it. I am just frustrated that you won't say that you don't want it to rise from 10 and that be done with it. It just seems to me a weird construct to say that on one hand you think it's dangerous, on the other hand you think it isn't. On one hand you want to go with it, but on the other hand you don't think the executive will deliver on it. The only thing that really we can do tonight is decide, do we go ahead and do it, or do we not? And if we're not going to do it, then we accept criminalising children at 10, and if we do, then we accept that we're going to have to make different provision for them between that age and whichever age the Assembly chooses.
Through the Chair, Minister, I don't accept that summary of what I have set out. It isn't a case of you accept it or you don't. There is context, there is data. It's aye or no, and I don't have the context to go down that route of aye. But if I had that context, or sorry, beg your pardon, if I will go down the no lobbies when we vote on this. But if I had that context, which I don't feel you or the executive have provided, then I may go down the aye lobby. So, you know, we can change our minds if the information is, you know, available. I think you were discussing about how Mr. Frew may be movable on this, and now you're saying I won't be because it's either yes or no. You know, so and you know, I've spoken to the various children's sectors, and the thing I said to them is I'm movable on this, but provide me with the data, provide me with the information. And it's not rehashing reports, it's doing it from a perspective of an executive, which I will keep reiterating this point. You need executive support to do this, and I don't think you have it. I know you don't have it because it's come as a backbench amendment. I'm going to move on in terms of the victims. We do have an uncomfortable reality that some children are committing extremely serious offences. And victims, they don't experience less harm because the person responsible is of a particular age. Families of lost loved ones do not suffer less because the offender is a child, and communities affected by serious violence do not experience that harm anymore. But again, that doesn't mean that children should be treated as adults, far from it. But it does need that any reform must be carefully balance the developmental needs of a child, the rights of victims, and the need to maintain public confidence in the justice system. And if children as young as 10 are committing serious offences, as I said at the start, we have a serious problem. And I feel that we're moving to the end of that problem rather than at the beginning of it. And again, Minister, and I know you agree with me because I've heard you say this in other debates and contributions, this hasn't begun in your department. It began long before your department ever, or a child ever came near that. And I know members, and you will point to the other jurisdictions where the criminal responsibility age is higher. And it's a fair point. But again, are those comparisons useful if we're willing to look at them in the context that they operate, compared with ours, on the assumptions that we're making, compared with ours? So what interventions exist there? What support services exist there? What resources are available? What responsibilities are placed on the other departments? What outcomes have actually been achieved? Is all of that together in one report? Is it something that, as an executive, you're taking forward? Because I think if we're going to start importing a number, and I'll come to the specific number in a minute, we must be prepared to examine if we have those structures that make that particular number work. And I have listened carefully to the debate around whether it should be 12, 14 or 16. I'll be honest, I kind of come back to the same question. That, to an extent, doesn't matter to me as much as the conversation about how we support it if we change it. So where is the evidence for Northern Ireland? Not the jurisdictions across Europe, not necessarily Scotland. Where is the evidence for our particular context, again, where we have a siloed government, where we have ministers that can't agree around an executive table? You know, how can we drive such an important policy change if we don't have that commitment from the people who are responsible for driving it? What's the work examining the capacity of our systems to respond? What's the assessment of additional support that would be required? Look, we're being asked to vote on a number, and I'm asking what sits behind that particular number. Because if we can't answer that question, are we ready to make this change? And this is what it comes down for me. It's about context, it's about readiness, it's about preparedness. And I think as a backbench member of this Assembly, whose job it is to scrutinise the Executive, I think those are valid questions. It's not simply a case of yes or no. It's how do we do it? And that's what I'm asking. And I'm not really hearing the conversations. I'm simply hearing, let's raise this and everything else will follow. Forgive me, given the experience of being in this chamber for 12 years, when I don't trust this Executive to follow through on the things that they promise us. And that just comes from seeing, you know, failures after failures. Again, I come back, we need to understand why children offend. Preventing offending from happening in the first place, and ensuring that when intervention is needed, that support is there. I hope people, when they're listening to my contribution, see it from that perspective. I have come into this chamber, I have made my feelings clear about this with conversations with members, the sector, and I'll be honest, I'm still not convinced by it. And if I'm not convinced by it, how do we convince the public? How do we convince the people we represent? How do we convince the services on the ground, who they themselves are telling me those things? And I appreciate that's anecdotal and that's my experience, and you may have experience in other parts of Northern Ireland. But I'm one of 90 MLAs, and I'm sure there's other MLAs that would have the same experience as me. And I think we need to iron that out. And I don't think we do it at the point on which we vote potentially yes for this. I think we do it before that. Convince me, because genuinely, I'm probably the most movable person on this issue because I actually agree with it in principle. But agreeing with it in principle is different with agreeing with it in practice. And as responsible legislators, I think we have a responsibility to look at it in practice, because otherwise, what's the point of examining legislation? Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And I now call on the Minister of Justice. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I have to say, as I always do, want to comment a little bit on the debate itself. You'll be aware the debate yesterday, I think, took a turn for the worse. However, I'm glad to see that today it has been a much more respectful and conciliatory and useful discussion. I can't imagine why that would be. However, when it comes to issues of process in this chamber, as you will know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I take them seriously. This isn't a matter, as some dismissed it, about hurdy words. I've had more hurdy words in my time in politics than I've had hot dinners. Some will find that hard to believe, but that's not what it's about. It's about decorum in this place and the respect for the job that we do, because it is an important job, it is a serious job, and it is important that we treat it with the seriousness and the dignity that it deserves. It's also important that we show leadership in terms of how we engage with each other, even when we disagree, because in life we will disagree, but we can do it well, or we can do it as some people did it yesterday, and actually drag everybody into the mire. And it doesn't really help how people view these institutions. To be clear, there were allegations made yesterday that I briefly want to address. My colleague Nuala McAllister already has dealt with those issues about people being incompetent, about this legislation being written on the back of a fag packet, about being accused of legalising rape, all of which was insulting madness. But also, there are people who work in this sector, experts who work every day with children at this formative stage in their lives, who deal with some of the most difficult and deprived young people, who have faced genuine hardship. And their skills as social workers were dismissed as have a sit in a beanbag and a cup of coffee. I think that is an insult to the work that social workers do. And I would love to hear the party colleague of the member who made the insult, who happens to be the Health Minister and responsible for social services, try to justify to his workforce, who sweat blood and tears over young people who are vulnerable in their care, that all they do is set people on beanbags and give them cups of coffee. Well, yes.
Thank you. Would the Minister agree with me that whilst some have a perception of social work as being that softly, nice, sit on a beanbag, that actually they are doing the cold face, day-to-day, hard work lifting, where other professions are in and out and parachute out of a young person's life? Social workers, youth practitioners are there for the long run.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's the reason why we increasingly are looking to youth workers and youth services to guide young people who are at risk of offending, to guide young people who have been the victims or the perpetrators of violence. So when they turn up at A&E in Altmcgelvin and in the Ulster Hospital, it's youth services that provide the guidance for those young people through Connect in Derry and through another scheme in my own constituency. That dismissal of real expertise, including in the Youth Justice Agency, people who work not just with young people but with their families and their communities and their peer groups. That dismissal of their expertise as worthless, I think, is beneath this chamber. And I want to put that on record because it spills over into the same kind of nonsense about the work of probation. We get the same nonsense where people treat probation as though it is in some way light touch, it's soft, it's not a real sentence, it doesn't make a real difference. Yet we know for short sentences of less than a year, a probation disposal will be more effective at ending reoffending than a custodial intervention. We know that. How do we know it? Because there are facts, actual hard facts that show all of that. We were told that this motion had collapsed under scrutiny. The debate last night didn't collapse under scrutiny. It collapsed under a petition of concern and the weight of some people's egos. That's why it collapsed into the mess that it was yesterday. So let's not pretend that it was the weight of argument, because if people were as confident about the weight of their argument as they claim to be, A, they wouldn't have signed the petition of concern, and B, they'd be here tonight defending their position.
Or they'd even make a contribution.
They'd have something to say that actually had some contribution to make. The truth was, and the truth still is, that a majority of members of this House are in favour of taking this forward. So, I will in a second. So it didn't collapse under scrutiny. The problem is that we now have a predetermined outcome. And I know some people shrug today and, well, what do you always? You just come to the chamber and you all just vote the way you're going to vote. You don't really listen to each other. You don't really engage. It's always predetermined. Well, that's not true. So let me give you some examples to show that it's not, because I actually value debate. I actually listen to what other people say and try to respond to it. And I know it's annoying because I make a lot of interventions, but actually that's what good debate looks like. That's what good. It's an exchange of ideas and an opportunity to try to answer the unanswered questions. And if people come here and just want to read into the record, post it in, because you're making no contribution to the overall sum total of what we have, of what we learn in these things. I came here a number of weeks ago when we were dealing with the previous debate, the second stage of the schools inspections bill, and we came to this chamber, I would say, fairly sceptical of the Minister's intent. But we engaged with the Minister, we sought assurances on the issues that we were concerned about, we got those assurances during the debate, and we voted for it. We didn't come in rolled up to vote for it, irrespective of what happened, and we often do that in this chamber, because that's what political discourse is about, and that's what we should do in this House. There have been things that have been said in this chamber that I have disagreed with, but there have also been things that have been said that have given me food for thought in terms of how we actually would navigate some of those more difficult cases. So I haven't been sitting here just presuming that this would be simple, but I have said from the beginning that this would require an alternative proposal in terms of how we would deal with those. But first of all, we need to take a step to say we actually want to move. Because if we don't want to move, it's a pointless, nugatory exercise for me to ask my officials to do it. The other thing to say is that people will say, well, it's going to predetermine the outcome, and sadly it probably will. It probably will. Because those who have bent to the pressure already are unlikely to change their mind. But it made the rest of the debate feel futile. And again, it turned this chamber, for a period, into theatre of the absurd. And I didn't sign up to be on stage in theatre of the absurd. I, like most other people in this chamber, come here to try and do the best we can for our constituents. I have been clear that I do not believe it is right in a democratic chamber like this that my vote should count for any less than the chairman's vote or the vice chairman's vote or anyone else in this chamber, nor should theirs count for any more than mine. That's a basic democratic norm. But that was turned on its head last night, and as a result, there was, I think, heat rather than light generated as a result. And I probably contributed to that. And so through the chair, I apologise if I contributed to it, because it was not my intention to do so. Because I value the order that comes from this chamber. I value the orderly debates that we have. But I cannot place value on what happens in this chamber if I am going to be routinely excluded from processes that matter to me and matter to my colleagues. It doesn't just disenfranchise the Alliance members of this House, it disenfranchises a section of our electorate. And I would caution members against thinking that this is the way forward, because to dismiss other people's electorate is something that we're often charged with in the Alliance Party, that we don't understand how other people think. But very little thought is given to how our voters think when it comes to issues like this. Very little respect is paid to our voters when it comes to issues like this. So I will not give way at this point in time. I want to be able to come here and have a debate, and I think there was a debate that we could have had. But I was denied that first at the executive. So when people say, well, what did you do to try and bring people with you? Well, first of all, there was a report. Then we circulated, we actually went for 12, I think David Ford proposed in the last mandate, voted down. We then approached at special advisor level when I came back into office, and we suggested having a conversation about this. We got no response from certain parties. I don't need to be detailed about which ones, we all know. So we then reached out again. We provided the data and the information to back up the position. We set it out why we wanted to make this change, the benefits that it could bring, the support that it had, and that was not progressed. That conversation was not progressed. So, on one hand, members want me to solve a problem, but they're unwilling to engage at the appropriate time for me to be able to do that. And therefore, it is a failure of our politics that we're here tonight, and it is likely that all of these amendments will fall. It is a failure. I don't accept that it's my failure, because I have reached out multiple times to discuss with other parties these issues, and I got nothing back from the DUP on this at all, because the only response we got was no, and you can't negotiate with no. You can't negotiate with no. So today that was reinforced. So some members have talked about having to come back and do this all again, but it was reinforced. I wrote it down. Paul Given said that it wouldn't happen in future mandates. So to be clear, for those who are waiting the reassurance of me providing an alternative system and placing it in front of them like a sacrifice so they can see all the details of how it works, it's not going to be happening, because I've been told the answer is no. So unless there are significant changes in the representation in this chamber, this is not going to happen. And I think we just need to accept that that's the reality, and I can't afford to spend money on flights of fancy, even if other ministers have surplus to do that. I want to move on to the issues in the motion. I want to turn first of all to the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child, because there's been a lot again of derogatory comments passed about it. But yes, they are experts. Yes, they're academics. Yes, they are, that's what they do. But they're backed up, as my colleague rightly pointed out, by over 90 organisations that actually work at the coalface on this issue and who believe they've got it right. And I'm not one of those people who think we should just dismiss expert opinion. I think if we listened more to expert opinion and less to nonsense, we would be in a much better place as a society in general. The UN Committee on the Rights of the Child has repeatedly said that the minimum age of criminal responsibility in Northern Ireland is not compatible with the government's obligation, that is the UK government's obligations, under international standards of juvenile justice and the UNCRC responsibilities. We're also out of line with other age-related legislation, and how we treat children in the criminal justice system is plainly different to how we treat them in other areas of social policy. There is a fundamental disparity to the standards of accountability to which we hold children, and they are children. 11 years old, they are making the transition from primary to secondary school. They are children. And we are good luck to any 17-year-old who's still in primary school. Also, applying the same standards of criminal responsibility to a 10-year-old as we do to adults ignores the neuroscience and the evidence and their lack of emotional maturity. Do children at 10, 11, 12, 13 know right from wrong? At a basic level, yes. Assuming, of course, that's been instilled in them in the home. And not every child has that benefit. Not every child thinks it's wrong to walk into a shop and take what you need because they watch the adults in their life do it. I will.
I think it's really important at this point to highlight that not all of the children actually have parents, given that almost 60% of the young people who are under, who come into contact with the juvenile justice system, and even those who aren't incarcerated, are under the care of the state.
Absolutely. And I would make the point as well, and it was made earlier by a number of people, how young people who are in care often come into conflict with the police more regularly for reasons of the care system relying on the police to parent the children. I would ask members in this House who have children, would you let them walk down, would you let your 12-year-old daughter walk down the laneway from your home, get into a car with an adult male, and disappear for 2-3 days at a time, and your only response would be, hello, police, I have a missing person? Or would you stop them going? There's the question. But under our current regulations around restrictive practice, they can't stop them going. It's something Ray Jones highlighted. We need to change that if we're going to protect those young people. But applying the same standards to them as to adults is not fair. It is not justice. It is not justice. 10-year-olds do not have the impulse control. They do not have the understanding of long-term consequences. I know. My father died when I was 10, and I did not understand fully what permanence meant at that stage in my life. I couldn't have. So to suggest that had I murdered somebody, I could understand the permanence of it makes no sense to me. These are children. Often young people who display those concerning behaviours have had past adversity, trauma, unmet needs, have been abused, neglected. We talked about that earlier, that testing of boundaries in the hope that somebody will care enough to say no. I met a young man in Hydebank who had spent his whole life being bounced from care home to foster care to care home, being abused at most of the stages he was moved around. And I asked him how he found Hydebank. And I could have wept, because he said it was the best thing that had ever happened to him, because for the first time in his life, somebody cared whether he woke up in the morning, somebody cared whether he got up in the morning. It shouldn't take you to be in prison to have somebody to care whether you get up in the morning. We have to be proportionate in our response. age appropriate, and deliver it through a proper multi-agency approach. And we do actually. So I understand the point that the member was trying to make, and the executive has many failings. But at the ground level, multi-agency working does work. I just can't accept the idea that there's no attempt at multi-agency working, because I see it all the time. I see the Department for Education, the Department for Health, the Department for Communities, the TEO and others work together. Is it perfect? No, it isn't perfect anywhere. But it's pretty good, and we also have a community and voluntary sector that contribute massively to it, which is an advantage that many other regions do not have. Offending and risk-taking behaviour by children under the age of the minimum age of criminal responsibility would continue to be addressed, but through the provision of welfare-based rather than punitive responses. Offences committed by children aged between 10 and 13 years old are rarely serious. In the past 6 years, only one child of that age has been sentenced to custody in the Juvenile Justice Centre. One. On that basis, I think we should be legislating for the majority of our young people, not the outliers, not the rare cases, but actually for the majority of children who pass through the system, so that we can set them on a different path where they can contribute to this society in a way that is constructive both for them, their families and wider society, and not create more victims. I'll provide the reassurance, because I saw it today, that irrespective of the change in minimum age of criminal responsibility, we would still do our awareness raising, education for thousands of children every year in terms of the Youth Justice Agency. We would still be working with social services in terms of best practice. There is no suggestion otherwise, or that that would be withdrawn. Colleagues are aware that I want to see a change happen. I wish that it could have been brought, like everybody wishes, that it could have been brought by an executive agreed amendment. However, wishes are all well and good, but there are real children suffering as a result of lack of progress. And I would rather see progress than wait for the perfect circumstances in which to deliver it, because I don't believe, based on what we've heard here today, those perfect circumstances will ever be perfect enough. So yes, I was pleased that amendments were brought to this bill, but unlike what some people said, I ordered nobody to do anything. I think those people who think in politics you can order your colleagues around are up for a rude awakening on that regard. You work with your colleagues, you don't tell them what to do. I'm going to look at the amendments, if I can, in slightly out of order, which is not what I normally do. Amendment 82, which is the cross-party amendment, tabled by Emma Sheeran, Patsy McGlone and Sian Mulholland, would see an absolute increase in MACRA in Northern Ireland to 12, as recommended by the Independent Youth Justice Review in 2011, and a caveated increase to 14, with exceptions for a limited number of very serious offences for 12 and 13-year-olds. I think that given the opinions before us, that is the best balance of different opinions that we have. For a number of Assembly colleagues, the inclusion of that safety net will be of vital importance because of the risk of a child committing very serious offences. And it's often been deployed, even in this debate, as an argument against doing it. Then you try to address it, and then it's used against you to say, well, why are you doing it? Because it doesn't make sense if you think children don't understand. It's about balance. It's about recognising that some offences are so heinous, that they could actually cause such damage to victims that you have to balance that out. And that's the reason why those most serious offences were listed. I am very supportive of that amendment. Of the competing amendments on offer, I believe Amendment 79, tabled by Sian Mulholland, which would raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility to 14, with a number of exceptions for serious offences for those aged 10 or over, is a reasonable alternative and also worth considering for anybody who is interested in it. I would hope that the exceptions in Sian's amendment would reassure members who have previously expressed concern that grave offending would be taken from the ambit of the justice system by changes to the age of criminal responsibility. That said, serious offending by children under 14 years in Northern Ireland is very rare. And there's no reason why an increase in MACR should change this. That's another myth we've had. If you raise MACR, suddenly all the organised crime gangs will want to suck all the young people who are under the MACR in. First of all, they're already doing it. You can't make that argument at the same time stand up and say, but what about the teenage rioters? They're already being abused. The issue here is they wouldn't be criminalised, so they'd be able to come forward and say they're being abused. They'd be able to come forward and seek help, and when they do come to the attention of police, when they're arrested at a riot, they would be treated as a potential victim of child criminal exploitation in the first instance rather than as a criminal. That's why it matters. In Scotland, there's no evidence that there was any increase in offending in the cohort that fell below the raised MACR. So that to me just doesn't add up. Should be emphasised, if we achieved an increase, that we would want other means of dealing with concerning behaviour. I said today to Paul Given when he was in the chamber, if a child of 9 lifted a pair of scissors and stabbed somebody in the hand, does anybody in this room seriously think there'd be no consequences? Of course there would be consequences. Would they be criminal? No. Would there be consequences? Absolutely. And frankly, if a child of 10 is engaged in rape, you've got to wonder where that child has been prematurely sexualised and ask questions of the people around them about potential abuse. These are the kinds of questions that we need to be willing to have in this debate, not just looking at every hard case on the boundary. Because 9 is as much a boundary as 10, 11, 12 or 13. The issue is, what is the system that would replace? And we have said, belt and braces, no change affected till a system is in place. We would work alongside statutory and third sector partners to deliver that new framework and do it through a multi-agency approach outside the justice system. The stigmatisation of young people in the justice system is something that we need to take seriously. And I do not like using victims and name-checking victims in a way that in some way tries to weaponise their experience against other people's opinion, because I don't think that's fair. It's been done to us today, but I don't think it's fair. But I'm going to say this. There are young people out there being sexually exploited. We had a case recently that you will all be aware of without me mentioning names, where an individual was on an industrial scale, not just abusing young children, but forcing those young children to commit offences with their siblings. Sexual offences with their siblings. One of those children was so scared that she killed herself. Surely we should learn the lesson of the fear that a young 12-year-old child can have when they are being criminally and sexually exploited, but themselves have engaged in abuse of another person, and then were afraid to talk to their parents about it because they realised they'd done something wrong, which they had. It was wrong. But they were a child. They were a child who was being manipulated by an adult. And that's why this matters. Because we want young people to be able to come forward without fear of judgment, without fear of retribution, not without accountability. But we don't want our young people so scared of authority because they've been dragged into the wake of adult criminal activity and they're too scared to come forward. That's why not criminalising young people matters. That's why not stigmatising them in the community matters. Because that label of being a child who's been in care, that label of being a child who's been in the juvenile justice centre, that sticks with a child. And nobody in here, no matter how hard we try, nobody in here can convince me otherwise, and we do try. So should Amendment 82 not get sufficient support, I would support Sean Mulholland's amendment. Jerry Carroll's amendment sought to raise the minimum age of criminal responsibility to 16 with no exceptions. Somebody said today, think back to when you were 13 or 14, and I did. And I think back to when I was 16. And I think 16 with no exceptions is too far and way too soon. Because I think I was a lot more savvy as a 16-year-old than I was as an 11, 12 or 13-year-old. And I think it is too far. I think there may be a time when the system is able to deal with those young people too, outside the justice system, but I think for now it is better that they are inside the justice system at the age of 16. At 16, we're talking about allowing young people to vote. We're talking about allowing young people to join the cadets and get involved in all sorts of other things. 16-year-olds can work and contribute taxes. I'm slightly wary of, on the one issue of criminalisation, infantilising them in a way that doesn't really make sense. So I'd be honest and say I couldn't support the 16 with no exceptions. I just think it is too far. I understand why others have looked at international evidence and feel differently, but I think if we made a pragmatic choice tonight, we could get somewhere, and we would be able to do so somewhere between 12 and 14. In relation to the cross-party amendment, I don't support Messrs Frew, Bradley and Kingston, the two amendments. I don't support either of them because they roll back the other amendments. But I have said that had the members tabled a standalone amendment with 12 minus indictable offences as a primary amendment, I would have been open to considering it. We didn't get the chance. The first would roll it back. I will, yes.
Minister, for giving way, and I've sat here quite patiently over the last 2 days and listened after I had made my contribution and took a lot of interventions to at that time. But do those two scenarios not mean the same thing? Because we are amending an amendment, and that would mean that we would take away the list of 5, but bring in indictments, triable-only indictment. But she said she wouldn't support that, but the Minister said that she would support it if we had brought it as a standalone amendment. Can she clarify the difference for me, please?
Because in order for your amendment to be moved, we would first of all have to agree one of the other two amendments, which would be my preference. Then your amendment would come and I wouldn't want to unpick those. If you had a standalone amendment and the first two fail, then I would have voted for that. So that's the circumstance in which I would have said that I would have been happy to do so, because it's a compromise. And I think any progress we make in this mandate would have been good. The second would remove the exception specified in the cross-party amendment and replace them with any offence triable only on indictment. I actually have more sympathy with that, but I don't know that we would get to the point where there was an overall view, but I'm simply giving you what is my view, is that I think that I would have some sympathy with that, because I think last year there were only about 16 children tried on indictment in any respect, so we're talking again about small numbers. I do believe still that number 82 strikes the best balance, and that is what I would support. However, should that receive support, I wouldn't want to see it diluted. So I suppose that's the point that I'm making with respect to the DUP amendment. It also provides an opportunity, I think, to improve outcomes significantly for children right up to the age of 14. And I do think that between 12 and 13, there are children there who will go through the criminal justice system who I don't believe ought to. So that's in terms of where I'm at. Last but by no means least, and if Doug, no. So Doug is not here, however he had tabled, and it's a pity because actually this is quite important, because we had a bit of a debate earlier as to whether people were competent, not competent, motions were competent, not competent. There is a difference between legislative competence and the competence of this House to be able to make those decisions, and people being incompetent in the way they draft them. So just to make clear, that's what I was referring to yesterday. Amendment 86, tabled by Doug Beattie, proposed increasing the minimum age of criminal responsibility to 12 years, but with a number and range of conditions attached. First of all, it doesn't meet the UNCRC, which would recommend criminal responsibility at least 14 without exception, but Alliance has been on record previously as supporting 12 in order to make progress with a review. So, you know, open-minded. Understand concerns that members have about serious offences, which is why I said up to 14 with exceptions. However, The increase being proposed to 12, with a caveat that it will not apply to cases where the DPP decides prosecution should proceed if it's in the public interest, does not go far enough in my view. I'm also concerned that children aged 10 and 11 years old could still be arrested and charged under the amendment. That means they could also be held in custody under PACE and on remand, which would bring them further into contact with the justice system. The same would be true because they would be brought in and they would have to be assessed at some level in terms of whether or not there was a public interest in prosecuting them. That is something which we are seeking to prevent. I have sought the views officially of the PPS and the PSNI on the proposed amendment, and I know Doug said he had conversations with all sorts of people, but I sought officially, for the purposes of this debate, their views. Both organisations raised concerns, and I want to put them on the record so that the member for Upper Bann will be able to read them tomorrow. PSNI expressed concerns relating to the practical, legal and infrastructure consequences of the amendment as drafted, all of which represent a barrier to operationalising the proposed system. Amongst other issues, they note that under the proposal, PSNI retains full powers to arrest, interview and charge children aged 10 and 11, yet the default legal presumption is that no such child can be guilty of an offence. That creates a lacuna for the PSNI in the law. In all but the most serious cases, the DPP will not find a compelling reason to prosecute. So officers will therefore process children through custody, all with associated obligations under PACE, including appropriate adult provision, legal representation, custody records and interview under caution, knowing that the overwhelming majority of cases will not proceed. The resource and operational implications of this are not insignificant. In their response, the PPS highlighted that the independent prosecutor has no role in defining the scope of the law, which this amendment would give them. Their duty is simply to apply the test for prosecution based on the law already established by the legislature and the courts. The amendment proposed by Mr Beattie would therefore be a major departure from well-established norms and give rise to a lack of certainty in the legal framework. While prosecutorial discretion has always existed, whereby not all breaches of the criminal law result in criminal proceedings, the proposed amendment goes much further by requiring the Director of Public Prosecutions to determine whether or not conduct constitutes a criminal offence. Their view is that this would overextend the proper prosecutorial remit of their role and inappropriately encroach on this Assembly's lawmaking powers. Furthermore, the PPS raised concerns that the amendment would not be compliant with Article 7 of the European Convention on Human Rights, which requires criminal offences to be clearly defined in law. We therefore sought legal advice on this particular point from the Departmental Solicitor's Office and the Attorney General's Office, and it is clear they also have concerns. The amendment being brought carries a risk of being incompatible with Article 7 of the ECHR and therefore could bring the provision outside the legislative competence of this Assembly, pursuant to Section 62C of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. This is clearly a position we cannot support. Ultimately, we know that serious offending in that age group is extremely rare, and I therefore maintain the position that as a society we should be adopting a welfare-based approach to addressing harmful and concerning behaviour by children, particularly when they're as young as 10 or 11 years old. An approach which seeks to examine and tackle the root causes of the behaviour. And for me, that is the best opportunity to prevent reoffending and, crucially, to ensure fewer victims. I did not become Minister for Justice simply to defend those who have done the indefensible. That is not my job. My job is to protect the public and ensure that the law is adequate to do it. And that is my focus. It is how we ensure that fewer people have criminal intent, continue to reoffend, in order that victims and the wider community are safe. So I cannot support Mr Beattie's amendment. Finally, I want to address the amendments that both Ms Mulholland and Mr Carroll have tabled that would introduce a review period. Given the length of time it's taken us to get to the place where an increase in the MACR is a genuine possibility, even given the concerns that people still hold, I think it's only right that we would keep that change under review. They give a legislative requirement to my department to do that and publicly report on the findings. And from my perspective, if we were in a position where any of the amendments were to pass, I would be happy to support either of the amendments with respect to a review mechanism. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, I want to say that I believe this has been one of the more challenging areas that we have debated. But I think we have demonstrated throughout today that we can do so with some grace, with some thought, and I would hope still with good humour. Disagreement doesn't have to be a fight. Not every situation has to be about win and lose. It is possible for us to work together and navigate our way through this. And I would appeal to people, whatever happens over the next 2 weeks, and I appeal directly to the member from the Ulster Unionist Party who has been on the benches today and who signed the petition of concern. Allow that process to take its course. Allow the votes of the people in this House to count equally. Allow us to represent our constituents as we were elected to do. And work with us, as we have agreed to work with you on previous amendments, to ensure that whatever we agree, it is something that will not just benefit any one party, but will benefit the people of Northern Ireland that we have all been sent here to serve. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. I now call Sian Mulholland to wind.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Holy moly, it feels like a lifetime ago since I stood and actually opened this group. I want to first of all say thank you to the members who have contributed to the debate. I will get on and I will make comments on the nature of the debate at a later point, but I think today has been what it was supposed to be. But I don't intend to use the wine speech to repeat every argument that I've made and that others have made. You will be delighted to hear. But what I will say is this debate was meant to be around evidence and children and victims and how we prevent harm. Instead, I do think that we heard an awful lot about fear, distortion and political tactics. My first point to those who want the standalone bill, though, let's be clear, it ain't coming from the Minister, it ain't coming from the Department via the Executive, but I will commit on record right here, right now, if I am standing in this chamber this day next year, that will be a private member's bill I will be proud to bring forward. And I expect those from across the chamber who have muzzled my vote on these amendments, not looking at you, Mr. Chair, to weigh in with their support and to weigh in with their ideas on how we make the youth justice system better. And I will give that commitment now. The Amendments 79 and 82 were grounded in evidence, in practice, in the experience of those who have worked day and daily with victims, with children, with families, with communities. So I can't accept that these amendments were casual, simplistic, ideological, ill-conceived. The process behind it, and I've spoken about this was not something that was dropped in on a whim. This is something that I and others have been working on for a year, over 100 hours of meetings for one amendment. To say that they were ill-conceived and casual, I think completely dismisses the work of myself, Miss Sheeran, Mr. McGlone. It is a dismissal of the many organisations and professionals and evidence of those who gave their time, expertise to this process. How can members of this House call for evidence-based policy and legislation and yet dismiss the expertise and the evidence of those that we have worked with so readily? The list that Nuala read out just shows the breadth of organisations and those individuals who support reform. That doesn't sound like, and I quote, an ideology that is dangerously foolish. They are children's organisations. They are youth workers, social workers, legal experts. They are psychiatrists, psychologists, human rights organisations, women's organisations, education voices, community groups, victim and survivor support groups. Their work is not only life-changing because I've seen it, it's also life-saving. And they're dismissed in some of the comments that we heard last night, and that's not okay. They're not asking us to ignore harm. They were asking us to respond to harm better. They were not asking us to abandon victims. They were asking us to build a system that prevents future victims. They weren't asking us to excuse harmful behaviour. They were asking us to recognise that criminalising a child in P6 is not the same as accountability. It is certainly not the same thing as justice.
Would the member take an
Yep.
Both the member and I, and I think possibly one or two others in this chamber, actually have children that are about to be in primary 6, about to reach the age of 10. And as a parent, do you agree that the very idea that in just a few short months your child could be held criminally responsible for something that they might carry out is absolutely absurd? We know that no child is an absolute angel, but a child at age 10, in just a few short months, our own children in P6, they could be held criminally responsible.
Thanks, Nuala. And I have really reflected on this entire process, both as a legislator, as a former youth worker, but also as a parent of a child who in 4 months' time will be that age. And I find it really quite frightening, but I also then find it really, really sad, because I know that my son, that your son, are exponentially less likely to ever come into contact with the justice system, and that is because of the upbringing that they've had. And I suppose that's what, there's a lot of mixed feelings around that, but also as a parent, I want to see more parental responsibility, because, and I've said this before, if a child of 10, if a child of 11 is out burning buses and is out burning out homes and is out throwing petrol bombs, where is the responsibility? And I know that the member for North Belfast, my colleague Dilapidation McAllister, said that there are so many of those young people who don't simply have that parental figure or that caregiver in their life, and that is a really big point. But I think that this conversation also needs to look at what we do around family support, because that is the key element of this. We can work with young people, but I know from my own experience, if you do not work in a holistic way around the child, there is much more likely to be an outcome where they repeat and they re-offend, and it has to be holistic. I also reject the suggestion that those supporting reform don't stand with victims. I heard that so much last night and yesterday. There's no monopoly on supporting victims in this House. And I have to address a comment that was made, and I know that my colleague, the Justice Minister, intervened on my behalf. The fact, and I will quote, that I spent a great deal of time talking about the needs of the poor young perpetrator, but have made virtually no mention of the victims of crime. I will just point out, victims were referenced over 30 times in my contribution alone, let alone throughout the contributions of many colleagues around this House. And I have to repeat something that I and many others said. It's something that I stand by, and it's one of the driving forces behind these amendments. The best way to prevent victims is to prevent further harm. And that evidence is clear. Early criminalisation does not do that. I still have not been convinced otherwise. Much of the argument that we heard last night and parts of today was around those most extreme cases, and of course those cases matter. Of course they do, especially when there is deep and serious harm, but hard cases make bad law. Legislating based on fear, legislating based on extreme, rare examples does not make communities safer. I could easily have stood up yesterday and engaged in those shock stories about the children coerced, abused, violated, manipulated into committing crime. But this is not a media programme. We are not on a radio show. We are legislators in a legislative house. Where's the data sets? Where was the evidence? Not anecdotal shock stories. This chamber should be better than that. These amendments repeatedly were presented as a choice between victims and children. I think, and I still think, that's a false choice, and a better system would be to support both. Ultimately, though, I have to reference that this debate was overtaken by something more fundamental, and I do want to turn shortly for a brief comment on the petition of concern. Members are entitled to disagree with myself, my colleagues and others. They're entitled to vote against these amendments. That's democracy. That's what we're all here for. But I do believe that what happened here was not simply about disagreement. A small group of members effectively used a veto designed to protect minority rights in order to prevent this House from making a decision. It is the petition of concern that was used to block a democratic decision of this House. That disregards my votes, it disregards the 17 others that are included in my own party and with Mr. Carroll. Just because I don't fit into a nice wee binary box. How is that fair? How is that just? If we're talking about a justice bill, for me, and I've said this before, I said it in my member statement, social justice is at the heart of my identity and the heart of my politics. It's one of the reasons I brought this amendment. It's one of the reasons why I was so angry at the petition of concern. Yeah, go on ahead, Brian.
I mean, obviously, the member is a member of the party who championed the Good Friday Agreement, and the petition of concern is part of it. So it does beg the question, does the Alliance Party only support the existence of the petition of concern when it is used to protect the interests of the nationalist community, but not when it is used to protect the interests of the unionist community,
Brian, I would
as
hope,
expressed by
okay,
the elected representatives of the unionist community?
I would really hope. First of all, you have worked with me in Belfast City Council, you've worked with me on the Communities Committee. Do you genuinely believe, sorry, through the chair, does the member for North Belfast genuinely agree or believe anything of what he has just said, that I would only agree with a protective mechanism to protect nationalists? That is ridiculous. My party has not engaged in a petition of concern, and I believe him, and the leader can correct me if I'm wrong, since 2016. And we have campaigned for reform because of that, because we believe that it has been misused. We believe that the intent in 1998 that of the Good Friday Agreement has been lost.
Can I?
Yes, absolutely.
The member will be well aware that the last time it was used and a member of Alliance signed it was on an abortion debate. And to be fair, it's not often that I disagreed with my colleague Anna Lowe. But I did on that occasion. I would not have signed it. David Ford spoke against her signing it because we have said long before 2016 that we wish to see reform of these institutions, the vetoes and the petition of concern removed. And part of the impetus for it becoming a bigger issue was that they were being thrown around, frankly, like confetti at one stage in this assembly, to the point where nothing could get done. People pre-signed them and all sorts of nonsense. That at least is gone. But they're still not being used with respect for the purpose for which they were intended. Because Brian has mentioned unionists or nationalists. Can somebody explain to me how anything that's proposed in these amendments relates more to a unionist or a nationalist, a Catholic or a Protestant, somebody who's neither a Hindu or Muslim? Explain it to me like I am a child, because I don't see where anybody's rights are being offended by what's being proposed.
Thank you. I will move on, because I do think that we've talked quite a bit about the petition of concern, but I do just want it on record the fact that no, Brian, no, Chair, I will let the member for North Belfast know that I do not just support one or the other. It's not in my nature, it's not my frame of reference. I don't know how many more times I can make that clear, or members of my party can make that clear. I will admit, though, that every argument, every piece of data, piece of evidence has felt like it's been wasted when we've stood up here. I do hope that we'll see movement, whether that is in the next mandate or I do expect, however, that the DUP will roll in behind votes at 16, now that we have heard very clearly their enlightened view of brain development of young people. If you can be criminalised at 10, you can absolutely put your tick in a box.
6 years later. Thank you very much. I want to see members of this House push hard going forward for better relationship and sexuality education, for better mental health and addiction services for young people, for better investment in early years and family support, for more effective and efficient poverty interventions and welfare support, for a serious commitment to prevention rather than waiting till it becomes a crisis, and for a system that recognises that real public protection doesn't come from criminalising young people or children, but from intervening earlier and supporting them better. But finally, to those organisations, the practitioners, the individuals who have supported this reform, I want to say to them, your work is not wasted. I am sorry that the House has not been allowed to decide on it tonight. I'm sorry that you have heard your skills, your expertise diminished and degraded by some in this chamber. But I'm not sorry for bringing these amendments forward. I'm not sorry for making the case that we can interrupt cycles of offending behaviour. And I am not sorry for arguing that we can and must do better for both children and victims. I will never apologise for standing beside and alongside the dozens of organisations who work on the ground with children's families, communities and victims. And I will say this, the amendments have been blocked, the evidence remains, the need remains and the arguments continue, and I look forward to continuing to make it.
Well done.
Members, as there are valid petitions of concern presented on amendments in Group 6, the vote on these amendments and other amendments on the martial list will not be taken today. So that concludes the debate on Group 6. Let us move on to the debate on Group 7. We therefore come to the 7th group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 87, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 92 to 95, 103 and 129. As a petition of concern has been presented in relation to amendments in Group 6, the vote on all subsequent amendments on the martial list will not take place until a date after the 29th of June 2026. Members, instead of calling the Minister of Justice as the sponsor of Amendment 87, which is the lead amendment in Group 7, to move that amendment, the amendment, I must stress, should not be moved. I call on the Minister to open the debate on Amendment 87 and to address the other amendments in the group. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I wish to discuss Amendment 87, which deals with the transfer of powers found in Section 43 of the Justice and Security Northern Ireland Act 2007. These powers relate to the accreditation and registration of organisations delivering restorative justice services in Northern Ireland, which were overlooked when relevant functions were transferred to my department on the devolution of policing and justice. The transfer has been agreed by the Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, and a draft clause to transfer these powers was originally included in the final Justice Bill of the last mandate, but was withdrawn when the scope of that bill was narrowed. There have been a number of developments in restorative justice over the intervening period, including the publication of an adult restorative justice strategy and a comprehensive review of the restorative justice protocol which governs this work. The new provisions will allow me as Minister of Justice and my department to take decisions around the accreditation of organisations and individuals providing restorative justice services and to maintain a register of accredited providers. It will also enable monitoring, inspection and reporting on those providers and, in extreme circumstances, their removal from the register of accredited service providers if necessary. My department continues to progress work in this area under administrative agency arrangements agreed with the Secretary of State until these new provisions are in place. This amendment enables provisions to be placed on a statutory footing locally. I would like to reassure members that underpinning the legislative provisions is a comprehensive and robust practice standards and accreditation framework. This clearly sets out the expertise, training and experience that service providers must have in order to provide restorative justice services as part of the criminal justice process. This is intended to provide reassurance about the quality of the service being provided, with the requirements increasing for more serious and complex offences. Importantly, expansion of the use of restorative justice is on a phased basis, starting with diversionary disposals in order that the process can be properly bedded in and ensure effective delivery before being extended to court cases. That concludes my remarks on Amendment 87. Mr Speaker, I want to move on now to Amendments 92 and 93, which aim to deliver some long overdue legislative reforms to reduce rehabilitation periods for existing convictions and allow more convictions to become capable of becoming spent. The amendments also create an order-making power to allow the Department to establish a review mechanism in future for some additional convictions not captured by the revised arrangements. Although the Supreme Court judgment of the 6th of March 2025 in the case of JR 123 determined that a review mechanism is not required in order for a rehabilitation regime to be considered lawful, I believe that there is merit in continuing to develop proposals in this respect following further policy development, stakeholder engagement and public consultation. The main purpose of the legislation governing the rehabilitation of offenders is to boost the chances of former offenders gaining employment and living within the law by helping them to put their past convictions behind them. By reducing reoffending through the rehabilitation of offenders, we're aiming to ensure there are fewer victims of crime, that our communities are safer, and that less money is spent on repeat offenders circling within the justice system. Rehabilitation periods in Northern Ireland have remained essentially unchanged since first introduced in 1978. Since then, changes in sentencing practice have meant that longer sentences are now being imposed than when rehabilitation periods were first established. In addition, the bar on custodial sentences of over 30 months being treated as spent in Northern Ireland may act as a barrier to employment for former offenders who have not reoffended since their release. The reforms also reflect developments in neighbouring jurisdictions, thereby ensuring that ex-offenders in Northern Ireland are not treated less favourably than those in other jurisdictions. Members will be able to see for themselves the new rehabilitation periods contained in my amendment, so I don't intend to rehearse all of the changes here, but I do want to draw attention to some aspects that I think are worth bringing to members' attention. Rehabilitation periods for a fine will reduce from 5 years to 1 year, and for a number of rehabilitation periods for a number of community rehabilitation or supervisory orders will become spent when the requirements of the order are complete. These changes are consistent with arrangements that have been in operation in England, Wales and Scotland for some years. So too are the rehabilitation periods for convictions involving sentences of imprisonment of up to 1 year, where the rehabilitation period becomes the term of the sentence plus 1 year, and sentences of imprisonment between 1 and 4 years will be capable of becoming spent after the term of the sentence plus 4 years. Where the changes that I am seeking to bring forward deviate from those in England and Wales is in the treatment of sentences of imprisonment of over 4 years. In England and Wales, a sentence of imprisonment for over 4 years for a non-serious offence can become spent after the term of the sentence plus 7 years. The exclusions to rehabilitation in England and Wales are public protection sentences or specified violent offences, specified sexual offences or specified terrorism offences as defined in Schedule 18 of the Sentencing Act 2020. There are 182 offences specified in Schedule 18 under 36 different pieces of legislation. When officials in my department analysed the responses to the public consultation exercise on my proposals to reform rehabilitation periods in 2021, they presented me with a number of options for consideration, which included doing nothing by maintaining the existing regime, mimicking the arrangements in Scotland where sentences over 4 years can never be spent, copying England and Wales' model of allowing all sentences of over 4 years to become spent, except for those serious offences I mentioned in Schedule 1 to the Criminal Justice Northern Ireland Order 2008, or a hybrid option that mirrored arrangements in England and Wales for sentences of up to 4 years imprisonment, but with a fixed upper limit of 10 years for any offence. This latter option was not offered as a model for consideration as part of the consultation exercise. Rather, it was included in the options offered to me following officials' analysis of conviction and reoffending statistics specific to Northern Ireland, alongside the nature of the offending and consideration of responses to the consultation exercise that called for any reforms to be simple to understand and straightforward to operate. The rationale for setting the upper limit for this option at 10 years was that Article 14 of the Criminal Justice Northern Ireland Order 2008 defines a serious offence as one that is specified in Schedule 1 to the Order. Schedule 1 then lists 120 offences which for public protection purposes are considered serious because they carry a penalty of 10 years or more. Continuing to use the length of sentence as a measure of seriousness of offending for rehabilitation purposes and using the 10-year sentence as a metric for what constitutes serious offence, as set out in the 2008 order, the latter option of those presented to me offered the most clarity in my view and certainty, and was the most easy for people to understand, in line with the requirements under which the original rehabilitation law in England, Wales and Northern Ireland was established. I consider that adopting this model for implementation in Northern Ireland would enable more ex-offenders to put their convictions behind them and increase their opportunities for gaining meaningful employment and reduce the likelihood of reoffending. They will do so by not having to disclose as much conviction information to prospective employers for as long as required under the current rehabilitation regime. In some cases, disclosure of conviction information that would have to be made under the current regime will not need to be made as a result of these proposed changes. They may also be able to have more than one conviction become spent sooner than a single conviction under the existing scheme. Mr Speaker, I want to support the effective rehabilitation of offenders while recognising that more serious offences attract particular public concern regarding safety and represent a more serious risk to the public where reoffending does occur. While considered the options present to me for a direction on the way forward, I was, as some here today may be, concerned at the prospect of certain offences becoming spent, being considered problematic, and sought more information from my officials in that regard. By way of response, officials advised that there are certain jobs and professions where applicants must always declare their convictions, even where considered spent. These are known as accepted employments or professions, and they can include working or coming into contact with children or vulnerable people. They also include working in financial institutions, the medical world, and in law enforcement, amongst others, where a particular conviction could have a strong bearing on an individual's suitability for employment in that area. For the Northern Ireland's purposes, these exceptions are set out in the Rehabilitation of Offenders Exceptions Order Northern Ireland 1979, and officials were able to reassure me that the 1979 order and the employments and professions specified as accepted therein would not be amended as part of this reform exercise. I was therefore satisfied that there would be no increased risk to public safety as a result of the proposed reforms on the grounds that all spent and unspent conviction data would continue to be disclosed for sensitive employments such as working with children, young people and vulnerable adults. Mr Speaker, a successful rehabilitation system must strike a balance between allowing a person to put their past behind them, the needs of employers in the recruitment process, and the need to maintain public confidence in the justice system, as well as protection of the public. I believe the provisions in my amendments 92 and 93 meet that balance, and I trust that MLAs will be able to satisfy themselves similarly. In closing my remarks on Amendment 92 and 93, Mr Speaker, I again wish to address concerns that I understand Mr Frew has expressed in relation to differences between the text of the draft amendment shared with the committee at the beginning of the committee stage in September 2024 and the text of the final drafts tabled in my name and before members today. I want to reassure Mr Frew that while there are a number of small changes to the text of the amendments, these are minor technical changes rather than any change of policy or new content to ensure the amendments operate as intended and reflecting comments made by the Attorney-General's Office for the purposes of clarity only. There are also some minor changes to terminology used for certain service disciplinary offences in the table of rehabilitation periods and the removal of certain entries for under 18s subject to specific service disciplinary offences where those offences have been repealed and consolidated under existing disciplinary offences in service legislation. Again, these are technical changes that were made at the request of the MOD to reflect changes introduced in England and Wales through the Westminster Armed Forces Bill that they wish to see copied here to ensure a consistent approach across both jurisdictions. They do not represent a change in policy or new policy content, and I hope Mr Frew will be satisfied with that reassurance and that there was no ulterior motive in my part for bringing them. Finally, in this group, Mr Speaker, I want to speak to Amendments 94, 95 and 129, which introduce a new clause 29A to the bill that amends Section 113A of the Police Act 1997. The provisions make no substantive change to the offences currently listed in that section of the Police Act. Rather, they streamline arrangements for maintenance and ease of understanding of what is known as the list of specified offences. This is essentially a list of serious, violent or sexual offences that cannot be filtered from Access NI standard and enhanced checks. Provisions under this amendment create a new schedule to the Police Act that will provide additional structure in legislation in setting out a clearly detailed list of offences that will replace the more cumbersome list currently at Section 113A 6D of the Police Act. Clause 29A also amends Section 113A 6EF of the Police Act to provide greater clarity as to the definition of relevant matter, specifically with regard to the meaning of a sentence of imprisonment a sentence of service detention and a custodial order. Collectively, these amendments remove doubt as to what is included within each of these disposal categories. Finally, provisions within this clause amend Article 1A of the Rehabilitation of Offenders Exceptions Order, Northern Ireland 1979, to ensure that the appropriate treatment of protected convictions accurately references offences listed in the new Schedule 8ZA to the Police Act 1997. That concludes my remarks for this group, Mr Speaker, other than again to reassure Mr Paul Frew that any changes he may have identified between the texts are simply technical adjustments to accommodate changes made by the Office of the Attorney-General with a view to ensuring the provisions operate specifically as intended. There is no change of policy or new policy, nor any change to the rehabilitation periods that have been proposed. Thank you.
Minister, thank you. And I call the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And can I thank the Minister for that clarification with regards to those changes, and I appreciate that. Can I also offer congratulations to the Justice Minister and to you, Mr Deputy Speaker. You're 2/3 through consideration stage of the Justice Bill, so there we go, another milestone. But thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This amendment, Amendment 87, Restorative Justice, this amendment inserts one new clause into the bill. The text for the restorative justice provisions that was considered by the committee included Amendments 15 and 16, which make related minor changes to the language of the biometrics part of the bill. Those amendments have already been made by this House. The amendment aims to expand the use and accreditation of restorative justice and makes an administrative change to allow the Minister of Justice, instead of the Secretary of State, to accredit restorative justice organisations. This amendment generated a degree of interest during our scrutiny. Most of the questions raised related to the practical aspects of the operation for the provisions and the pace and manner of their planned roll-out. Separately, though related, the Department launched the new Restorative Justice Practice Standards and Accreditation Framework and an application process for formal accreditation. It's fair to say that there was significant crossover between our consideration of that and the Minister's amendments that we are now discussing today. The Northern Ireland Association for the Care and Resettlement of Offenders, NIACRO, asked that consideration be given to ensuring the consistency in access to restorative justice to prevent disparities across regions. Concerns were also raised in the oral evidence from Community Restorative Justice Ireland and Northern Ireland Alternatives about the initial locations chosen for the rollout of the expanded services. NIACRO also highlighted the need to ensure practitioners had access to appropriate training to ensure services were delivered safely and to a high quality. In response, the committee was informed by the Department that it would not be viable to initially move into areas with little or no current provision and where future levels of accreditation were unknown at this time. However, this will be kept under review with the view of expanding services as soon as practically possible. The Department advised that expertise, training and experience must be demonstrated by those applying to provide restorative justice as part of the criminal justice process. In addition, intensive training will be undertaken with those accredited and practising to ensure consistency of standards across all practitioners and areas. Questions were also raised about the role of Criminal Justice Inspection in Northern Ireland in the process. The committee sought information on whether there would be set timescales for review of restorative justice providers by SIGINI, particularly for newly accredited organisations who may benefit from early or regular reviews. The Department advised that the timing and frequency of reviews would be a matter for SIGINI. It was suggested that initial inspection may potentially commence around the second half of year 2 to allow time for the process to become embedded, and that it was envisaged that an organisation will then be inspected during any 3-year term of accreditation. Particular concern was expressed by some stakeholders about the lack of pre-accreditation checks by SIGINI. CRJI and Alternatives advised of their view that an external body with no political guidance would safeguard both the Department and the community-based providers. The absence of pre-accreditation checks was also a matter of concern to some committee members. At the time of our report, the committee had agreed that it was content with the Restorative Justice Amendment, but reserved its position on whether to bring an amendment to require pre-accreditation checks by SIGINI. To assist our ongoing deliberations, we sought Sir Ginny's view on such an amendment. In response, Sir Ginny outlined a number of areas that it feels would need due consideration regarding such a proposal, including the need for additional resources to undertake this work. The Chief Inspector set out her view that Sir Ginny should not be seen as the last hurdle or a barrier or the decision maker in respect of accreditation. Instead of a pre-accreditation role for Sir Ginny, she felt that the Department should ensure that a robust accreditation application and challenging assessment process is implemented which provides the due diligence required. We also received a helpful briefing from the Department of Justice officials who provided an update on the first application process under the new framework. That allowed us to explore the robustness of the process, the levels of accreditation and the monitoring and oversight of practitioners. Having considered Sir Ginny's response and heard that evidence from the Department Official Committee members indicated that they were content not to proceed with an amendment to the Minister's amendment to require Sir Ginny to undertake pre-accreditation checks of prospective restorative justice providers. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendments 92, 93 and 103, rehabilitation of offenders. These amendments will introduce two new clauses to amend the rehabilitation periods for existing convictions in order to allow more convictions to become capable of becoming spent, and to create an order-making power to enable the Department to establish a review mechanism for additional convictions not captured by the revised arrangements. The provisions will come into operation 2 months after royal assent. Some of those who responded to the proposed amendment suggest that an opportunity to align with the system in England and Wales had perhaps been missed. The committee heard from the Commissioner Designate for Victims of Crime, who asked why the Department had not chosen to make serious sexual, violent and terrorist offences disclosable regardless of the passage of time, as this was the case in England and Wales. In their evidence, NAACRO called for an urgent revision of the proposed approach to ensure full alignment with England and Wales, where the upper limit had been removed on custodial sentence which remain unspent, which they considered to be a more progressive approach to rehabilitation. While welcoming the amendments, NAACRO felt that there was a missed opportunity to remove the bright line whereby a conviction will never become spent. The committee put this to the Department, who confirmed that alignment with England and Wales was an option that had been considered by the Minister. However, the option chosen was considered simpler to operate and understand. It was pointed out that while the upper limit may have been removed in England and Wales, the list of exceptions extended to some 174 individual offences. In the Department's view, the approach being taken offers a greater opportunity for ex-offenders to have their convictions become spent than is the case in England and Wales. Organisations also raised the need to ensure proper safeguards were in place for young people and that the right to move into adulthood with a clear record, except for in the cases of the most serious crimes, should be in place. NAACRO and the Children's Commissioner did not support the inclusion of diversionary disposals completed by young people in rehabilitation periods. They considered that the completion of the disposal should bring the matter to a close and that they should not be viewed as a criminal record. However, the Department noted that this would represent significant new policy which is not being considered at this time. Finally, in relation to these amendments, the Human Rights Commission suggested that consideration should be given to amending the proposed clause 28b to provide that the Department shall, rather than may, make regulations for and in connection with allowing a person on whom a sentence has been imposed in respect of a conviction to apply for an order. NAACRO also called for a review mechanism for any sentence of more than 10 years. When the committee raised these points with the Department, they replied by stating that a Supreme Court judgment had made it clear that a review mechanism is not required for the rehabilitation regime to be considered lawful. The Department does see merit in developing policy proposals for a potential future review mechanism, but advised that progress would be subject to resource availability and other competing policy and legislation requirements. The Department's priority would be implementing reforms to the rehabilitation at new clause 28a, which is Amendment 92, that we are considering tonight. After consideration of all the issues raised and the Department's response, the committee concluded that it was content with the ministerial amendments relating to the rehabilitation of offenders. Mr Deputy Speaker, I now turn to Amendments 94, 95 and the new schedule amendment at 129. Matters to be included in criminal record certificates. Mr Deputy Speaker, Amendments 94, 95 in the new schedule deal with matters to be included in criminal record certificates or access NI checks, as they are much more commonly known. The amendments aim to streamline arrangements for the maintenance and ease of understanding the list of serious and violent offences that cannot be filtered from Access NI standard and enhanced disclosures. Respondents to the committee's call for evidence were broadly in favour of the proposed amendments, with some highlighting the need to ensure safeguarding and vetting remained in place. Again, concerns were raised about not aligning with England and Wales. The children's rights group, Children in Northern Ireland, questioned if the amendments would pose any safeguarding concerns given the vital role that Access NI checks play in vetting those who work with children and the vulnerable. This was echoed by Victim Support NI, who also had concerns about the transparency of the process and the potential impact of changes on victims. It was the Department's view that the new proposals will present the list in a more simplified and user-friendly manner, with each offence set out alongside its relevant legislative provision. This aims to provide greater clarity in what is a complex area of the justice system. The Department stressed that the legislative changes proposed to the amendments do not pose any further or significant risks to the welfare of children. The Children's Commissioner and Children in Northern Ireland both raised concerns around the removal of, and I quote, any offence involving injury or threat of injury to another person from the list, and questioned whether a gap might be created. The Department clarified that this entry has never been used by Access NI to retain an offence on the disclosure certificate. It is therefore inconsistent from an operational perspective. NIACRO, who are one of the groups that works with ex-offenders and interacts with those provisions frequently, were broadly supportive of the amendments. They did raise the need for greater awareness of the changes so they don't discriminate against individuals with unspent convictions. They also called for a stronger appeal mechanism to allow individuals to contest a disclosure where it is deemed appropriate. The Department responded to say that individuals can currently ask the independent reviewer to consider spent convictions, and that the planned amendments to rehabilitation periods will enable a request to be made to the independent reviewer to consider more recent convictions. This could result in more information being removed from disclosure certificates. The Department also advised that information published on the Access NI and NI Direct web pages would be updated with the new information, and that this would include worked examples and detailed information on the processes and the changes. Finally, I mentioned when we were discussing Group 1 amendments that as part of our scrutiny, the committee considered delegated powers in the bill and the planned amendments. We questioned the Department about why amendments to the list of non-filterable offences was not subject to the draft affirmative procedure, given that it will amend primary legislation, a Henry VIII power which I have referred to before. In response, the Department advised that the use of the negative resolution procedure would mean that the list could be updated more quickly, and that consultation would be required with relevant bodies, including the Child Protection Unit in the Department of Health and the Protective Disclosure Unit in the PSNI, and the independent review of criminal records before any changes could be made. The committee queried the circumstances under which it may be necessary to update the list at speed. We were grateful to the officials from Access NI branch in the Department who came to discuss these matters with us in more detail. The officials confirmed that it was unlikely that the list would need to be amended quickly, though they would want new offences to be added to the list at the earliest opportunity in the future. However, during the evidence session, the officials acknowledged members' views and stated that they would not be resistant to changing the procedure to the draft affirmative resolution procedure if that was what the committee wished. The committee subsequently wrote formally to the Department to ask for this change, which it was confirmed would be made to the text of the amendment before it was tabled. I am pleased to see that change has been included at new clause 29A9. Overall, the committee was content with the proposals in this amendment, and with the Department's responses to the questions raised, the committee therefore was content to support the amendment with the change to the delegated power as I have mentioned. Mr Deputy Speaker, that's me for this round. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Carl Hunter for the opposition.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I will do my best this evening to be brief. Firstly, I'd just like to thank members for the passion that they've demonstrated over the past number of days. It's quite remarkable to see the level of stamina that exists in this House and the depth and the detail of some of these amendments. And yet, even in the late hours, so much passion has been shown around this House, and we mightn't always agree, but it really is interesting hearing the level of debate, even in the late evening. I'll move now just to the Group 7. Mindful I don't sit on the Justice Committee, but I did recently meet with a remarkable young woman called Faith, who launched a support group called Not Just Us, which is a group based here in Northern Ireland, founded by Faith after, sadly, she was the victim of being injured by a car. This was a very distressing incident for her, and she founded Not Just Us to talk about restorative justice and really helping victims rebuild a sense of trust and restoring hope after being the victim of a crime. The real importance here around restorative justice is about communication between, of course, victims and the offenders, and really ensuring they feel empowered and that their voices are heard, but also allowing and helping offenders to understand the harm that they have caused. I'd like to keep my remarks focused on the two areas affected by amendments in this group. Firstly, the amendment to transfer powers from Secretary of State to the Minister of Justice to allow the Minister to take decisions on the accreditation of restorative justice practitioners and to widen the provision by allowing non-statutory organisations and independent practitioners to become accredited. The SDLP welcomes the transfer of these powers and feels strongly it is long overdue. Since many years ago in the devolution of policing and justice powers, we believe these amendments today are another welcome step along the same road of local accountability. We in the SDLP hope the reform of the process of appointing the Justice Minister will soon follow. That said, there are concerns about some of the practical aspects of the provisions and their planned rollout. As a rural constituency MLA, I would like to highlight potential rural impact. Many areas across the north, particularly in rural constituencies, there really is little to no access to restorative justice. In addition, the committee had heard during its scrutiny period that the department's view that future levels of accreditation in those areas remain unknown. So I think that is something that's highlighted that needs to be worked on further. There were also concerns about the need to ensure that there were appropriate training for practitioners so that restorative justice services were always delivered in a safe manner and, of course, of high quality. The independence of the pre-accreditation process was questioned, and whether regular reviews would be undertaken by the Criminal Justice Inspectorate. It is vitally important that in bringing these powers under local accountability, that there are also appropriate checks and balances to ensure that there is consistency in access to high-quality restorative justice services right across the north. The second group of amendments makes changes to the rehabilitation periods for existing convictions, allows more convictions capable of becoming spent, and creates an order-making power, enabling the department to establish a review mechanism for additional convictions. The committee heard concerns about the need to ensure that appropriate safeguarding was maintained alongside the balance of public protection and, of course, personal rights. And approaching the review mechanism, there were also calls for the development of a review mechanism to allow a person on whom a sentence had been imposed in respect of a conviction to apply for an order. It is disappointing that even though the department saw the merit in developing a future review mechanism, it would be subject to resource availability and other competing requirements. Despite these concerns, the amendments on these two policy areas we feel in the SDLP are welcome. They represent progress in local accountability and the consistency of the delivery of restorative justice, and they represent improvements in the approach to treating the rehabilitation of offenders. Today, the SDLP supports both of these aims. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm speaking on behalf of our party, we're supporting amendments number 92 to 95, and I think these do represent important and progressive reforms to our justice system, which is something that we're obviously supportive of, and we've probably seen far too little of over recent days. I think at the heart of this is the principle that our justice system has to hold people accountable for their actions, yes, but also has to support effective rehabilitation. And the most effective way of creating safe communities is by reducing reoffending and helping people, supporting people to make the change in their lives. So when they've served their sentence and demonstrated that they've changed their behaviours, the law should support that journey rather than create unnecessary barriers that increase the risk of further offending. We think that Amendment 92 is a modernising amendment, and we're in support of that. We think it recognises that people shouldn't be burdened for the rest of their lives because of past mistakes. We know that the evidence shows us that support mechanisms, and when people can enter stable employment and have a healthy home life, access to education, they're less likely to re-offend. And so we don't want people to have obstacles to face when they're trying to access those opportunities and rights because of outdated legislation. So we support amendments 92 and 93 that we think will create a clear pathway through which offenders can apply to be recognised as rehabilitated and can be accepting of the change that they've made. We also support amendments 94 and 95 to reform criminal record disclosures to ensure that disclosures are more closely focused on serious and relevant offences, and we believe that that is more integral to a system that will protect our children and vulnerable adults and will focus on relevant convictions. So taken together, we think this represents a significant step towards a more effective justice system, and we're supportive of the objectives outlined. Gurmila Magat.
Call Connie Egan.
Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to make some remarks on this group of amendments by Minister Long relating to restorative justice schemes, rehabilitation periods for offenders and non-filterable offences from criminal record certificates. One of the markers of a truly successful and credible justice system lies within the approach taken with offenders of crime following their offending behaviour, with each of these amendments in their own way influencing and shaping the next steps of what comes either hand in hand with or following sentencing. Restorative justice is fundamental for bringing together those who have been affected by crime, balancing accountability for the offender and closure for the victims and witnesses. At its core, it's about repairing harm, but this would not be possible without effective partnership and third-party facilitation, so it is vital that those who we entrust to undertake these processes are sensitive, skilled and the right match for the situation at hand. By passing Amendment 87 and placing a duty on the Justice Department to determine requirements for organisations and individuals seeking registration and accreditation to provide restorative services, we are embedding deeper credibility of this approach, recognising in law the importance of this practice for everyone across our society, particularly adult offenders. This transfer of relevant powers found in Section 43 of the 2007 Northern Ireland Justice and Security Act is entirely welcome, and as the Minister pointed out, follows the Secretary of State's agreement for transfer originally in 2019. The Justice Bill has presented the best and most emergent opportunity to put these provisions on the books within this mandate, particularly in the context of its shortened length. Amendment 87 is also particularly welcome in the context of the steps the Minister and the wider Executive has already taken to promote restorative justice across the region, including the 2022 publication of Northern Ireland's first adult restorative justice strategy. This, alongside an independent review of the 2007 Restorative Justice Protocol, has sent a strong message about how serious we are about this. It's clear the result of this review and the publication of a revised protocol in the summer of 2023 has influenced much of the amendment's contents, expanding opportunities to individuals rather than organisations alone, creating mechanisms for reporting from those accredited practitioners, and the adaptation of the role of the CGI Northern Ireland to complete post-accreditation checks. I recognise that during the committee stage, the role of the CGI was debated at length, with concerns put forward that the Inspectorate should be involved in the initial accreditation process rather than the monitoring and evaluation of ongoing practice alone. So in this vein, Alliance is also content with this amendment, as when asked, the Chief Inspector made clear the preference for the Department's proposed model and their active involvement in its designing. I also want to thank officials who have been coming before the committee to discuss the underpinning practice standards and accreditation framework to ensure consistent quality of practice. There has been strong engagement on this in parallel with the bill. In summary, Amendment 87 is welcome as we work together across the Executive to ensure minimum standards are in place for accredited organisations and individuals delivering on restorative justice work. Alliance also welcomes Amendment 92 and 93 from Minister Long to amend Article 6 of the 1978 Rehabilitation of Offenders Order, which, by reducing the rehabilitation periods for existing convictions and expanding the list of those that can become spent, will help former offenders integrate into the community and wider society. Rehabilitating offenders is essential in the work to create a safer society for everyone, and whilst I know the Minister has already outlined her detailed consideration of this, I wish to call particular attention to the clear public and service provider support her department has received to bring this forward. Rehabilitation periods have remained largely unchanged since they were first introduced in 1978, and the Department's 2021 consultation received support from 97% of respondents for their reduction, recognising the benefits it can bring in helping previous offenders to find employment and a life beyond the justice system. Deliberations during committee stage also found support across various organisations, including the Policing Board, Victim Support, the National Crime Agency, and the Northern Ireland Association for the Care and Resettlement of Offenders. The approach outlined is proportionate and evidenced, and we welcome it entirely. Speaker, I will now outline Alliance Party's support of Amendments 94, 95 and 129, which amends Section 113A of the Police Act 1997 to include a new, more user-friendly list of non-filterable offences in Northern Ireland for Access NI standard and enhanced checks. Alliance welcomes the streamlining of arrangements for the list of specified offences. Access NI plays an important role in public protection and community safety, safeguarding of our most vulnerable. For this reason, the arrangements that govern it must be as straightforward and practicable as possible to navigate, and the amendments from the Minister achieve this. Thank you.
Call Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker. Restorative Justice Strategy was published here in March 22. The revised Restorative Justice Protocol was then published in July 23, and an interim protocol lead was appointed in February 24. The committee received an update on restorative justice and the work of the interim protocol lead in September 25 from the Department's Reducing Offending Division. This was just prior to the publication of the new practice standards and accreditation framework the following month. I want to firstly begin by noting that my remarks for Group 7 will focus in on Amendments 87 relating to restorative justice. I therefore must start by taking a moment to acknowledge the significant impact of work undertaken by Community Restorative Justice Ireland and alternatives. For almost 3 decades, these organisations have been providing community-based mediation, advice and intervention services, including victim and family support and youth mentoring, to resolve and reduce harm, restore relationships and promote accountability. I am fortunate as a Derry MLA that the city side of Derry benefits from CRJ Derry, and I and many with our community organisations rely very heavily on their services and their team of trained mediators and practitioners who actively engage not only within the community but within schools and within the PSNI and a range of organisations on a daily basis. I also recognise that many other areas and even parts of our city are also crying out for the availability of similar services locally. Therefore, it is hugely welcome that this amendment seeks to advance and develop the availability of restorative justice practitioners. However, I do want to acknowledge that when Community Restorative Justice Ireland and Alternatives spoke with committee back in October, they did raise some concerns. One issue raised was the relatively low figures for community resolution notices, which were being actively passed across to CRJ and Alternatives by the local neighbourhood policing teams. Additionally, they were concerned about the impact of budget constraints on the rollout of services and ongoing expansion. A multi-agency task and finish group, including departmental representatives, Courts and Tribunal Service, Probation Board, PPS and the PSNI, alongside the Department's Restorative Justice Working Group, is actively looking at adult restorative justice and diversionary disposals, which is very welcome. However, there was acknowledgement that Ards and North Down and Lisburn and Castlereagh, to be followed by Antrim and Newtonabbey, and Mid and East Antrim, were chosen as pilot areas for the adult restorative justice pilot. It was queried as to why the pilot was not initially focused in areas which have existing restorative justice infrastructure. Additionally, we know that budgetary pressures limited the rollout of the enhanced combination order programme for the Probation Board. Therefore, we retain a degree of concern about the guarantee of future expansion and rollout into other areas in the context of budgetary pressures in other areas. I do want to place on record the significant benefits of restorative justice, including in respect of accountability, victim satisfaction, reduced reoffending and community cohesion. Restorative justice works for early intervention, fostering dialogue, empathy, emotional healing and accountability. Restorative justice works for de-escalation, preventing underlying conflicts from developing into more serious criminality. And restorative justice works for reducing reoffending, promoting long-lasting behavioural change by repairing harm and delivering accountability. We very much welcome the transfer of accreditation and oversight powers from Britain to the Department locally. I would, however, ask that we reflect on the commentary from Queen's University Belfast, Professor Kieran McAvoy, who asked how Community Restorative Justice Ireland and alternatives are having to start from scratch despite 3 decades of experience, and how this makes any intellectual, practical or political sense. And perhaps maybe the Minister, and maybe in conclusions, could shed some light on her thinking just in respect of this during our contributions. Yes, thank you.
I'm happy just to try and provide some clarity on this. The issue is not that we want people to start from scratch. They will still have that experience and that will be recognised as they go through the accreditation. The truth is the last accreditations are so long ago that many of the people who were working in the organisations at that point have moved on, and yet those accreditations technically still stand. So people can go out and say accredited by DOJ who weren't there at the time when they were accredited, and it's a completely different organisation effectively that you're dealing with. So the important part of this is to get people accredited at the start, but it won't neglect the experience that people have. But it is about trying to start with a tiered approach, because in addition to the stuff that the member has referred to around community practice, we are now looking at this as part of the formal justice system, and there's a lot more I think that will need to be done to prepare people, for example, to do restorative practice in the very sensitive cases that Cara Hunter spoke of, in respect, for example, of deaths by dangerous driving or indeed serious sexual offences, and that will be a different tier, and that's the thinking behind it. So it's not to exclude anyone or to put them back to square one, it's simply to start everyone off with the right accreditation for their level of expertise.
I thank the Minister for that update, and it is important that we deliver on an ongoing reliability of the quality and the professionalism of service and adequate safeguards and conditions for case handling as we expand and develop our restorative justice services. I recognise that practitioners have thus far agreed, obviously, in testing the model and assess from there how it's going to work in practical terms. I will just finish by acknowledging that restorative justice empowers local communities. Ongoing, meaningful consultation and genuine collaboration must be embarked upon by the Department with the existing organisations, including Restorative Justice Ireland, given their decades of experience within the unique context of society. Due recognition should be placed on our specific social, political, cultural and historical context. Restorative justice practitioners laying the foundation for long-term peace, resilience and cohesion across our communities. Organisations such as CRJ Derry, whilst delivering vital conflict resolution efforts, are also doing huge early intervention and upstream preventative work with our children and young people and within our schools. Accredited training, interactive workshops, mentorship and bespoke conflict resolution programmes and community safety trainings are being provided across schools, youth and sporting clubs and within our community and statutory organisations in Derry City and beyond. And if we want to truly transform our justice system and deliver a system which promotes understanding, responsibility and lasting change, whilst reducing reoffending, then restorative justice is a central piece of that puzzle. Specific investment must be secured for that area of work if we are to choose restorative hand in hand with responsibility. Restorative justice reduces reoffending, protects victims and delivers a more compassionate, competent and credible justice system. Thank you.
Thank you. Colmore Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I wish to address the amendments before us in Group 7, but in particular Group, I would like to focus on Amendment 87 and the proposed accreditation framework for restorative justice practitioners. Whilst I support restorative justice where it is delivered professionally, consistently and with the confidence of victims and the wider public, I am not convinced that this amendment provides sufficient detail on how the proposed system will operate. Who will set the standards? How will practitioners be assessed? What safeguards will exist to ensure consistency across all organisations? Most importantly, who will be held accountable if those standards are not met? We must also consider the impact on smaller community organisations that have long been involved in restorative work. There is a risk that excessive bureaucracy could discourage participation without necessarily improving outcomes. Accreditation should mean more than adding names.
Just to be clear, there will be organisations who will continue to do community-based practice who will not want to be part of this framework, and it is not necessary that they should be. They can continue to do that and that outside the framework, and that's fine. The issue here is about people that would be called upon to provide restorative practice within the justice system, and the accreditation is for that purpose. So if a small organisation that does restorative practice in their local community wants to continue working at that community level, that wouldn't affect they wouldn't be affected by this. If, however, they want to participate in more formal structures as part of the justice system, then this is the system they would have to go through, and that is likely to involve either skilled sole practitioners or slightly larger organisations. But it is something that obviously we're concerned about, because we recognise it's important that people right across Northern Ireland have access to high-level service.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for that intervention. It's cleared up quite a bit. But accreditation should mean more than just adding names to a register. It must provide genuine assurance of competence, professionalism and accountability. Restorative justice can play an important role in rehabilitation, but public confidence depends on robust oversight, clear standards and effective scrutiny. And if I may address Amendment 87, Clause 26A, 3, the requirements may include, I would like to see the wording changed from must or shall. And over the page on 5, Chief Inspector may carry out inspections. I would like to see that replaced with must or shall. And the Department may remove a person from the register. I would like that replaced with must or shall. And I would hope that the Minister could address those when she's summing up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And to members who have spoken, I now call on the Minister of Justice to wind.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank all members at this very late hour for their very brief but informative contributions, and I will try to cover everything that's been asked. If I miss anything, forgive me, it's not out of rudeness, and I'm happy to come back to it if you want to make an intervention. Restorative justice first, I'll take. Amendment 87 is rectifying an oversight. It occurred when other powers and functions were transferred and has the approval of the Secretary of State, and I would hope that everyone would be agreeable to do it. It would have been part of the Justice Bill, which you remember was going to be a sort of administration of Justice Bill, and then narrowed into sexual offences and human trafficking at the end of the last mandate. It will enable me to take decisions around accreditation and registration of suitably qualified restorative justice providers, and to ensure that the required high standards continue to be met through monitoring, inspection and reporting mechanisms. I take on board the point that the member has made with respect to whether people may or shall. The difficulty is that for me to impose those duties outside of just regulatory kind of regulation creates some challenges if we then end up in a situation where, for whatever reason, resources are strained. But I'm happy to engage with the member between now and further consideration stage, and we can have a discussion about how we can best provide the reassurance that you're seeking. But I can give you my reassurance that my intention in doing this is to ensure that we don't end up in the situation we're in now, where we're almost 20 years on from the last round of accreditation. And that people still have that accreditation, if you like, stamp without having done any engagement with the department since. That's what we're trying to avoid. We're trying to ensure that there is support and that there is consistency and a quality standard applicable right across the board, and that's what we want to ensure through monitoring, inspection and reporting. It will assist with increasing availability and the geographic spread of quality services across Northern Ireland to allow more victims to access restorative justice in line with the Adult Restorative Justice Strategy. Members have already referred to local groups who provide very good service in particular localities. The challenge is that there are other parts. You can be in one part of Belfast where there's a lot of restorative practice happening, and in another part there's none. And it's about trying to widen that scope so that people have access, and particularly in rural constituencies. A number of members asked the question about the rollout. So the pilot is currently underway as part of the ARJS vision to expand that use of practice. The first phase launched at the end of March and focuses on diversionary disposals, initially in Ards and North Down and Lisburn and Castlereagh policing districts. That will be followed by Antrim, Newton Abbey, Mid and East Antrim and Derry, Londonderry. So the idea is that we will, as we go along, start to roll out across the various policing districts, because it will require training for PSNI and PPS on the new restorative justice diversionary disposal, and work continues to reinforce the use of that disposal approach in both those organisations. So we don't just want to put this on the statute books and then it's never used. We want to ensure that actually restorative practice becomes part of the formal justice system. One of the things we talked about earlier is what victims want. I meet with many victims every week, and many of them have a very traumatic experience going through the formal justice system, but come away from it at the end. And what they had wanted, they never got, and that was answers. Why me? Why was I targeted? Why did this happen? What made you do this? And I think it was very profound, actually, when you watched the last episode of Carl Frampton's programme on probation, where you saw that young woman who, still many years on, would love to have those answers. She's been through the justice system. She got justice for her partner, but she has never found the answers to the questions she seeks. And so that's what restorative justice can provide that the formal justice system can't. And I think it's really important people across Northern Ireland get access to that where it's appropriate. We also are intending, obviously, to have a virtual restorative hub. There'll be around 20 DOJ accredited restorative justice practitioners operating at level 2 and 3 who'll work together to ensure consistency of practice, co-facilitate referrals and undertake shared training. We are still waiting for more referrals to this body, and the test will be when those referrals start to come through, but I hope that the training that's being provided to our partner organisations will start to see that transpire, and hopefully will bring a new service to victims. Under the new practice standards and the accreditation framework, there's very clear provision in terms of the skills, the experience and expertise that organisations and practitioners have to achieve and maintain in order to be and remain accredited. Critical to this are the reporting requirements that will be in place to demonstrate service provisions being maintained to the necessary standard, and inherent will be a need to reflect the views and satisfaction of those to whom services are provided. So that feedback from victims who have been referred to those services, for example by PPS or by the courts, will need to come back to us. The protocol lead will also have the ability to undertake unannounced visits to those providing restorative justice services so that they can assess for themselves the work that the organisation is doing on a regular basis. And the department will also require accredited organisations and independent practitioners to report to it on key performance indicators on their provisions of service. So that's quarterly and end of year reports, and I think that that provides a good balance. Moving on to rehabilitation periods. The current rehabilitation arrangements allow for the vast majority of convictions to become spent. So of the approximately 25,000 convictions in 2019, the last full year of normal figures, over 50% of convictions were fines and 93% of custodial sentences under the existing arrangements could become spent. That said, 96% of respondents to the consultation exercise supported a review of rehabilitation periods here, and 97% supported a reduction in existing rehabilitation periods, with 94% supporting an uplift of the current limit of 30 months. What is being proposed here in these amendments, I think, is a balanced approach, Mr Deputy Speaker. It supports effective rehabilitation while at the same time has at its heart public protection. It's important that while seeking to reform existing rehabilitation periods, the scheme should remain simple and workable. As is currently the case, convictions for the most serious offending will never become spent. The changes to rehabilitation periods in Northern Ireland in Amendment 92 directly mirror those in England and Wales and Scotland for all convictions of less than 4 years imprisonment, where all offences, regardless of the nature of offence, can become spent. Where our schemes differ is in how we treat serious offences. In England and Wales, the scheme specifies 182 different offences as serious, and for sentences of over 4 years imprisonment, those convictions can't become spent. That scheme is quite difficult to navigate. It is not easy to understand and can create confusion as to what offences can and cannot become spent. There's no clear rationale either for setting the bright line that separates the same offence as non-serious and serious at 4 years. Such bright lines have been subject to legal challenge in the past, and I suspect they will be again. However, by using the existing definition of a serious offence in the Criminal Justice Order 2008 and setting the upper limit in Northern Ireland at 10 years, we're offering clarity, certainty and ease of understanding. I understand that some members may still have concerns about such long sentences being able to become spent. To those members, I would say that convictions attracting sentences of over 6 years imprisonment tend to be in the low single figures across all offence types per year. Reoffending rates in Northern Ireland are also lower for those released from custodial sentences of over 3 years than for those released from shorter sentences, which is another reason why I'm constantly saying in the House we should reserve custodial sentences for those longer sentences that are for the most serious offences. The MOJ study in England and Wales suggests that the highest rates of reoffending occurs in burglary, robbery and theft offences, while sexual offences are amongst the lowest. Now, that is in large part due to supervisory arrangements, but it is worth noting that that's the lowest level of reoffending. I want to also, if I may, reassure Cara Hunter. A review mechanism will be taken forward in the next mandate. There's no intention on our part not to do it. However, there is just no resource in the Department of Justice in this mandate to do it. And I regret that I stand up here so often and say that we have no resources to do those things which we would wish to do. But it will be part of the forward work plan for the Department in the next mandate. And I want to reassure her that that is our intent and that will be what happens. In terms of the last point, which is around the filtering scheme, the provisions are there to allow improved ease, use and understanding of what offences can be filtered from standard and enhanced checks. Creation of a very detailed list of offences with the new schedule to the Police Act is a benefit to citizens who want to understand the content of their disclosure certificate, so won't be phoning up Access NI asking why things are on or not on, and also Access NI and ensuring that they are accurate and consistent in the treatment of the offences. One of the things that we're trying to do is to simplify the list of offences, to get that consistency and clarity, reduce error, and that should actually improve safeguarding outcomes in Northern Ireland, which is always the priority in these circumstances. A further benefit is allows for a more straightforward and timely maintenance of listed offences and the associated list in the 1979 Rehabilitation Exceptions Order. So I think from our perspective, we do believe that, for example, when it comes to how these are filtered, the important thing is that at the heart of it is better public protection, better understanding of how the system works, more clarity and simplicity. And I think most people would recognise that many of the parts of the justice system are complex. Even when I stand up and read out the pieces of legislation that we're going to be amending, at times it is like a tongue twister. And I think for the ordinary member of the public to be able to follow all the different parts of the Police Act and all the different categories of offences is really complicated. For us, I think it is better that we simplify the list insofar as is possible without losing any of the protections that we have, and ensure that where people have their offences filtered out, it is only where appropriate, and the protections remain in place, particularly for those accepted employment areas, which I mentioned earlier, where the most vulnerable people would be, or where people would have access to vulnerable people, such as, for example, in policing or justice roles. So I wish to commend these amendments to the House. Thank members for their engagement on it to this late hour. Thank the table, the officials at the table who have also endured quite a lengthy day. So without further ado, thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The thanks you've expressed to the officials at this table and others who have been on the table during the day. Thank you, members, and that will be relayed back to them. Members, that concludes the debate on Group 7, and I think is a suitable point at which to bring this evening's proceedings to a conclusion. Consideration stage will resume with the debate on Group 8 on Monday, the 22nd of June. So, moving on, item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly, members, is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.